Down on Planet X, yeah. The devil's something or other. Planet X, yeah.
You don't know your own hit song?
I don't know one lyric. He wrote it down on a piece of paper, Rob Zombie, and then I started singing my music.
Did you rehearse a little bit?
No. Every take was recorded and rushed right into the recording process, and that was it. My record was released. Good morning, everybody. So, Artie just asked me as we were going on the air, had I heard from David Spade? I said, no, he never called me.
Of course he's not going to call. He heard the show yesterday.
Well, we didn't. You know what? I actually listened back to it. I think we were pretty nice about it, actually. I mean, how can we not talk about it?
It's not, he just had a bomb dropped on him. It's not what you want to hear. People sort of
having a good time with it.
I played phone tag with him. He actually called me back.
Oh, he did?
But we never got a chance to talk. After I called him, he called me back, and he was like, what do you want?
So, Gary tried to get Jillian to come on the air. As you know, the big story yesterday was that our good friend of the show, David Spade, and our good friend of the show, Jillian Grace, evidently, as predicted, did hook up in Hollywood, and he might have gotten her pregnant. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we have an in-house something.
Yeah, I am sure.
It might be a baby.
I'm sure at some point we'll be reading that David went over to Jillian's house, ripped the hair out of the new baby's head, and said, test this shit. Find out if I'm the dad. But anyway, so Jillian wrote us back. Jillian, we got her in Playboy and essentially, discovered her, if you want to put it that way. And really, she should call in and do the right thing.
We are owed, yes.
But anyway, this is the note we got back from Jillian when we hit her up on the email. Let me see if I can find it. Did I have you print that out there, Jason? I don't see it here. I thought I did.
No, but I'll get it.
I like you, but I'm starting to see everyone's point when these things aren't in front of me. I told Jason this morning I really like him.
You're the only one.
I'm the only one.
I told him yesterday, too. I was back there briefly. I'm like, I feel bad for the kid. He's up against...
Yeah, I always thought Will was his close friend.
I told Will I would never be his friend because he's a terrible friend.
Backstabber. Anyway, I was really kind of disappointed to get this email from Jillian Grace, which essentially blew us off. And, she finally has something of value to bring to the show.
Talk about,
I mean, she's had absolutely nothing to say for all the years we knew her, got her into Playboy, promoted her. She's had very little going on. And finally, there's something of interest. And now she's unavailable, which is this is my fate.
That's the usual
that's
way
showbiz.
These things go.
So anyway, this is what we got. Thanks, Jason.
I got to say, I'd be a little wary of her mother. She seems to want her to get in show business any way, any shape, any form, It's like...
You think her mother put her up to this?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not making any accusations.
It says, this was a response to Will. I received your message about coming on the show. I appreciate your concern. I have not made any press comments on this very personal matter to date. Should I decide the time is right for my disclosure, I will let you know. Please send my regards to Howard, Robin, Fred, Artie, and the staff. Sincerely, Jillian Grace.
Does she have a publicist?
I don't even believe she wrote that.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds like a very professionally prepared blow-off.
I believe that with her new payday coming from David Spade.
She has a whole staff.
She has a staff now.
She's hired Rogers and Cowan.
Right. Yes?
So I wrote her a note back, but she's clearly blocking her email. Do you know what I mean? Like
it bounced?
Yes, and Will sent her a note back, too. We just hit reply to that email. I sent her a note back, and I said, Dear Jillian, I'm sure this must be a very difficult time for you. Just wanted you to know that Howard personally asked me to contact you and make a request for you to speak with us. In light of the relationship and the impact Howard has had on your career, I hope that when you're ready, you will consider us.
Right.
And then she never got it.
Yeah.
It won't even take it.
No, it won't take it.
Wow. Well, she
doesn't have to take anything anymore.
This is her moment in the sun. I mean, she can do what she wants.
How long till I have to call Mike Ovitz to book her?
I don't know. But anyway, so I never heard from Spade. I hope he's all right. I hope she's all right. I hope everybody's all right. Artie did.
I don't think he's pregnant.
Come on. You know, he's got to be having a hard time.
I mean, I get the feeling that, you know, they weren't together all that long and might not know each other all that well. And
now they're tied together for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I feel bad for David.
That's the beauty of it.
If I'm Spade, I'm home. I'm praying to the Lord Jesus H. Christ.
That he's not the father?
No, for a miscarriage.
Oh, now that's not right.
What are you talking about?
If she wants to have a baby, she can have a baby. He just doesn't want to be the father. That's
right. But I don't care what you say. I know he's praying for a miscarriage.
You think it's his and he needs a miscarriage.
Oh, he's praying for it. But, yeah, Artie was mentioned on TMZ, the TV show, for predicting that, of course.
Yes, Artie, right on. Well, I didn't know you were psychic.
I'm part of the story now.
Yeah, well, okay, here, let me play it for you. Here is actual tape. This is from June 14th, 2004. 2004, lest anyone forget, this is now 2008.
Do you only predict for possible playmates, or do you do readings for other people?
A sports book, too, but he's not good at that.
Again, yeah, I wish I had this ability with the fucking playoffs.
June 14th, 2004, Jillian Grace is on our show for the first time. Her mom has brought her in. She wants to be in Playboy. We see her naked. We decide that, yes, she could definitely be in Playboy, and, boy, she was beautiful. Right out of high school. And when she got in Playboy, we had her on the show, and Artie began to explain to her that she would, in fact...
Uncle Artie, yeah.
Uncle Artie explained to her that she would, in fact, dump her boyfriend, who was a mechanic.
Right.
And that she would go to the Playboy Mansion and fuck many guys, including David Spade.
Amazing.
So here we go. Here is the show from 2004. Here we go. Here we don't go. All right. I'm killing time trying to get this working, but wait a sec.
Hey, Mom, you ever hear of a guy named Emmett Smith? He's taking me to the prom.
Artie, you're out of your mind.
The 19-year-old's got a big rock attached to his ankle on a bridge in Missouri.
Yeah, Artie's already saying the boyfriend is probably ready to...
Yeah, he's going to jump.
Yeah, because he's losing Jillian, the best thing that ever happened to him.
She said she liked mechanics.
Mom, you got to be
funny
careful.
Mechanics. She likes funny mechanics.
When she starts hanging out at the Playboy Mansion, it can be.
Life is going to change.
It can change.
Oh, it's going to change.
Don't stare at me.
Mom, how much do you know about the Dallas Mavericks?
Well, I got to tell you, this is a happy ending, I guess. Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll find out.
Jillian, I found a love letter. Who's Shaq?
Mrs. Carmelo Anthony.
Jillian Bryan. I kind of like the way that rolls out. Jillian Jabbar.
I went up to his room. He said he just wanted to show me something.
Be careful, Mom. You must advise her.
You know, she's going to have to spend time at the mansion.
Artie's just trying to educate.
Exactly. This is some tough love.
You're a beautiful girl. Everyone's going to be coming on to you, especially athletes and Sam Simon.
And the other girl.
Sam Simon.
Sam Simon might marry you.
Ever heard of a black Amex card?
You will.
You'll be seeing a lot of black Amex cards.
You'll be seeing a lot of black, a lot of things will be black.
What? What is your problem?
He's gone.
He's gone.
Has Artie been drinking?
No, you know what, Tom? Artie's so pissed off that he can't get her. He's going to hammer her.
Yeah, he wants.
I'm giving her tough love.
It's warning her that things can be wild at the Playboy Mansion.
Jillian Spade.
Are you familiar with David Spade? Yeah, you'll probably have sex
You're
with
going to
him.
be real familiar with him.
You're going to be over his house soon.
You're going to be watching tapes of Just Shoot Me in his living room.
Goodness. Is Scott Baio still getting the girls?
No. It's funny how we've never been to Spade's house, but you're going to be there before us.
Yeah, you'll be there.
You'll see it. We haven't.
Yeah. Can you tell us what Spade's house is like when you're there?
Deion Sanders' guest house has a big table for a nice Thanksgiving, Mom.
You've probably seen it on Cribs.
Practice saying what a great lover Hef is, by the way.
Jillian said she loved me. Now she's front row at the Lakers.
That poor hometown boyfriend.
Oh, she said she liked guys who knew a lot about carburetors. Oh, Jillian, why'd you leave me? She left me for a colored.
So then, to make matters even more Nostradamus-like, Jillian Grace returned to our show on 9/25/04, same year. I guess she had been accepted to Playboy at that point.
Yes.
Or maybe the magazine was out. Who knows? But she came in. I think she told us that she had already dumped the boyfriend. It happened that quick. And we started doing a bit about, true Hollywood stories, and Spade's name comes up in that, too.
Oh, my goodness. You kept bringing up Spade.
Did we know about Pauly Shore yet at this point?
No, I don't think so. And this is weird because here now she's pregnant with David Spade's baby, but here it is.
This chick's 2 years away from a true Hollywood story.
Yeah. I mean, she's Playboy of the Year material.
After getting discovered on the Howard Stern show, her downward spiral began. What seemed like an innocent night at the Playboy mansion.
I first met Hef. He brought me into the bedroom with 7 other girls.
Coming up, David buys a gun.
I guess David was the name of the hometown boyfriend.
I guess. I don't know.
We were making it like... Yeah, we were making it like a Star 80 kind of thing. Right. Of course, David never would do that, but,
We were riffing.
We're riffing.
I really hope he's not listening.
I just kept getting angry. I didn't hear from her. David drove out to meet Jillian on that day, 2005.
2005.
September 2005.
May 3rd, 2005.
By then, her name was legally Jillian Durst.
Which she had changed from Jillian Bryan.
Right. When David arrived in Los Angeles, Jillian was on top of another David, David Spade. David became enraged. David Spade, hit by the first bullet, collapsed.
Killed instantly.
Suffocating on his own blood.
You can't talk about him if he can't defend himself. Come on.
We're doing the True Hollywood story. Be quiet.
Jillian. The second bullet found Jillian. Her left breast was pierced. Later, after Artie Lang took over David Spade's role on 8 Simple Rules, he had this to say.
See? I mean, it was unbelievably...
That's wild.
Yeah. So there it is.
How did David just keep popping up into your mind?
I don't know, It didn't seem like David Spade would be the guy she'd bang. I don't know why. We just know David.
Like, back when she first came in, we were doing that. I was just going through the Rolodex of guys who do hang at the mansion.
Right.
And, Spade has been known to go there and try to, I don't know. Just... Wow, that is hilarious.
I'm now wondering if she just took Artie's list and went through it.
Anybody we mentioned that day. Well, anyway, Jillian Grace, reportedly pregnant. It was admitted by David Spade that there was a brief affair, and he says if he's the father, he'll take care of the baby. And
I love that statement from David.
Yeah.
He does admit that I had a brief relationship with Jillian.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just think that he's getting... I don't know, railroaded here.
Well, yeah. So many crazy...
What is a brief relationship?
A night, maybe a week.
In L.A., it could be 3 hours.
Right. Well, there was a picture of them walking around town together, so maybe it was...
So they did walk somewhere at some point.
Might have been a week or 2.
Okay.
That's some good stuff. You don't want to give that up in a night. I would definitely hang in for a week.
Does it take more than the night to get it? Maybe that's what's happening.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's what was happening. You know what? You're probably right.
After some of these chicks, you start dating them and you go out on a date and then they call paparazzi, and then,
right.
They have them waiting for you at this fucking restaurant.
And that documents the relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I was reading in the paper about Eddie Murphy. I figure, gee, this guy used to be,
Used to be cool.
Used to be cool. I mean, it's pathetic. He got divorced. Then he got the Spice Girl pregnant. Then he dumped her ass. And then he goes off to Tahiti and marries some hot chick who, you know, I think was Babyface's ex-wife or something like that.
That chick is hot, too.
Super hot chick. And then today he's announcing that they never really were legally married and that they're calling off their marriage and that they're just friends now.
Yeah, well, there was this whole, romantic ceremony in Bora Bora or something.
Yeah.
And apparently they left that ceremony and started fighting like cats and dogs.
Yeah, because, like, why? You know, it's got to scare people when you do something rash like that. They just met. There's no rush to get married. These are two adults who have children of their own. There's absolutely, and they're running around like lunatics, getting married.
Especially
after knowing each other a couple of weeks.
Well, you're a billionaire movie star who just got divorced and has 5 kids. My God.
And you just, Eddie Murphy's acting like he never saw a tropical island before.
I know.
Oh, my God, I have to get married.
Well, that was like my reaction when Tom Cruise jumped on the couch about Katie Holmes. It's like, dude, when you get to the end zone, make believe like you've been there before. You're jumping up and down about Katie Holmes? What the fuck? You never got laid before?
Dude, let me just tell you something. Katie Holmes ain't that hot. Calm down.
She should be like a blowjob he got on the set of All the Right Moves years ago.
Hey, Eric, you're on the air. Good morning, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Eric. Go ahead.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, you guys are on fire, man. You guys have never been better in 08. Artie's been awake the whole time. He's never been funnier.
Yes.
You guys are absolutely the greatest, man.
Well, thank you. That's very, very nice of you to say.
Hey, Artie, I'm going to be in Vegas in the Super Bowl, man. Any chance of hooking up?
Well, February 1st, I'll be at Mandalay Bay, man, the Friday night before the bowl. Come on out.
Backstage.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Yeah. Val, you're on the air.
After club at Jet, after party at Jet at the Mirage. Come by there.
There you go. Val, you're on the air in Brick, New Jersey.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
I don't think you guys should dismiss the idea, the possibility that there are people in this world, like these two women, this woman and her daughter, the pregnant one, that they could have done this on purpose. That they never even knew who David Spade was, and after hearing Artie's proclamations, they went out and saw who he was, and they worked their way right into his little world.
No, I don't think that's
You know what? I agree with this guy. Like I said, I haven't talked to anybody.
You think there was a big game plan?
I think, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it's just, David's a friend, and I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but some of there are predators out there who, and this mother clearly, the mother writes a letter to us. I want my high school daughter to get naked. She wants to get in show business. Who knows? She might have...
I disagree with you. Listen, I don't know Jillian all that well, but here's the thing.
I don't think you go out to snag David Spade when you got a game plan.
Or snag... Nate, you get what you can, man. David is a famous millionaire comedian,
Listen, here's what I think, and I don't know anything about anybody... entrapping anyone. It's very hard to get a girl pregnant unless you're sort of a participant. So whether or not she went out there to meet him or not is irrelevant. She met him. They had an affair.
David has to know there are plenty of women who would want to meet him just because he's David Spade.
Right. The thing I don't get is why Spade would have sex with this chick without a rubber. Now, someone said to me, what if a chick comes up to you and says she's on the pill? I say, listen, in this day and age when you first meet a chick, you can't, even if she is...
Sexually transmitted diseases you have.
Number one. And number two, even if there was no STDs, I'd sit there and say, you know what, I don't know that she took her pill this morning. A chick could skip a pill, and guess what? You're a daddy.
And maybe you don't want to take the word of somebody you hardly know.
Right. And
I got a feeling she had to tell him she was using something, because Spade's an experienced guy.
An experienced coxman.
Well... Yeah,
How do you know this? Have you
not always with him? No, I haven't. I don't know when. I'm just saying, look, I'm giving my friend the benefit of the doubt here, but it seems like it could be a little shady.
Let me ask you something, Artie.
How can it be shady?
Do you ever go bareback?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
See?
Do you really?
I have in the past, on the road and shit. And like I said, one time, there was a legitimate scare I had, and I wasn't going to tell the girl to do anything. As a matter of fact, it was just one time I was prepared to, start writing checks, and she went to this, Planned Parenthood. I actually drove her there, and she took, she, on her own will, took a morning after type thing.
That's so insulting. Here you are, a famous guy, you've got money. How dare she not try to have the baby?
This was when I was on the Norm Show.
Right.
And,
hey, Howard,
but, she probably thought I was a billionaire because I was on television.
Yes.
But shit.
Yes, Val.
This is on a different subject. To save Artie's life, I've been trying to get through for many months.
All right.
I used to be 320 pounds myself. Now I'm 210. Dr. Sean Garber, the Long Island Center for Minimally Invasive Surgery. I had the stomach surgery 3 years ago. I'm down 110 pounds, and it's all good. It could save Artie's life.
I got to tell you, I'm really, really one of those people that believes that stomach stapling thing is evil, but because I really, truly believe that you've got to sort of work out your issues and work out and lose the weight, and you feel so much better about yourself. And also,
unless you're going on 700 pounds.
Yeah.
And
well, some of those people, you watch that obesity clinic show I've been watching. I mean, it's a life-saving thing. But, sure, I'm so happy it worked out for you, but
And I'm the oldest of 6, and all my siblings are skinny. My body just did not metabolize food. I tried all the diets. And
see, mine did. I in high school, I weighed 175 pounds. I weighed about 180 pounds till I was 24. This is all just shit living.
Let me clear this up. This idea that people's bodies don't metabolize food, it's true. Some people have a slower metabolism than others. But you will lose weight. If you go to Africa, where there are people starving, you will see there are no such thing as people who metabolize slowly.
Issues there.
That's right. Any food they find, they
Nobody's
eat.
lactose intolerant.
Now, let me tell you something. The show that I think is good for people to watch who have a weight problem, like, Artie's 300 now, I would say is this Biggest Loser. Now,
it doesn't motivate Artie.
But, well, he hasn't watched it. I'll tell you why. You watch these people lose the weight. And, by the way, they're losing the weight for all the wrong reasons. It's money, But nevertheless, if you watch them exercise, you say to yourself, gee, I could do a routine every day for an hour, and I could sort of watch what I eat.
But,
it is
you
inspirational.
look at those people, though, they were given the job to lose weight. If you made Artie's job to lose weight, he didn't have to show up here every day.
Right.
He just had to show up at the gym, deal with his trainer, eat what they told him to eat. He could do that.
Well, the last time
he can afford to do that.
The last time I got thin from completely just good living and exercising was when I had a ton of free time at the Norm Show. I mean, literally, my part on that show, a 7-hour day was long for me. Mm-hmm. Every 3 weeks we had a week off, and there was a gym at the lot there on the Warner Brothers thing. I would go there every day, and now, I don't know, I'm tired, and I fall asleep with a sandwich on my chest.
Well, all I can tell you, Artie, is that it changed my life, and I married into a great Italian family. I eat the gabagool and the capicola. I make my own roll-ups and stuff.
See, but, sir, you were heavy in high school, like even as a kid and everything?
Listen.
So I married an Italian girl.
All right, thank you. Listen, Val, there's a gym in this building that is
Artie passes every day.
That's right. Listen.
Groggy.
But it is a great thing, especially when you see these guys who get their stomach stapled. You start to see that their skin sags. They never really look healthy. They
don't look healthy or happy.
They look like a sack of shit. They actually look like a pin was putting them in, like everything just sort of drained out of them.
Don't every time you look at Randy on American Idol, aren't you trying to see behind that desk to see what a mess the rest of him is?
Well,
I'm not.
Quite frankly, Robin, I believe the guy's gained back most of his weight anyway.
Listen.
With the stomach stapler.
Even Star Jones. Have you seen her lately?
No, is she
She's
fat
gaining
again?
Weight.
Wow.
If a doctor knowing my history gave me an exam, any doctor would agree to give me a stomach stapling thing is a quack. It's just a money thing. It's like, just get fucking healthy, eat better. I could lose the weight in a couple of months,
Well, so could a lot of the other people who do get the operation.
It's just laziness. I would be so depressed if I got to the point where I had to fucking staple my stomach. I'm not like that.
Maury, you're on the air in Exton, Pennsylvania. Good morning.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, listen, that Jason and Will fucking fight was hilarious yesterday. I know you got, you were trying to get off it because you didn't think it was good airtime. It was excellent.
Yes, we all love fights, but sometimes I have to end them because I feel the audience has gotten fatigued. That's all. I enjoyed what was on the air. It was just, I know when it's time to stop something. I'm good at that. I'm an editor.
Right, I got you.
That's it.
Hey,
That's
Howard,
my skill.
Thing.
I have a skill. People don't know that, but I do.
He knows when to stop.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir.
I'm a very skilled man.
I've always said you were skilled.
I have a skill. Listen, Will and Jason are two guys who work in my office. I was shocked to hear that they're not as close as I thought they were, and Jason was shocked.
Yes.
The fight between Scott DePace and Jason is constantly going on, but this is what happens in a workplace. People do not necessarily enjoy one another's company.
Right.
But it does make for good radio. And it's childish. You can see when you hear it how childish they all sound. Thank you.
I tell you, thank God, like, I'm not enough of a pro to hide that. Like, if I really hated somebody in this room, it would be hard. Like, to goof around with somebody like we do, if you hate them, that's hard to do. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah, it can get very vicious.
Yeah.
All right, let me mention a couple of things here.
Acidic fast.
The front page of The Onion, I like this headline. I always read headlines from The Onion. It's that goofy newspaper. Bush begins preparations for nation's final year. So I thought that was pretty good. Here's another headline. Someone totally doing it somewhere right now. Here's another one. Fall internship pays off with coveted winter internship. I like that one. And here's finally is another good one. This was a slam dunk. Syria attends Middle East peace talks for free continental breakfast. And there they are sitting around with Condoleezza Rice eating croissants and all different kinds of things.
What's great about The Onion is sometimes there's an amazing headline, and then they're able to write an article that's just as funny for 2 pages.
Right.
You know, they're talented guys.
Very talented guys, yes.
Hey, so I just got the tabloid, Star Magazine. So already they've got the David Spade story, right?
Okay.
So I just read it. I think you need to read this, Howard, because in my opinion, it's clearly written by the Jillian Grace camp.
Oh,
but it basically insinuates that David was totally aware that they were having unprotected sex, that they had had a discussion, that he said he was getting older and would like to be a father.
Uh-oh.
You got to see this article.
You know, 90% of Playboy Playmates all say the same thing. They do.
That's the party line?
And it paints sort of like Jillian as this innocent girl that David, you know...
We're getting ready for not only a paternity suit. This is Palamone.
Oh, yeah. At first, David was thrilled about it, but now...
Oh, God.
He's less thrilled.
This is Palamone.
See, I don't know anything, but I can't see David saying to a chick he just met, I'm ready for father.
Didn't just meet her. The year and a half of friendship before.
All right, let's see. David Spade. Boy, that's a good-looking picture of Jillian, though, I'll tell you that.
Let me see.
She's in a little baby doll. It's obviously clearly that she's at the a Playboy Mansion, like Midsummer Night's Dream party.
Oh, yeah?
She's got
Probably
Playboy,
where they met.
she's got Playboy bunny ears on and a little, almost what you wear to go to bed.
Oh, wow.
A nightgown.
Jesus.
A little, what do you call that?
Nightie.
Little nightie. With Spade, who looks like a lumberjack.
Got a giant head on him.
He's got a giant head, and he doesn't even appear to have shaved in this picture, but he's he's there with her. She has her arm around him, but he does not have his arm around her.
Man, so she's obviously more into it than he is. Is that what you're reading?
That's what I'm reading into it, yeah. David Spade talked about having a baby with a beautiful Playboy Playmate while they were secretly dating, but now that she's pregnant with his child, he's turned his back on her, sources tell Star exclusively.
Oh, dear.
That's the heartbreaking situation between Spade, 43, and Playboy's March 2005 centerfold Jillian Grace, who just turned 22 in December. Now Jillian's family is hoping the rules of engagement star will do the right thing by his ex-girlfriend. That means pony up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Take care of her.
Moolah, moolah.
For the rest of your life.
Yeah. He needs to man up and take responsibility, a family friend tells Star.
Uh-oh.
Thinking about having a kid together wasn't just pillow talk. He should be supporting the choice they made. Support being the key word. Ay, this poor guy.
I told you.
I can't believe you're doling out so much sympathy. He's 43 years old.
All right, you're right. Jillian first crossed paths with David, a notorious Hollywood player whose girlfriends have included actresses Christy Swanson, Lara Flynn Boyle, Julie Bowen, Krista Allen, and Heather Locklear at a Malibu, California deli in late 2005. Jillian's from a small town near St. Louis, and she had moved out to L.A. after becoming a Playboy centerfold, says the family friend. She thought David was cute and funny when she met him at the deli, but she was in a relationship at the time. David managed to get Jillian's phone number. He managed. He wrangled it out of her.
Yeah, how did he do that?
This is blueprint shit, people.
She's in a relationship, but he managed to get her phone number?
He wrangled it out of her.
Let me tell you something. I'm engaged to Beth. I wouldn't want to read that some guy managed to get her phone number while I was engaged.
Yeah, that's some managing.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd manage her right out the door. David managed to get Jillian's phone number from Playboy and began... Oh, from Playboy. Okay.
All right, maybe that is some managing.
I take that back. Yeah. David managed to get Jillian's phone number from Playboy and began pursuing her. But
then
Jillian...
why doesn't she sue Playboy?
But Jillian is a one-man woman, says the friend. They did become friends, and over the next year and a half, they would call and text each other frequently and see each other at different celebrity events. By September 2007, Jillian had broken up with her boyfriend and became disillusioned with Hollywood. She was moving home to Missouri and called David to give him the news. The friend tells Star, David said to her, "So you're single now? Great. When can I see you?" They began a romantic relationship. They'd see each other whenever she returned to Los Angeles on Playboy business, and David even flew her out to L.A. a handful of times just so the two of them could be together, including one time in early December as a birthday gift. David had asked Jillian, "What do you want?" She told him, "I want to come see you."
Uh-oh.
It was during an earlier rendezvous, says the friend, that David and Jillian talked about having a child together.
No way.
Wait a minute. She's living in another state, and they're talking about having a child together?
No way.
It was a mutual discussion, the friend tells Star. He told her that he was getting older. It was something he was thinking about, and Jillian replied, "Are you sure this is something you want? It could happen." They knowingly had unprotected sex last night. Another insider close to Jillian confirms to Star she wanted to get pregnant with David's baby, and she said David wanted it too.
Why did she want to get pregnant with David's baby?
Yeah, I mean,
what's so great about him?
Well, no, but I mean, what's great about him, Robin, he's a rich celebrity.
I'm just saying, you know, as a person, you want to have Gandhi's baby.
She's a predator. She's a tarantula.
Jillian got her wish, says the friend, when she learned she was pregnant by David and alerted him to the happy news just before Christmas. She texted him the message, "Congratulations, you're going to be a father. Merry Christmas," says the friend.
Oh, what a message.
I wish he could show me that.
That's crazy. You text that?
David got back to her and said, "Are you sure? Are you okay?" At first, he seemed totally positive about the pregnancy. He told Jillian he would be supportive and that he'd be there for her. But the friend claims David's attitude seemed to change almost immediately. Soon he was telling Jillian that having the child could hurt his career and that her own modeling career could be over, the friend says. He even asked Jillian if she was sure the baby was his and if she was sure she wanted to have it.
Now, that's the wrong move. Don't ever ask a girl, "Are you sure it's mine?"
Jillian was outraged. Evidently, you know what you're talking about. She absolutely is having the baby, and she's absolutely sure it's David's child. The sudden bad blood between the pair was publicly on display, says an eyewitness source, after Jillian got a text message while at a St. Louis pharmacy on December 28th. Jillian was shopping for prenatal vitamins with a friend, says the source. After she got the text, she seemed angry and told her pal David isn't taking the news very well, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Then she added sarcastically, "I'm so sorry I've upset the world of the great David Spade."
Hey, look, clearly she thinks he's the great David Spade. He's the great something. I say this. I'll go this far, that I think she was becoming desperate for any link to show business. And I was her original mark to come here and to train me.
When contacted by Star and asked to comment on her pregnancy by David Spade, Jillian Gray stated, "With all due respect, I would not feel comfortable discussing my personal life at this point." Meanwhile, the family friend insists that Jillian still likes David, but adds she seems to be discovering that David isn't the stand-up guy he appeared to be.
He only stands up when he's lying down.
She wants him to admit the baby is his and give her his total emotional support. Well, how does he know the baby's his? How does he know you didn't fuck a couple other guys, too? He doesn't know that.
They were in a relationship.
Come on. Right now, it seems that in David's mind, the pregnancy is all about his image with the press, with his ex-girlfriends, with all of Hollywood. But if he asked her to move back to L.A. today, Jillian would consider it for the good of their baby.
Oh, yeah, she'd consider it.
In the meantime, she hasn't asked David for a single dime, and she's perfectly capable of raising her child in Missouri with the support of her family and friends. All right.
Oh,
well,
is that what she wants to do?
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah.
Already, this is amazing. It's like ping pong. So this is from Jillian's MySpace page.
What's that say?
Let's see this.
This is, the technology is instant now. This is wonderful.
I am making zero claims to any news media. First of all, out of respect to Howard Stern, should I have a news flash, he will be the first to know. Thank you. Thank you, Jillian. I appreciate that. Second, any trip a girl takes to the pharmacy, she takes alone. And third, I would like to tell Star Magazine that in a small town, everyone claims to be your friend.
So she's saying she hasn't cooperated at all with this article.
Right. So she's saying they got a lot of this stuff wrong. Well, anyway, listen, I hope those two kids work it out. And, Jillian, we did predict you would have sex with David Spade. And look what it has brought.
Look, I mean, already there's been an announcement of a pregnancy that we didn't get the scoop on. So.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed about that.
Next time a hot chick comes in here, I'm going to predict she's going to have sex with me.
Yeah, why don't you stop naming other names?
I mean, honestly, yeah, Nostradamus. Honestly, Jillian really did owe us to announce the pregnancy here, and I'll tell you why. I mean, we really did. We put her into Playboy magazine. The guy even said to me, look, he goes, I'm putting her in for you guys. You know, she's a beautiful girl. She's definitely...
but they would never have found her or...
Well, I think that mother would have eventually sent pictures of her somewhere.
Yeah, but a lot of girls send pictures and never get noticed.
Right.
You know
Hey, look, we got it.
We deserve the scoop.
The break, yeah, sure.
And we deserve the first statement, official statement, Robin. No more web pages. Just get right on here. Sirius Satellite Radio, forever.
And tell us the night and how it happened.
I read some report yesterday that the Reverend Jesse Jackson was meeting with the head of the FCC.
About what?
About the merger. Basically, I'm sure to see what he could get out of it. He wants something like 20% of the channels to be devoted to racial or underprivileged thing.
Until he all of a sudden loses interest.
Well, I'm sure if we funneled a little money that way, maybe that interest would go away. We don't know. We can't say for sure.
I
but
just think, he
guess.
goes from project to project.
That's right. Gilbert Gottfried was in here yesterday. I received a lot of email. Everybody loves Gilbert. They think he's so funny. And he is. And then Gilbert calls... Gilbert was sitting here like a lummox for 4 hours. He calls Gary after the appearance and he goes, Gary, I forgot to mention I'll be appearing at Governor's on Long Island on Saturday.
What's wrong with him?
January 19th. Yeah, that's exactly what I said to Gary. I go, Gary, what the fuck is wrong with Gilbert? So Gary reminds me, he goes, what's wrong with Gilbert? He goes, well, Scott the engineer was here too. He says, you had to see Gilbert walking out of the studio. He had 2 bottles of water. We have Poland Spring here, and we give it to the guests, because it's the only thing we give really for free. We don't have food or anything. He was carrying 2 bottles of Poland Spring. And Gary goes, Gilbert is so sick. I mean, he really has an illness. He says, my friend dated him before Gilbert got married. And Gary even warned this girl. He even said to her, he goes, why would you date Gilbert? I mean, the guy is so cheap. It's bordering on sickness.
Yeah.
It's bordering on sickness, how cheap the guy is. It's legendary. So sure enough, the girl says, fuck it, I think Gilbert's funny and cute, and he's interesting.
And she was going to put up with it.
So she goes out with him. They go to a coffee shop. Literally, the bill was $5.25. But anyway, so they go to a coffee shop. Gilbert gets up to go to the bathroom. Disappears. 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. The girl's sitting there. And meanwhile, the guy brings out the check. The waiter brings out the check. And the girl was like, wow, it's getting really uncomfortable because the waiter keeps coming back looking for the check. She says, what the fuck? I'll pay it. The second she pays it, who emerges from the bathroom? He's
watching.
He's watching. And she says he sits down, never once brings up how did this get paid for, never once brings up like, gee, did the check ever come?
Wow.
And they leave together. I mean, Gilbert has this legendary, cheapness.
But you know what the funny postscript to that story is? Really cute chick, like too good for Gilbert, too good for me, too good for Gilbert. And she walked out and she goes, I'm not going out with this guy again. He's a cheap fuck.
Yeah.
Like, he could have just paid the bill and they could have started a relationship of sorts.
$5.
$5 could have been maybe a night in her pants.
Yeah.
Who knows? But that's Gilbert, He's just one of those guys you can never figure out.
So he takes the water home?
Yeah, well, he walks out, not with 1 bottle, but 2, and he's, like, holding him up by his chest, like he walks out with both bottles. I mean,
He's got a great move.
He doesn't have to buy water today.
I think the TV guys could put this together, but when he was sitting on the couch yesterday, he's got one in his hand. I don't know how he gets them right away. But he's got one that he holds and 2 new ones that he keeps to the side. I think the 2 are the ones to take.
Right.
1 to drink here, 2 to take home.
Yeah.
He's not going to pay you $2 for that in the deli.
Like I asked him yesterday, I said, Gilbert, you're in the Friars Club, right? And he goes, no, I've never really joined, because he does all these things with them.
Right.
And I said, why not? And he goes, I don't know. And I go, you don't want to pay, do you? And he goes, no, I don't. I want to pay.
Yeah, and the weird thing about the Friars Club is that, like, if you join, your memberships, your dues are like $400 for the month. And what they do is they use it against your food tab. So, in other words, if you join the Friars,
right,
and for the month you get a bill for $400, it means basically, okay, you didn't go to the Friars, you didn't eat. But what you can do
is go there and eat.
Go there and eat, and if you spend $400 worth of food, that's your dues for the month.
But Howard, it's $300 a quarter, so you know what I mean. So like Gilbert could clearly eat $100 a month.
Right.
Well, yeah,
and he enjoys going there.
The other thing about the Friars Club, because I finally joined after, like, years of wanting to and them asking me and shit, if you're a working performer, your first year is free. You don't pay any dues. Because they want, I guess they want, they want to have working people in the club. So if you have a steady gig or you're making money on the road like Gilbert does and you can prove it, you don't have to pay anything the first year.
Wow.
And then
so you could join for at least a year.
Right.
Stuttering John told me that he used to do gigs with Gilbert all the time and that they would fly on the plane together.
Right.
And Gilbert would they would be in first class and Gilbert would take the syrup. Like they'd get some sort of meal. And he would take John's syrup and his syrup and ask for more and put them in his bag.
Well,
that's a sickness.
At that gig in Anaheim, we all went out to like a diner/restaurant, like on the cusp of that, and the cliche that people joke about sometimes is true with Gilbert. He literally does take the sugar packs and the butters.
I mean, he really does.
He really does do that.
That's crazy.
It's an illness. It's an illness.
You think it's
yes, that's bordering on insanity. I mean, taking maple syrup in front of people. I mean, you're a successful comedian. You've done some things in your career. I mean, it's embarrassing. I mean, buy a bottle of syrup. Crying out loud. Just the idea of carrying syrup in your bag could be dangerous.
Where do you carry all that stuff?
I want to switch topics here and just mention this. I was disturbed by this. The publication, there's an industry radio publication called Radio and Records. It's a very respected publication. I've received awards from them in the past. I don't even know what these awards are called. Anyway, I guess Radio and Records contacted the legendary radio personality, Bob Grant, person I am a fan of. He was Rush Limbaugh before Rush Limbaugh was a sperm in his father's sack. I mean, Bob Grant was a conservative talk show host who had an unusual style of getting on the air and talking to people. And this was when conservatism in this country was looked at as almost like you were a Nazi or an insanity, a nutcase. This is before conservatism was really in the mainstream.
Well, to me, he's an edgier, more talented version of Rush Limbaugh.
Absolutely. The guy, for some reason, never became a national figure. I think his career probably wasn't managed all that well, because he could have been if he had had the right backing. But anyway, so Radio and Record, I guess, contacted Bob Grant and said, we would like to honor you by giving you the Lifetime Achievement Industry Award, whatever the fuck that is, and who cares? So Bob Grant, I'm sure, was thrilled and said, okay, I would like to get this award. It would be good for my career. So they issued a press release yesterday. Upon further review and consideration of Bob Grant's complete body of work, Radio and Records has withdrawn its decision to present the 2008 News Talk Sports Lifetime Industry Achievement Award to Mr. Grant.
Why is that?
Jesus.
Radio and Record is sensitive to the diversity of our community and does not want the presentation of an award to Mr. Grant to imply our endorsement of past comments by him that contradict our values and the respect we have for all members of our community.
Oh, my goodness.
So once or twice in his career, he was attacked for being racist. I don't know. I remember the comments vaguely. I wasn't sure they were racist or not. Who the fuck am I to judge? But the guy was contacted by Radio Records. The guy's a legendary broadcaster. They obviously thought he was good enough to be honored.
Why didn't they do this research before? Why embarrass the guy?
So now he's been nice enough to accept the goddamn stupid fucking award. And now they've humiliated him and only brought up controversies long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That's just a really embarrassing move. And I am a fan of Radio and Record, a reader of it, and I've been honored by them myself. But I don't know how I got honored. I mean, I never showed up anywhere, but they give me these awards. They mail them to me. They're very nice. I use them for bookshelves. I hold my books with them. And I don't know. It's a Bush League move. It's not a good move. And they shouldn't have done it to this legendary broadcaster. Speaking of broadcasts, John Hein sent me these ratings. John Hein knows more about television ratings than anybody. And American Idol, yes, again, is the #1 show. But they are, here is as #1 as they are, and they're doing great. They're off by about 4 million viewers from last year's premiere episode.
Yay!
So there you go. I still enjoy the show very much.
Oh, that's a stupid show. And even this year, the dummies aren't that entertaining.
I got to tell you something. I disagree with you. And in fact, I think this year is the best crop of good-looking young girls.
Oh, that's what you're looking at.
Yes.
I only care about the idiots who can't sing.
Well, that's not the thing you should be concerned with. There are about 4 or 5 chicks who are smoking model hot. Who can sing. And
they had one on yesterday.
And that Simon Cowell perks up when they walk in the room.
Very cute.
Yes.
And sort of can sing.
So you did watch the show.
I did. I told you. I said that even the dummies aren't as entertaining as normal, which indicates I saw it.
All right, there you go.
That's the part I watch.
English Bulldogs have moved into the top 10 of popular dogs for people to purchase.
Is yours an English bulldog?
I have an English bulldog. And, you know, it kind of disturbs me, actually, that those dogs have moved into the top 10 because I know how much maintenance and care they take. Believe me, if I didn't have Beth, I couldn't take care of one of these dogs. They are cute. They are lovable. They have great dispositions. But, man, you've got to spend a lot of time on their maintenance and care or else they get very, very sick. And, you know, it's like having a little kid around, I
Why
swear.
are they getting so popular?
Because, first of all, you see bulldogs in every TV commercial.
Movies, too.
Yes.
Sandler's put his bulldog in about 4 movies already.
And, you know, it's become sort of the cute, quirky, interesting dog. Guys like these dogs because they're, you know, so everyone thinks they're very manly. Like, you know, you could sit there and put a big spike collar on.
Right, yeah.
The fact of the matter is they're ultra sensitive. Everything's, my dog, it starts to rain and a little bit of lightning and thunder. My dog's shaking. I have to sit there and hold the dog. The dog shakes.
Oh, my cats laugh at your dog.
Right. I'm telling you, these dogs are the biggest pussies, and yet people think they're like these big, tough animals.
Right.
People are scared of them. They can't hurt a fly.
Well, because in the Bugs Bunny cartoon, when you grew up, remember the guy by the Brooklyn Bridge, the bulldog?
Yes, yes.
All pile on the web, all pile on the web. Beat the shit out of Bugs.
That's right. Football teams always have a mascot, a bulldog. Because they're tough.
Tough. They look tough.
I live in one of those buildings. It's a bunch of Wall Street yuppie types, and there's at least 5 English bulldogs in my building. I always see them on the elevator, and they are irresistible.
They are. They're fun. Yeah. They're great. As one breeder said, they're fantastic temperament. They're lazy, so if you live in the city, they're a perfect dog.
They're funny.
They're funny. They're always funny.
They're amusing, yeah.
They really are. But I must tell you, before you get one, you better really be committed to a lot of caring for this dog. And that's the truth. Let me ask you, there's a very sad story about child abuse in the paper. There's a trial going on here. A girl who was beaten to death by her parents, kept locked up in chains and starved and all that.
Starved and everything.
So in no way am I making fun of that situation. But the child's name perplexes me. I've never seen a name like this. Not only did they abuse this child in life, the parents, allegedly, but they named the kid Nixmary. N-I-X-Z.
Nixmary.
Is that true? Yeah. Is that how you say it? Nixmary?
Yeah.
N-I-X-Z-M-A-R-Y? I've never heard of that. What kind of name is Nixmary?
Well, it's the name that apparently a nut would give a child.
Right, Nixmary. I mean, I've never heard. It sounds like from a comic book. Superman's villain, Nixmary. I mean, what is that?
I mean, even the name, I was like, what were they saying when they... Nixmary sounds like you're being X'd out.
You know, these blind items in the newspaper drive me crazy. Listen to this. Which rising actor with a celebrity girlfriend has been sending dirty, flirty text messages to a slew of young ladies in Hollywood?
Well, wait a minute. Read this. Start over again.
Which rising actor with a celebrity girlfriend has been sending dirty, flirty texts to a slew of young ladies in Hollywood? At least that's the gossip. I hate those blind items.
Yeah, because now I'm trying to think, who could that be?
I don't think so.
No.
Sean Penn is getting a divorce from that really hot wife of his, Robin Wright Penn.
Sounds like he's gone off the deep end.
Well, she's, I saw that coming. She probably hit, like, the magic age of 45 or something, and he's out proud.
Exactly. According to Russia Malloy, the columnists, they say that the split was after, some people thought Sienna Miller was having some sort of weird flirtation with Sean Penn.
Right, they were seen out together or something.
They saw her sitting on his lap somewhere. And Sienna Miller's people are saying that nothing could be further from truth. That, in fact, Sienna likes to do this with everyone. She likes to sit on their lap and rap to them and put their arms around. She's very touchy.
How's the wife supposed to know she does that with everybody?
Well, if she's doing that with everybody, do it to me. You know, and Artie and Fred.
Ben should understand.
You know, and Benji. Well, all right, not Benji, but anyone else.
She's got nice tits.
That's Sienna?
I saw her, one movie, it was an awful movie.
Oh, Benji's crying. Benji, I'm kidding. Just not you two.
That's not cry, that's sweat.
Oh, that's sweat. I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, he did, what's the remake of that Michael Caine movie Jude Law did? You know what I'm talking about?
Alfie. No, Get Carter.
No, Alfie.
Oh, that one.
She's in that topless. It's the only reason to get that movie.
Yeah, I spoke yesterday about the Oprah Winfrey Television Network. I feel sorry for the people who made that deal with her. She will not even pay attention to that Oprah Winfrey Television Network.
Oprah Winfrey, Negro woman from the South.
And from the email, I received some very, well, I guess this is a pretty thorough analysis of our show, the email. You know, everybody comments on everything. Some people say Benji is disgusting. They don't want to hear any details of Benji's sex life with Ivy or anyone else. He's fat, smelly, and a bore. There's nothing interesting about this load, Benji. Please, no more. So I agree.
Oh.
And there will be no more Benji. Okay, Benji? No one wants to hear it.
Oh.
I'm kidding. Stop crying. Oh, is that the sweat? That's the sweat. Okay.
I know Benji well enough. I'll tell you when it's sweat or tears.
All right. You okay over there?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just kidding with you. How's your voice? Is you back from... Let me hear you talk.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, a little better.
Yeah, in Vegas you got a little horse there.
Yes.
We were completely surrounded by people sick on the plane.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you should have seen. Rich had everyone around him was sneezing. It was.
Yeah, planes are gross.
Someone tell Artie his Bono story about clapping in Boston Garden is fake. Google it, and you'll find it's a fake story in about 5 seconds.
Well, I said when I told the story, I read it, it was a gossip item, so I just thought it was funny.
All right, so evidently it's a fake story, but nevertheless funny. What was the story again? Can you tell people who didn't hear it yesterday?
Again, I read this in like Russian Malloy or something, so it could be fake. But it's Bono was on stage in, I believe, Boston, they said, and he does a lot of pretentious raps, a la Springsteen. And he had the whole place get quiet, and he clapped his hands once every 10 seconds. And after a minute of that, he said, every time I clap my hands, a child in Africa dies. And supposedly somebody yelled out, then stop doing it.
Well, this guy claims you can check the Internet somehow, and I guess you put in the words on a Google, Bono clapping, children dying, and something will come up.
Yes. Still a funny joke.
There's an unbelievable website. It's called Snopes.com.
Yeah.
If you ever want to find out whether something's urban legend or true, and I put it in last night, it takes you right to that site. It says it's absolutely fake.
Okay, there it is. Oh, my God, Gilbert Gottfried is so hysterical, I wish you'd have him on every day. Here's another one. Gilbert is the greatest. I enjoy the hell out of the show every time Gilbert is on the show. I was laughing at his Georgie Jessel impression this morning. I put the show on the replay, and it was so funny. I was talking to Young Will and Richard Christie, and they were even saying to me, we don't even know who Georgie Jessel is, but the voice is funny. I said, well, that's good enough.
It's still funny whether you know Georgie Jessel or not.
Here's another one. I love when Gilbert and Fred go back and forth. Gilbert is always a home run. Yes, Richard.
You know, I learned a lot from Gilbert. Yeah. I was watching George Jessel videos on YouTube yesterday.
It's funny, right?
It's hilarious. It sounds just like that
guy. He does. Georgie Jessel.
And I learned who the gay guy that he does from the 70s.
Paul Lynde.
Paul Lynde. I learned who he was.
You never knew who Paul Lynde was?
A little bit, but I mean,
a lot of these kids don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess, Paul, why would you know Paul Lynde? I know because I was just old enough to see him on Hollywood Squares.
3,000 different emails came in. Everyone wants to see Jason and Scott DePace fight for various reasons. Some people want to see Scott DePace kick Jason's ass. Some people want to see Jason kick Scott's ass. You know, it's a whole thing. This one says Tim Sabian is a douche. They're very upset that he did not buy Scott the Engineer a iPod.
Nano.
A Nano, right. Some say Scott the Engineer is a douche for crying over the stupid fucking Nano and be a man and stop always belly aching about everything. So there it is. And by the way, finally someone says, Ralph called in and said that Eli Manning can't handle the cold in Green Bay for the big playoff game coming up this weekend. Ralph is a moron. This is from the Daily News. Eli Manning plays better when it's cold. And here's what it says. Worried about how Eli Manning will fare in single-digit temperatures on Sunday night? Don't be. A few weeks ago, I had the Elias Sports Bureau break down Manning's career stats by temperature at kickoff. They charted his starts by 50 degrees and above. 40 to 49, 30 to 39, and 29 and below. Believe it or not, he was statistically at his best when the temperatures were 29 and below.
Ooh.
So then he gives all the statistics.
But, all the guys here are saying that guy's not right, that it's just that he literally, the colder the temperature gets, his quarterback rating goes down.
Well, I think it all just proves one thing that's definite about Eli Manning is he's inconsistent all around. Like
even with the temperatures.
Yeah, I mean, some weeks he looks amazing, and others he looks shitty, and that's the problem. His brother is always good, but a great story is here we are in the conference championship games, and the Manning left playing is Eli.
I know.
That's a big fuck you to Peyton, you know.
Matt, you're on the air in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey, is Eric Dimension on the phone?
No, he's not.
That kid's a little fuck. Like, I know it's kind of gay, but he was my MySpace friend. And he's sending me all these emails saying that I'm bad for the show and bad for morale. He's such a little bastard.
All right. Sounds like you're having some sort of thing with Eric the Midget that I don't care
You're
about.
This guy's bad for the show?
Who knows? Hoboken, New Jersey. This is Eric from Hoboken, New Jersey. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Good morning, gentlemen. Listen, before you hang up with me, I want to ask you a question about chess. But did you hear about this construction worker who was forced to accept a anal exam, a rectal exam from doctors when he went to the hospital?
No.
Construction worker gets hit in the head with a wooden beam, goes to the hospital to get stitched up. Emergency room staffers forcibly give him a rectal exam. It's on the news. You can look, just type in...
why would they do that?
Well, here's what it says. It says that this guy goes into the hospital. He goes into New York Presbyterian Hospital emergency room to get stitched up. He later learns that the exam was one way, and Robin can confirm this, of determining whether he suffered spinal damage when he got in this accident. The emergency room staffers insisted on examining his rectum, held him down while he begged, please don't do that. He's now, of course, suing the hospital.
Do you believe that, Robin?
That sounds strange.
On the news, Howard.
Yeah,
You heard the story.
Why would they even care to examine a guy's rectum?
If a guy refuses treatment, send him out.
Right.
That's what they said, and they even asked him to drop the suit, and now they're going to court, so it's pretty interesting.
You mean the hospital's claiming that in order to figure out if a man has spinal damage, they have to explore his rectum?
Yeah, but if a person is refusing the treatment, saying, no, I don't want that.
Right.
Then you stop.
But aren't they liable if they release him and then they say, wow, the man had spinal damage?
No, he's refusing treatment. It's on him.
Okay.
They have to sign something that he waives his rights or he absolves them of any guilt, and then they let him go.
You were examined rectally in San Francisco, weren't you, many years ago over a sink?
Well, that doctor had a legitimate issue.
The bottom line is with men, if we don't want something in our ass, don't put it in our ass.
Right, we'll tell you if we want something in our ass.
Right, it's a need-to-know basis.
I, in fact, begged the doctor to give me a rectal examination, even when I have a sore throat.
Yes, please, doctor, it must be something about my ass.
Please, open my rectum and explore it. Check me for spinal damage, but you have a sore throat,
I think I have a cold down there, too.
Yeah, but my asshole has problems. All right, well, there
Let
it is.
me ask you a question about John.
All right, go ahead.
What's your rating?
I'm about anywhere between 15 and 1,600.
15 and 16. You want to
Wait
get better.
a minute.
They say by playing...
What do you mean, wait a minute?
Didn't you say 1,600 was your goal?
No, I surpassed that. I went to about 1,650, somewhere in that range, and then I dropped, and then I went down.
Is that in speed chess?
No, I don't play speed. I blitz chess. I play slow chess.
I have
the only real chess is slow chess, because in speed chess, you're not making your best move. A lot of times it's, you got to make a quick move. So it's not real chess. If you notice, chess champions play slow speed.
Yeah. Right. I have a friend of mine who plays. He's about one of your oldest daughter's age, 22 or something like that. And he's about an 1,800. And I was talking to him the other day, and I told him I got into chess because Howard Stern's playing chess. And I wanted to see what it was about. I got a challenge for you.
All right.
Let this kid play you, and, obviously a challenge. And if he wins... I'm sorry, if you lose, no, I'm fucked up. If you win chess, and he's an 1,800, so, he'll help your game a little bit. If you win, I will pledge to donate $50,000 to the North Shore Animal League in your name.
Yeah.
If you lose, you come up on stage for a benefit concert to play one song with the Losers. Join Artie on stage.
Yeah, but why? But no offense. I mean, the guy's way better than I am. Much, much better than
1,800 is that much better?
Well, I've beaten guys ranked over 1,800. I've beaten them, but it'll happen once in a while, probably about 33% of the time statistically. But it's very difficult. They're very good. I mean, compared to me. And compared to really good players, they're nothing. They're considered amateurs.
And this is a kid? How old is he?
22.
Yeah, 22.
Oh. 22?
There are kids...
About the age of David Spade's baby mama.
Right. There are kids 7 years old who are ranked way higher than me. I'm talking about they're geniuses at it. They're, it's like anything. I mean...
Yeah, a kid, a 12-year-old could be ranked.
So you want to play this kid?
No, I honestly, I don't, Eric. Thank you, though.
Okay.
I play as a hobby. I'm not very good. I'm very bad at it, actually.
Well, how did you have such a high ranking?
Well, it's not considered that high.
Oh.
Thank you.
Let me ask Artie a question.
You've asked 900 questions.
One last question.
All right.
I haven't gotten laid in a while, and I was wondering...
Will Artie lay you?
No.
No.
January 30th is a year anniversary from not getting laid, and it's pretty depressing and pathetic.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and, I know some people over there can identify with that. Can I be your JD when you go out to Vegas in February? I really...
Well, I don't care if you want me to pay for a flight and a room and find you work to do and get paid or something?
He wants to be your buddy and hang with you, and he's
maybe
thinking...
get some runoff.
He'll get some girls.
Well, yeah, if you want... Look, the more the merrier in Vegas. If you want to come out to Vegas, sure.
Okay.
Right.
I know you, Eric. I see you almost every morning. I see that guy all the time.
What do you mean? He's out front?
No. People always ask me, Art, how do you get on the air? I call Howard all the time, and I'm on hold. He never picks me up. And the next time someone asks me that, I'm going to tell them to call Eric. Because, like clockwork, I see this guy at a Starbucks in Hoboken at 5:30 in the morning. We're the only two people there all the time.
Does you think this guy's showing up just to see you?
Because he wants to see you?
I don't know. I don't know. But
obviously.
I go to the gym every morning.
Yeah, no, he goes to the gym every morning. And so we started talking, and he's putting together this nice charity concert that I'm going to do for him. But it's so weird. I see the guy at 5:30, and 90% of the time I come in here, and the first call you pick up is Eric in Hoboken. So he goes home and he calls, I guess. And this guy gets on like 95% of the time. So I'm like, I don't know, whatever this guy puts on, that he wants to talk about, Howard's into. So I know Eric.
And you know what else I've noticed he does now that you're mentioning it? He brings up a topic to the screener, but he never actually even goes to that topic.
Oh, really?
I always start with that.
Because it says, Eric wants to talk about whether I'd rather have Beth have a man pal.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I asked Will.
See, this guy does that a lot, too. The Beth sex questions gets on the air sometimes.
He knows. Like, if you put something in Beth.
Put a Beth
Can I please explain at my defense? I asked Will. I got one of 3, questions. You choose. So he's producing. And I asked him. I thought when I asked him the 2 questions this morning, I thought the construction worker was the better question. But now that you mentioned the Beth question, which
No, I want to move on.
Eric, listen, you could definitely come to Vegas. So call me.
When you see Artie in the Starbucks, talk to him about it. All right, thank you.
Call me. Yeah.
Love you guys.
Yeah, love you. All right. Pete, you're on the air in Pittsburgh.
That guy's an asshole, Howard.
I don't think he's an asshole. He's a nice guy, but I'm just saying it really is amazing how I just see the guy and he always somehow gets Howard.
Is he a good-looking guy? Why can't he get a girl?
He's an all-right-looking guy, yeah.
Why is he not able to get laid?
I don't know.
What's your theory?
Honestly, he's like he's a decent-looking guy. He seems to be a successful guy. I have no idea. I don't know, but he's got my phone number. Call if you want to come to Vegas. Just give me a call.
Pete in Pittsburgh, what's up?
Yeah, Artie's too nice. You got to be more like Howard, antisocial.
Right.
Believe me, I'm antisocial. I'm just a fucking sucker.
Howard, yesterday on your show, I'm a big fan for many, many years. I finally got serious. It took me 2 years. It was your anniversary day that I first heard this show, so that was great to me. But yesterday, Beth called in. I loved it. I love when Beth calls in. But something I noticed, I'm really in tune to your life, have been for a long time.
All right.
It sounds like Beth is losing her attraction to you.
Really?
What?
No. You know what, dude? I understand what you're saying because Beth called in the other day, and some people brought this up to me. she was pretty assertive because she wanted to get in the conversation, and people mistook that for her being, like...
Annoyed, or...
They never hear her that assertive, I guess.
She said that a lot of people were answering for her, mostly Ralph.
Yeah, she wanted to make a point.
And what happened was, Ralph, I said on the air that if Beth found out that I cheated on her, that she'd be out the door. She would leave me. Mm-hmm. And Ralph muttered under his breath, believe me, she wouldn't leave. She'd forgive you. So when she heard it, it triggered her. She said, why is he answering for me? She called in and said that, in fact, she would leave me if I was cheating because she's been through that and she doesn't want to go through that with anybody, and she has too much self-respect kind of answer.
It was also the David Spade question of if, you'd knock somebody up and then got involved with her.
And then on top of that, I was pointing out that there's many times in my life, there's a lot of women here who come on the show and stuff, and you can be attracted to them and that, but I don't want to blow it with her.
Right.
And she made the point that there's lots of guys she sees that are attractive and stuff, but she's so, into our relationship that she doesn't want to fuck it up either. So, it goes both ways, and that's the truth.
But the thing, Howard, she said, she was into you. She has devoted her life to you. She loves you. Right. But at the same time, she's out there every day, and of course she's seeing guys that are better looking than you.
She didn't say that. She said,
How did you get that out of that?
You see, you're now putting words on. She said she sees lots of guys who are really good looking.
Well, she said interesting.
She said interesting to her. She didn't say what interested her.
Right.
Yeah, but it's just sad. It's because I see...
Didn't say she wasn't attracted to me.
She is attracted to you, but she wants...
I don't know if she is or isn't. She claims she is.
Are you still hitting it good?
Yeah, in fact, I came home yesterday and we did it right in the afternoon.
But you say you wear a condom every time because you don't like to get that close. That doesn't make sense.
But now you're jumping topics. That's
an old issue.
Who's not attracted?
I wear a condom because, I don't want to have any more kids. B, I would never ask Beth to be on the pill. When I met her, she was on the pill, and I asked her to go off it because I think it's dangerous to a woman. I don't know what the fuck the pill is and what kind of chemical that is and what it does to a human being, and I don't want her doing it for me. Thirdly, I don't mind wearing a condom. In fact, it helps me to hold out longer.
Right.
And fourthly, I'm just fine. I got to take a commercial break. All right, listen, let's... fourthly. I'm up to fourthly. Okay.
Fifthly.
Things are good. I'm getting laid on a regular basis. I look at her in bed and I go, Jesus, I don't think it gets better than this.
Dude, look at you. I mean, honestly,
you should come.
Look at your life. Look at your life on paper. It looks very good.
It's good. It's good. Listen,
they were having that discussion on the wrap-up show yesterday, whether on paper it should work. I was like, what is that on paper?
Hey, I might be like Eddie Murphy. Get married about 2 weeks later, I'm getting a divorce.
That would be funny if you two started fighting on your honeymoon and never stopped.
It could certainly happen.
Well, it's like...
Don't even say that. That is... Oh, you should never come back to the show.
Well, hey, listen.
But I'm saying if you put your life down on paper, certain people, it should... Like, the great comedian Don Herrera has an awesome bit where he's like, people come up to me and say, I met Bruce Springsteen. He's a real nice guy. He's a nice guy. I'm like... You surprised by that? Bruce Springsteen's a millionaire rock star. He should be a nice guy. You know who should be an asshole? Peppy, the arthritic cook down at the diner. He should be a little grumpy around lunch.
Right. All right, we're going to take a break. Lisa G will come in with headlines. We have a lot to get to. Your old boyfriend is coming by, Robin.
Who's that?
Penn Jillette.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow, Jimmy Florentine's up listening.
I see you wearing a little something special.
I didn't know.
I don't buy that for a minute. Well, Penn Jillette will be here, and he will say to you...
he was not a boyfriend.
You look great. Robin, your beauty has not diminished with time.
All right, we'll be back right after these words. Listen to this. Thank you, baby. Hey, JD, I'm going to do that with you in a minute. Okay. How many clips you got? What?
There's like 10 clips.
Oh, okay.
It's mainly like a Q&A. It was weird.
Mm-hmm. We have tape of Eric the Midget's internet show that he does during American Idol.
Oh, yeah?
Really dying to hear that.
I can't believe you didn't call in to promote that.
Yeah. Maybe he did. I don't know. Hey, let me just play a couple of things that have been laying around here I haven't gotten to. The boys went and put together a new phony phone call. Oh, okay, Lisa G first. Lisa G first, then I'm going to play a bunch of things that have been laying around, and then we'll get to Eric the Midget's internet radio show And Penn Jillette, your boyfriend will stop by. Your ex-boyfriend.
He's not a boyfriend. It was never.
It was a date. Lisa G.
Hello.
Howard 100 News. What's happening?
So you're probably wondering, where were the cupcakes yesterday? Cupcake Wednesday.
Yeah, there was like a... It was like... It's so weird.
I didn't notice. There were no cupcakes?
Well, every Wednesday, you and I don't eat that stuff, but every Wednesday... Who delivers those cupcakes? What's the name?
Crumbs. Great Bakery.
Crumbs is his great bakery. Artie's in love with them. He's designed his own cupcake with them. All kinds of stuff.
Every bite fights AIDS.
Every Wednesday, they bring in free cupcakes. And Gary said to me, he says, the cupcakes aren't here. They're late. And
they're never late.
Yeah, and he says, you don't realize how people really know it's Cupcake Wednesday around here. He says, but even John Hine, who's a diabetic, he goes, you don't understand, Gary. I adjust my insulin intake on Wednesdays so that I can eat a cupcake.
Wait, it's better than that, Robin. Not only does he adjust his insulin intake, he tells me that he eats differently the night before.
Wow.
And then I think he said there's like a 12-hour shot, a 24-hour shot, but he adjusts because he has an Oreo cupcake.
Wow.
Yeah, he prepares.
But, Howard, you got to see, next time they come in, you got to see the cupcake John eats. It's even too rich and crazy, for me. It's an Oreo cupcake. I mean, it's like an Oreo smoothed out and creamy.
But I thought he has to avoid sugar and stuff.
I know, and this sugar's got to be insane.
He takes extra insulin, which could be dangerous if he doesn't get the cupcake.
Wow.
Because now he's prepared for the cupcake, and he has to eat something in order not to faint.
Yeah, someone told me, John, someone told me that you eat fast food almost every day for lunch.
I don't eat very healthy. Yeah. I admit, at least for lunch. But with the cupcake, that cupcake is so good.
It is good.
So what do? You have a special dinner?
Well, what I do is, before I go to bed, sometimes, I'll eat a snack to get through the night. When I know it's Tuesday night, I won't eat it because I know I'm going to load up early Wednesday morning on the cupcake.
Right.
And then, a fallacy about diabetes is you can eat sugar. Everything you eat in your body breaks down to carbohydrate. Right. So whether it's, really good for you or not good for you, it ultimately, there's a hell of a lot more carbohydrate in the cupcake than there is in a regular meal. So I plan for it.
A piece of asparagus.
So you plan for it and adjust your eating for your cupcake.
So yesterday morning, Ronnie's like, cupcakes aren't here. And I'm like,
what happened? Lisa,
I'll tell you what happened. The delivery guy dropped the box.
Ooh.
And there wasn't a backup order.
Oh, dear.
So I spoke to the owner. He said by the time he found out about it, the show was over. I also spoke...
It's not like anybody pays for them, though, right?
No, they do it out of the kindness of
they're very, very nice.
How can you call the owner and complain? I mean, it's kind of crazy.
I didn't tell Lisa.
Well, I spoke to a Crumbs manager, and she told me, quote, we by no means would stop Artie from devouring our cupcakes. We do worry about Artie sometimes, but he is a grown man, and he knows how much he can handle. Until Artie
I think they're worried about legal issues, like they're afraid that Artie will OD on cupcakes.
Will sue them for his problem.
Well, they supplied me with this dangerous, it's like a drug to me,
Well,
Your
did you hear, there's a guy who's suing Kroger Supermarket.
Right. For selling them food?
Because he ate their brand of microwave popcorn 3 and 4 times a day. And now he has some health issue.
Oh, wasn't he breathing in the steam?
Fumes or the steam or whatever? Somehow or other, it caused him some problems, and now he's suing them.
Yeah, do you guys notice that if you microwave popcorn, there are people who love, when you first open up the microwave bag and all that rush of steam comes out, they love to smell it because they love to smell the popcorn, that there's a dangerous sort of carcinogenic... compound, supposedly.
Gas or something.
I don't know if it's every popcorn or some.
Can it get you high?
It can break your fucking lungs.
I think it's the butter-flavored popcorn, which I'm always suspect of anyways, because, that's not real butter. So
I don't know. I know I read that somewhere. Yeah.
The guys here are telling me, talking about John's lunchtime diet, they said that he goes to Wendy's so often that he goes to the same woman, and they no longer have a conversation. She sees him, and she just knows what to give him.
Hello, chubby.
John is a shitty eater. I've spent the weekend with him, and he eats exactly like me, if not worse.
He's got a strange build.
We went to the All-Star game in Pittsburgh where the Pirates play at the stadium there, and shit, man. He's got it down pat. He takes him right in front of everybody online at the stand. He takes his insulin shot real quick. And we pigged the fuck
But you want to know, so he's one of those weird guys that, he's so particular about his fast food, he goes to the same woman every day and stuff, and he won't eat at Burger King. Hey, John, how come you won't eat at Burger King? He's got issues with that.
Because they're charcoal broiled. Maybe he doesn't like that.
I don't know.
Oh, doesn't like that.
How can you not like it?
I'd ask him. I don't know.
How come you won't eat at Burger King?
There's nothing better than a Burger King double cheeseburger. That might be my favorite fast food thing.
I hate Burger King.
Wow.
I always have.
What is this? Why Burger King sucks? Who wrote this?
I did, because they were...
Why did you write this?
Because the guys were breaking my balls a little bit about it, and so I gave them a list of why I think Burger King sucks. And
let's see. Food. If you enjoy plain burgers, the patties are way too small on the bun. Plus, there's no real quarter-pounder type option. Jesus Christ.
And the person at Wendy's, by the way, no longer works there, so I do actually have to give the order now. But what
is your order every day?
When I go to Wendy's, I get a triple combo, large size, but I need the burger plain, no cheese, just pickles.
So you get those 3 burgers?
I get just the meat and the bun.
Oh, boy.
And what else? Fries?
Fries.
Do you get a shake?
And a large Diet Coke, of course.
Of course.
No shakes.
But how much beef is that?
It's supposed to be 3/4 of a pound, but I don't think it is.
You say that the fries are terrible at Burger King?
Compared to McDonald's or any place else? Absolutely.
That I agree with. The fries are not, for some reason they aren't good at Burger King, but McDonald's fries are extraordinary.
Chicken fries, what are those?
I don't.
You have that on your list of
what does it say?
It says why Burger King sucks. Number 3, chicken fries. C, fries.
Yeah, they suck. I mean, they try to do like combo things with fries versus just giving plain fries. Nathan's has the best fries.
Rings, good alternative idea that isn't offered prominently. Poor marketing. The onion rings.
Right. That's a great idea, but they're not that good.
Combination meals, relatively non-existent and confusing to order. Wow.
Did you hear him say that burger he orders is 3/4 of a pound of meat?
Yeah. Product names. Whopper is a winner. Everything else is not. Tenders, broiler, stacker. And how can you have a double Whopper? That's like a double Big Mac. What do you mean? Why can't they have a double Whopper?
Because the Whopper's supposed to be their huge sandwich, and you're going to have a double huge sandwich? It doesn't make sense.
You're getting a Wendy's triple.
Here's other reasons. You want to hear other reasons why Burger King sucks, according to him?
Go ahead.
All right. I mean, this guy, I always
He's really thought this through.
He likes to watch TV all day and eat Burger King.
Yeah.
No, not Burger King.
No,
fast food, yes.
anything else.
Because he's got that kind of figure, like a bowling pin.
Right.
You got to be careful what you're eating.
Believe me, I know.
All right. Let's see. Marketing. Decor. The restaurants are poorly configured, relatively dirty, and not well designed. No ambiance to speak of. You mean McDonald's?
There's ambiance at McDonald's?
Ambiance?
Back me up here. You walk into a Burger King, it's a dive. You walk into McDonald's, I think it's a little better.
Environment.
I got to tell you, I don't see that. I see them both as being the same sort of look. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about the kids' shit they have at McDonald's.
That's on the list.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got kids. I don't care about that.
It is difficult to have your way at Burger King. That's what they advertise they should follow through. And the flame broiling argument is a weak lie. What are you talking about?
Like, they pride themselves on having it your way, but when you go to a Burger King, it's almost impossible to get it. Whereas you go anyplace else and you tell them you want to play, they listen to you. So I think Burger King should do a better job at that.
The toys for the kids' meal option are substandard at best at Burger King.
Right. McDonald's gives great toys with their Happy Meals and whatever, and Burger King toys pretty much suck.
Characters. The Burger King who changes his look every year or so is crushed by Mayor McCheese. The KFC Colonel...
Oh, my God.
Oh, you're saying that the Burger King character is always looking different.
Right.
And yet there's no consistency. The other people are always the same. Mayor McCheese is Mayor McCheese.
Yeah, I'm saying McDonald's does a better job with their characters than
All I know is sometimes in the commercials, to be politically correct, they have a female Mayor McCheese, because female people could be a mayor of a town.
Right.
And I guess one time they hired like a female model, I guess, to be Mrs. Mayor McCheese. And I don't know what the fuck you say about their characters, but I was looking at her and I said, my God, think about this, Howard. That is the perfect woman. She had a really nice body.
And her head was a hamburger?
An enormous cheeseburger.
Has there ever been a black Mayor McCheese?
Not that I know of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jesse Jackson.
Could you imagine a chick with a model body and her head is a huge cheeseburger?
This is an amazing thing that you wrote out, like that you had the time to... I guess when you don't masturbate, you have free time to write the list.
Yeah, you would be masturbating while this list was
advertising. They've tried countless campaigns that have failed since Have It Your Way, which is misleading. And that big king head freaks me out.
Yes,
I know,
that's true.
that is a scary mascot.
Play-along games. No Monopoly or other worthwhile contests. What do you mean?
You care about the contest?
Yeah, I think that's part of the marketing for what they do. They blame contests. Believe me, I know this is insane. Trust me.
All right, nickname. Burger King prominently stressed its nickname, BK, and its product names, BK Broiler, versus developing other strong brand identities, Chicken McNuggets, Frosty, except weak brand marketing. You mean you don't like that they say BK?
I think because they can't establish, like, a Big Mac is a Big Mac. I know Mac is short for McDonald's, but, you know, Burger King does a BK Broiler, or a BK this, or a BK that.
It's not inventive.
I don't think so.
Wow, I just figured that out. Mac is short for McDonald's.
You know what? I didn't realize that either.
I didn't either. I
don't know if you're kidding, but I never thought about it.
Me neither. You know, there's certain questions I have, like, why is 47th Street Photo on 45th Street? And
is that true?
Yeah. 47th Street Photo is on 45th Street.
That's so fucking stupid. Because what if I go to find 47th Street Photo, and I'll be walking up and down 47th Street?
I'm telling you.
By the name, you'd think you'd know where it was.
I'm telling you, I really get aggravated at that. I walk down the street, I go, why the fuck? I feel like walking in there and go, why are you not on 45th Street? Or change your sign, the 45th Street Photo.
And, you know, they probably stand there all day and go, now another fucking asshole asking us the same question.
6th Avenue Electronics is not on 6th Avenue.
It's all bullshit. And the other thing,
these people.
And I love the New York Post, but why is page 6 never on page 6?
That's true. That is annoying.
Today it's on page 14 and 15.
Prestige. Statistics say that if you ask 10 people their favorite fast food establishment, less than one will say Burger King.
Less than one.
So McDonald's has more prestige than Burger King.
I think so.
All right.
So you're even eating the prestige.
Yeah.
Matt, you're on the air.
Hey, man. Hey, Howard, man, you surround yourself with a bunch of degenerates. What's wrong with these guys?
What do you mean?
Adjusting your insulin shots for a cupcake on Wednesday, man. You tubby bastards. You're going to be on dialysis before you know it. I hope you guys got...
Actually, John's starting to look like Grimace from McDonald's.
I've heard that before.
Let's go to Will. Will, you're on the air.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, John Hein, you have just confirmed you're the biggest douchebag in America. This list is the biggest waste of time.
I don't know. That's what I find charming about John, actually. John Hein makes lists. I like that.
John is
brilliant.
He's a pop culture, expert, and he writes about it. That's why he's, a multimillionaire.
John, you're on the air in Beechwood, New Jersey.
Hey, this guy's more fucked up than anybody else.
I'm telling you, at that All-Star game, dude, you ate more than me. He had a pile of fucking cheese fries, hot dogs. What do we get? We had like a feast.
I think diabetics have to be careful with
You do. When I'm here for lunch, a lot of times I get the fast food, but when I'm home, I eat a lot better. Not perfect, but it's definitely my weakness. But at the ball game, it's kind of like that Oreo cupcake. I have to get two hot dogs and fries at a ball game just because I'm there. And the funny thing, Artie, I don't know if you remember, when we got the food, I'm standing there. It's the All-Star game. There's 10 million people there, and I'm taking out my needles and trying to do a shot. And it's just...
Do you ever work out at all, or you did not really do
Not really, no.
Clay, you're on the air.
John Hein is a fool. How can he be so stupid comparing the fast food restaurants like that?
I don't know. There's a certain awareness there that you have to be on.
The man has studied the whole fast food industry.
That's right. And you don't eat salads or anything green, right?
No, I'll eat salad.
You will?
I would never get... But I hate people who get salad at a fast food restaurant.
Silly.
That's ridiculous.
I agree with you. John,
I agree. Fuck
John in New York, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey now, guys. How you doing, man?
I know.
I was just going to say, I think John's right. All the Burger Kings on Long Island, they suck, man. They're filthy.
I love a conversation like this, but I'm telling you, man, Burger King double cheeseburger, that's like heroin to me. Well, no, heroin is like heroin to me, but I disagree with that assessment.
All right, there it is.
I don't know.
All right, Johnny, thank you. John Hein, listen to him on the wrap-up show today at 11.
Your favorite is Wendy's? Your favorite is Wendy's, John?
Guy's trying to exit. What are you doing?
I just want to know his favorite real quick.
No, I think Wendy's has really good burgers, okay fries. I think McDonald's has the best fries.
You have to go to several places to get a really good meal.
So make the perfect meal. McDonald's fries.
No, Nathan's fries would be the fries if I had to choose one.
Did someone tell me you want to visit Columbus, Ohio because it's the fast food capital?
No. I told them I've been to, when fast food restaurants come out,
right?
they build one in Columbus. Like I hate Columbus, Ohio, because of Ohio State and Michigan. But the one redeeming thing about it is there's a road that has literally every fast food place in America on it. That's where they test them all.
So like, if we went there now, would we find like, you know, McDougal's? Like,
yes.
Like we would find some newfangled fast food restaurant that they're developing.
Absolutely. You'd find like A&W. There were some of those. That's there.
You don't like
Wendy's
Pizza Hut, do you?
No.
Well, I hate Pizza Hut. I can't figure out how that thing's still in business.
Well,
because
New York
outside
City,
of New York.
Yeah, but come on. It doesn't even taste like pizza.
But I'm telling you, it's more frustrating.
Outside of New York, they can get pizza. I lived in Detroit. We had pizzerias.
Well, in Ann Arbor, I mean, Domino's is from Ann Arbor. I mean, that's really where that all started, up in Michigan. But
what do they know about pizza?
You can't get good New York pizza anyplace else but New York, I think.
That's not true.
I'm telling you, the small-time pizzeria in some of these towns outside of New York have gone under because of Domino's.
Right.
In New York City, the regular pizzerias last. I get mad when people in Manhattan order Domino's. I'm like, what the fuck?
That they can exist here is crazy.
Is it true you fly to California to go get In-N-Out burgers?
No. Whenever I go to Vegas or California, that is I absolutely have to stop at In-N-Out. In-N-Out is great.
The shakes are
better than McDonald's?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In-N-Out you can find in Ohio? On that strip?
No, In-N-Out actually won't go further east than, I think Vegas may be the eastmost franchise of In-N-Out Burger.
Really?
But if you're out there, and people can attest this, it's incredible.
Why do you think they test market like fast food restaurants and other restaurants like that
in Ohio?
In Ohio. What is it about this place in Ohio?
I know, well, one, Wendy's came from Columbus, but also I think it's just a good cross-section. You got a big college market. You have different incomes there, and I think for whatever reason, it does the job.
If you remember, I did a gig in Columbus, Ohio once, and me and John went to a Steak and Shake there, which is an extraordinary place where you could get steak burgers and these amazing shakes.
The best fries in America are at Nathan's. I don't care what anyone says. All right, here's an F, Marry, Kill.
Yeah.
Cupcakes, Big Mac, Nathan's fries. Go ahead.
Big Mac's a bad example because I don't eat it. So let's say that's a double quarter pounder.
Okay.
Okay, double quarter pounder, Nathan's fries, and the cupcake.
Okay, F, Marry, Kill. Who do you fuck, who do you marry, who do you kill?
I marry the Nathan's fries because I want to be with those forever.
Right.
I'd have
You fuck your pancreas.
Go ahead.
I'd have to screw the double quarter pounder and kill the cupcake.
Wow,
so the
cupcake's
I would
out.
kill the cupcake.
All right,
He never finished his perfect meal. You said Nathan's fries, and then what?
A burger from In-N-Out or maybe hot dogs from but only the Nathan's and the Coney Island Nathan's. Not.
What about the one in Oceanside?
Yeah, smart guy.
You know what? You actually talked about this last year. One of my favorite burger places of all time was McCluskey's in Belmont.
McCluskey's in Belmont was the best hamburger ever.
Incredible hamburger.
That's right.
And now it's in Applebee's.
Do you not
most people I know who are, sort of doing okay in life, and all that, they've given up red meat. Yet you eat these hamburgers every day.
He hasn't given up red meat.
No.
Yeah, not every day, but a lot. I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy.
You
look like a potato.
You liking that doing well in life? Like you think like people who
I think there's a certain...
Well, that can't be true, Howard. All these upscale steakhouses, wealthy people eat steak.
Oh, absolutely.
But my psychiatrist said to me the other day, he goes, you don't... I said, I stopped eating red meat years ago, and he says, well, no, he said to me, I know you don't eat red meat. I go, how do you know I don't eat red meat? Did I ever tell you that? He goes, all of my patients have stopped eating red meat. He goes, most of my patients don't eat red meat.
Yeah, but these are people who are introspective. You're not talking about the average person.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
Does your psychiatrist eat red meat?
Probably not.
Oh, really?
He loves being perfect. All right.
You ever do that? You ever get sarcastic and go, oh, Mr. Perfect?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
You let him have it.
I let everyone have it. All right. Thank you, Johnny Boy. John Hein, fascinating look into his fast food habits. Maybe he'll be repeating that on the wrap-up show. Nice. He'll become a topic on his own show. Lisa G., you were doing the Howard 100 News. Is there anything else?
Yes. By the way, the Artie Lang Cupcake has already raised $10,000 for AIDS and Life Feet. Yes.
Right.
AIDS research. Tomorrow morning, a big day for Benji. He's attempting to be part of a Guinness World Record. Hundreds of people will rotate riding 100 spin bikes over a 24-hour period in Grand Central Station. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Benji will be riding alongside Jesse Palmer of The Bachelor and rap legend Grandmaster Melly Mel. Money raised by the event will go to fight teen obesity.
Dude, you're going to have a heart attack. You're so out of shape. You're going to ride a bike for 24 hours?
No, I just have to do it for an hour.
Oh, okay.
What about teen obesity? What about 40-year-old obesity?
Yeah, we're against all kinds of fat people.
What do you got in this, Ivy?
No, New York Sports Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Benji.
Melly Mel. He's cool.
All right, anything else?
Yes, Nick Manning. I spoke to him yesterday. He's been kicked out of his California lingerie store. The landlord never wanted him there in the first place, but under California law, if you sell 30% or less of adult products, you don't have to call yourself a porn store, and Nick will be suing.
Oh,
yeah, dropping loads.
All right, thank you, Lisa G.
You.
Lisa G, on top of things, and a hardworking member of the Howard 100 News team.
Is Benji still with Ivy or not?
No.
Because I keep getting email from her that she gave Benji blue balls last night or something.
What? Robin, my email is that Benji has agreed to fight Chuck Zito.
Right, I got that one, too.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Apparently, Ivy and Chuck Zito are friendly or something, and Benji's jealous. And she sent me an email that said, Benji's over the end now, and he's ready to fight Chuck Zito.
Is she going out with Chuck Zito as well?
I don't know. They hang out occasionally, but I did get a text this morning.
Has Chuck ever fucked Ivy?
I don't know.
You never asked Ivy?
I don't know what to say.
Oh. Well, it's true. It's Ivy's story if she did. It's Ivy and Chuck's story.
But I did get a text this morning from her saying that I'm supposed to fight Chuck for $100,000.
Right, at Beecher's Comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that would be funny.
And I think Chuck has one hand behind his back.
I think I should get at least $200,000 if I'm going to die.
I guarantee you Chuck could beat up Benji with both hands tied behind his back.
He could beat him up with no hands.
With no hands.
I feel beat up already.
Right.
Yeah, Benj, don't do that.
Don't even think about it.
This girl Ivy's going to get you killed.
Yeah, really. What's she up to?
Don't get yourself killed over a twist.
Hey, Howard in Jersey City, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
You always got a little spring in your step on Thursday. I like that.
All right.
I think you're going to get comments back from Burger King after this whole John Hein critique.
I find the great irony of my career that because of my controversial show, because it's so controversial, McDonald's stopped advertising with me when I was working in Detroit. That was the last time I had them as a sponsor. And, I always find it ironic that they're worried about the mental health of America when, they're just putting shit after shit out on the market. Just fries and oil and burgers. I got nothing. They
don't want to tell you what's in it. It's crazy.
I like that they have a problem with me. They're so, even the idea of, they're so charitable towards sick people, sick children.
But they're making people sick.
Yeah, come on, that food is not good food for you. It's definitely not life-supporting.
The real hypocrisy, though, is I bet if every Howard Stern fan agreed to stop eating McDonald's, they'd probably have to close 12 franchises.
Well, you know what? I don't ever do stuff like that, but I probably should, just to give them a swift kick in the ass for always being a pain in the ass, because my audience would do it. But fuck them, who cares? Anyway, Howard, you were saying. I
got a couple of things in the paper that I saw. One I want you to comment on, and one I think you really need to talk about. The first thing is there's a thing in the Daily News. Mel Brooks was signing copies of his Broadway book, soundtrack, whatever, Young Frankenstein, Tuesday at Barnes & Noble in Lincoln Center. Not only was he signing it, but he was telling jokes and singing a few bars of Dancing in the Dark.
You didn't notice a cough or anything?
Yeah. It's a funny story with this Mel Brooks appearance. And this is just strange. There's several people who I know in my personal life who said Mel Brooks is a real fan. He wants to come on the show. And I always said, well, tell him to call us. We'd love to have him. I'm not going to call Mel Brooks. Then Gary's cousin, I think, got a call from someone.
A friend of mine works with him and had done some work with him and said that he was interested in coming on the show. He actually recognized, that this person had known me and just wanted to come on the show.
Yeah, I ran into Mel Brooks's late wife years ago, and she said to me, Mel wants to come on the show. Mel wants to come on the show. So I said, okay, great. Anytime he wants to come on the show, come on the show. So finally we received a call that he wanted to come on the show, and we booked him, and I was excited, and I promoted it. And then I, too, read in the newspaper today that Mel Brooks was not only signing Tuesday night, the morning he was supposed to be with us, but he was dancing, carrying on, and doing, generally having a good time.
He did 2 songs and a dance.
Yeah, I don't think...
The man is a trooper.
I think he did somersaults, too. So I don't know what happened there. And then, like, we called... Gary, tell the story.
So the publicist said, I'm really sorry, we're going to reschedule. So I said, great, I'll wait to hear from you. He goes, you'll hear from me by the end of the day. I hear nothing by the end of the day. So yesterday afternoon, I emailed back and I said, any word on this? And I get an email kicked back to me. The guy I'm dealing with, he'd gone on vacation.
What?
Said, hey, I'm on vacation. I send all requests to this woman. So I sent a request to the woman. I said, what's going on? And she said, unfortunately, we won't be able to reschedule Mel. And I just sent back an angry note saying, we booked him, we pre-promoted it, and this has been handled really poorly.
Yeah, I said to Gary, I think whenever I pre-promote a guest, some of his friends get in his ear and go, don't go on the show. Yeah. Don't go on the show, Mel.
Well, what did they hear? The hour kiss ass fest we gave them? I mean,
some people have a bone up there,
Yes, I wasn't even looking for... I wasn't really looking for Mel Brooks. I mean, I love him, and I was glad he was coming on, but I wasn't like... I don't know. People are strange. And then they have these people who work for them, public relations people, who book the guy and then blow us off when we ask for a reschedule.
Now, if they did this to The Tonight Show, there'd be repercussions.
Yeah, right.
That's right. But, I mean, they didn't...
Unfortunately, we have no repercussions.
I was going to say, there's no repercussions here.
That's a major...
I can't think of what we can do.
That's a major fuck-up by a publicist, though.
They're just shits.
It's bullshit, because we were looking forward to you talking to the guy.
Would have been nice, but all right. I
got something else here in the paper that runs parallel to everything that you're about. I don't know if you saw it or not. Bob Grant. Are you a Bob Grant fan?
I already commented on this.
Oh, okay.
And I was very upset what they did to him.
And did you also comment in that whole thing that part of the board that reviews this whole thing, Al Sharpton sits on that panel?
I didn't go into that, but yes, you're right. That's
bullshit.
Al Sharpton's on the radio and record
when you said that the FCC is talking to Jesse Jackson, I was like, why is the FCC talking to you? He has nothing to do with
What does he have to do with broadcasting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just laughable. This merger is... someone's got to write a book on this. This is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's bordering on obscene.
They waited around for a year so Jesse Jackson could show up?
Yeah, and he decided the satellite needs to devote time to his causes.
Hey, I got one more thing. Yesterday on the wrap-up show, he had a couple of calls talking about you and Beth regarding some of the comments you've been making lately about marriage. Are you super nervous about this whole thing?
Look, I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about it. I'm nervous in the sense that I know me. I know that I was in a marriage. I failed at it. I don't want to fail at it again.
Were you nervous before your first marriage?
I don't think I knew enough to be nervous. Yeah, no. I didn't even understand what marriage was when I first got married. I was just kind of
no concept.
It was sort of a vague notion. I just knew I was in love with someone and I wanted to spend time with them, and I thought that's what people did.
Right.
Right, that seems like a lot of people when they're younger. That's what you do.
Yeah, they don't even know what they're doing. They just do it.
When you're 23 years old, you don't know what the rest of your life means. And you know what? That's fine. You probably have to be a little bit naive. But the fact of the matter is...
Now you're going into it with eyes wide open.
Going into it with eyes wide open, that's what makes me nervous. Like, I don't want to be the schmuck that gets married and then go, hey, I'm not happy, and then has to announce to everyone... I'm not married, or Beth turns around and she's not happy, and then, what's going on back there? It's like a fucking, I think it's the communist revolution's going on, and he's calling from the time in Russia.
Tiananmen Square.
He's in Tiananmen Square.
That guy's he's a regular caller. He's a good guy, but I get the feeling in Jersey City he works at, like, a trade. It seemed like he's on the market. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Here's something interesting. In a press briefing with reporters on Tuesday, FCC Chairman Kevin Martin says the commission has yet to finish its review of the proposed merger between Sirius and XM Satellite Radio.
What's the holdup? What else are they doing?
The agency had several follow-up questions for the two companies as recent as last week.
Oh, boy.
See, I think meeting with Jesse Jackson took 3 hours away from them following up on this.
Even though he told reporters that the commission is not waiting on the Department of Justice to complete its review of the proposed merger, the FCC usually waits for the Justice Department to issue its findings.
So everything's unusual in this.
Oh, my goodness. Well, okay, whatever. I mean, there's something up. I'm just not sure what it is, and maybe one day we'll find out. This is wild. Where'd you get this article about the guy who made his son wear a Green Bay Packers uniform?
I found it on the web, but I heard it on a news radio.
So this is for real.
Yeah.
Okay. A 36-year-old man tied up his young son with tape for an hour. Tied up his young son with tape for an hour after the boy refused to wear a Green Bay Packers jersey during the team's game on Saturday. Matthew Colwald, 36, was cited for disorderly conduct in connection with the incident with his 7-year-old son. Colwald was arrested on Monday after the boy's mother told authorities about the incident. And by the way, he's still married to
Wait a minute. She waited how long?
Colwald was arrested on Monday after the boy's mother, Colwald's wife, told authorities about the incident. Colwald was taken to the county jail, blah, 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 blah. Colwald's wife filed a restraining order on Wednesday, so Colwald will not be able to have contact with his family, Smith said.
Oh, I guess this is over.
Yeah. The boy refused. Here's the point. The 7-year-old boy, refused to wear the jersey on Saturday when the Packers beat the Seattle Seahawks in a playoff game. The father was accused of restraining the boy for an hour with tape and also taped a jersey onto him during that time. So what does that mean? You mean he taped him to a chair?
Right. He taped him to a chair, and then he taped
the jersey to him.
If you're not going to wear it, I'm going to make you wear it.
Man.
That's
Why
a real Packers
is it so
fan.
important for his son to wear the Packers jersey?
Because the Packers playing in the championship game.
You know what? The Packers really should give this guy seats. I mean, come on. I mean, this
He's
guy...
going to need something after
He's going to need... I mean, the guy's a super fan.
Well, I was thinking about, like I said, going up to Green Bay, and a bunch of factors made me not go. One is a prior commitment I didn't know I had, but I'll tell you what. That's how intense they are. You go up there rooting for the Giants in that game, you're taking your health into your own hands.
I know. Somebody said the other day that they weren't rabid fans.
Oh, no, they are.
No, they're rabid fans. There's a bunch of rabbits up there. Joe, you're on the air in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Hey, Howard. I'm calling about Gary and the Chocolate Factory on Howard TV.
Yes.
Amazing stuff. It's like the Beauty and the Beast. You're thinking, wow, that chocolate's really good, and then they do the close-up on Gary's lips, and you're like, ah.
Like, do you think the chocolate figured when he was being made into chocolate that he would end up in Gary's mouth with this giant teeth?
Yeah, this whole beautiful process, and the end result is...
You know, a buddy of mine was commenting on Gary the other day, and he says, you know, at the Letterman appearance, Gary really... You know, they were huge, you know, something like that. He said, I thought he was talking about the teeth and this whole comment about you, the orthodontist. But he was saying Gary's weight was alarming, that he looked very fat on Letterman.
Well, that narrows it down to 3 people, Howard, but okay.
No. Who do you think said it? It was a friend of mine.
It could have been our agent.
Nope.
Could have been
Pat.
It could have been
wasn't Pat.
It could have been. Well, it can't be the Scott Greenstein because
wasn't Scott Greenstein.
Vinny.
Wasn't Vinny either. I'm telling you. What do you mean narrows it down to 3 people? I know a lot of people.
No, there were only a couple people that I saw that were in the green room.
No. He saw you on TV.
I thought you meant somebody who saw me there.
He saw you on TV, and he said,
Could be a whole wealth of people.
Gary was really, really fat. And I said, he's gained a lot of weight. He really has.
But usually you turn it around at some point.
I do. You know, the funny thing is I'm no fatter now than I was 6 months ago.
Really?
It's big deal. I got to tell you, this whole idea of you fixing your teeth, to me, seems ludicrous when you're going to be this heavy.
Well, why can't I do both at the same time?
Oh, that's different. I didn't hear you say that.
I think I'm going to join a gym. I think I'll join the gym downstairs.
Yeah.
Because even my wife said, you know, this is the longest that you've gone without working out. She doesn't even care about the weight thing.
Right.
She just cares about, like, you know, I run.
You used to care a little bit.
Yeah, no, but just for my health. I actually, forget it. Don't worry.
Do you think if you were suddenly single and dating, you would lose the weight?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would.
You know you would.
Of course you would.
I don't know.
Do you think that's what happens in marriage? Like
because I don't mean to, Artie, I'm not taking a shot at you. So don't take this the wrong way. But if I thought I could use the show to get hot chicks and not have to get thinner, why would I do all that work? You know what I mean? Like, how was that a shot at me? Artie still gets hot chicks.
Let me tell you something about Artie. Oh, you want to bring up Artie? Okay. This Artie's getting hit by shrapnel just because I'm talking to you.
But do you understand the point I'm making?
Here's the thing with Artie.
Hey, listen, I'm still on the pay clock. Go ahead.
I was talking to a chick, a very attractive chick, who said, you know, Artie at the time of Beer League, I was really attracted to him. And, I mean, I would have done anything to go to bed with him.
A really attractive girl.
A really attractive girl.
And she would have done anything to go out with him.
Yeah, she said, I was really attracted to
That we
Artie.
both know? Do I know her?
You don't know her.
Oh.
And she said, you know, because she used to see you around and stuff. And I said, you know, Artie doesn't think he was good looking back then. That's the fucking problem. That's why I won't lose weight.
Is she saying saying that now she wouldn't?
I'm telling you, Artie has cut himself...
I think that's what she's saying.
Yeah. No, she is saying it. She's saying, I will not sleep with Artie now. She said, I'm not. He's gotten too heavy for me.
I'll tell you, I think one of the biggest problems...
I think Artie's doing himself a huge disservice. I think
there
that...
are plenty of hot women he's cutting himself.
That's how self-destructive I am.
You really are, because I would be super motivated if I was you in your situation.
You're right. Why should
he's got a girl who he could hook you up
but Howard,
with.
I should be the thinnest of my life right now.
You should.
On the wrap-up show and in my email, I get calls and emails from girls who want to fuck Artie.
I'm yelling at Gary about his weight.
And Artie gets it.
And now Artie gets it.
Immediately back on.
I see the look in Artie's face. He's like, fuck, I should be losing weight. I should be the thinnest of my life. He's right into his depression.
But again, listen.
Leave him alone. I got to move on.
But there's a lot of girls who want to fuck Artie just the way he is, so why work at it?
Did that chick from the other day...
he can have way better...
Yeah, I heard the average girl who called.
Did you hear that?
Can I tell you something? If Artie was at his beer league weight...
Oh, my God.
Those two chicks who were with him in Vegas wouldn't have ended up leaving the room.
That's right.
I'm telling you right now.
He'd have had 3 chicks.
He would have had 3.
I really think Beer League is a really funny movie, but one of the issues I had with it is that Artie's not fat in the movie.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, he cracks all these jokes about how obese he is.
Well, I mean...
He's movie fat.
It was like the fact that I'm just an out-of-shape guy.
If you remade it now, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, Jesus. True. We need a sequel.
Pick up Dirty Work. I'm fat in that.
You'd also need an IMAX screen.
Anyway, what was I going to tell you?
I need heroin.
I've got to take a break, and then we'll come back. I've got a bunch of things to play for you. I have Crazy Alice went on a tear about Martin Luther King again. Wendy the Retard left a voicemail last night. There's a phony phone call from 2 days ago that the boys made. There's a bunch of phony phone calls I've only played once. Your friend Penn Jillette's coming in.
You know, it sounds like Wendy the Retard is a full-time babysitter now.
Yeah, that's scary.
Which means there are a lot of future full-time serial killers in Florida.
Right.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Penn Jillette, I'm telling you, man, I caught a glimpse of Robin before. Mm-hmm. She is fucking just outright hot right now.
Really? Let me see what you're wearing today. Stand up.
I'm telling you, Robin, during a commercial, you were standing over there talking.
Let me see. Ooh.
No, wait, show Howard, come out, show him the jeans. She looks like she's 17.
Yeah, I want to
17? I better see that.
Look at...
That's no 17.
She looks like she's 17 in high school.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
The jeans are too big. I'm embarrassed.
Robin, I'm telling you, you look fantastic.
You know what? You're right. How many more pounds did you say you're going to lose?
15.
15. That's it. You're right. That's going to be unreal. Then you come in here in a little mini dress.
Why can't...
Yeah.
I love you, Robin, but I really wish I was thin and you were still heavy.
Why don't you do what she's doing? Eat that crap she eats.
Robin made, and believe me, I went out to dinner with her when she was nice enough to take me to that play. Robin has made a full commitment in life how to eat, and I just don't know if I could do that. I mean, she deserves to look that way because she's doing a lot of hard work. I don't know if I can fucking do that.
Howard, you're saying eat that stuff that Robin eats. You know, when I go to talk to that microphone, I look to my left. Robin, go hold up that cup.
It's a protein smoothie.
Howard. And the stuff sticks to the side of the cup. It looks like raw sewage.
Well, that raw sewage is...
I know, Robin makes a drink every morning.
You got to eat.
It looks vile. What is that?
That's what you got to eat. It's just a smoothie with not enough liquid in it.
But, dude,
what is in it?
It's protein powder.
The old
It's also got a little of my jizz in there.
Oh, God. That's one part of the diet I'm not going to, the Florentine jizz.
Make you thin, Artie.
Wow. No, it's...
I'm staying fat.
That's at your green drink?
It's green because it has, you know, it's hemp. Hemp is green.
What? You drink hemp?
I drink hemp.
She drinks hemp, then we hump.
She shits rope.
No, I'm telling you, I just noticed. I just noticed with those.
Need some twine.
She's got a lasso in her asshole.
There you go, Jim.
Today, I just noticed with those jeans, you look extraordinary.
Well, thank you,
man.
Benji said to me the other day, I walked into the wrap-up show and he just turned around and he didn't see me. He just glanced behind him. And he thought, what did you say, Benji?
Well,
he said something like...
I thought this hot intern chick was standing behind me.
Are you buying, like, different underpants now? Like, getting, like, thongs and... Not thongs, maybe, but, like, little panties?
Sure.
You are?
Yeah, she's wearing princess underpants.
Princess?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you know, like the Little Mermaid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's kinky.
When you hit your goal weight, will you dump Jimmy?
When she hits a certain weight, she's going to drop about another 200 pounds.
Yeah, she'll move up to Damarara.
Wow. Well, that would be a score.
Bob Grant.
Yeah, you could get Bob Grant. He was into the 15.
Or Tom Green.
Tom Green you could get.
He's got one nut, but...
My uncle used to always listen to Bob Grant, and so that's how I know who he is. And he was funny. I used to love when a caller would say something that pissed him off, and the caller was like a liberal guy, and he would go, "You marauder! Get off my phone." He said, "Marauder, you hooligan."
Monster.
You're a you marauder.
Tell you another 15 pounds, you could get knocked up by David Spade.
I know. That's what I'm actually
You won't have to work anymore.
You could be suing David Spade.
I'm going to get David Spade and have his baby.
If I was you, I'd start interviewing lawyers right now.
Get my whole team together.
I think you ought to prepare a statement. At this time, I am not commenting on my personal life.
Maybe it won't be David Spade because he's busy right now, and I don't want to share the wealth.
Right, yeah.
Oh, he's got enough for both of you.
Maybe I'll just leave the name blank.
He's got his hands full.
It's always Pauly Shore, but I think Spade's got more money. That's
No, not Pauly Shore. I think I'd probably go for who's also in that sort of niche.
Jimmy Kahn? Dane Cook?
That's what you got to go for.
Dane Cook.
He's probably got more scratch than any of them right now.
That's right. All right,
Get one of those blue-collar comedy guys.
Yeah, no, they make money. Larry the Cable Guy and you.
You and Larry the Cable Guy.
Robin the Cable Guy.
Hey, I do want to comment on something, and this is just, again, how disgusting sometimes Richard can be. Richard Christie is wearing the same clothes for the third day in a row because he's sick, and he goes, I can't change my clothes because I'm chilled. I swear.
Again.
That's what he's going around saying. It's disgusting.
I don't,
And he smells.
Maybe Ralph is right. He's retired.
Yes, I don't want to agree with that, but I think
Artie,
I have to.
He hasn't taken his clothes off in 3 days. Hasn't
He'll
taken
get
them
chilled.
off. Again,
how does someone date him?
Look at the tapes.
Now I notice. Yeah. What the fuck, man?
Not at night even? You don't take the clothes off?
That's why I don't take the clothes off, because I'm so cold. It's like I just sleep in my clothes.
That's disgusting. And do you sweat all day because you're sick?
No, I have the chills all day.
Why don't you stay home and get well? Why are you here?
Because I love my job.
Yeah, but you don't love us.
And I love to stink. Well, I've been staying in my studio.
People say you smell. You smell.
There's no way you couldn't smell.
I've been using deodorant still and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't feel good.
Well, why don't you get better? You
go home.
Well,
you probably have a fever.
I'm not puking or anything yet, but
I'm just spitting on the mic that everybody else uses.
You know what, dude? I'm being serious here. You might have the AIDS.
No, you know what it is.
You're a homo.
No, I have.
You haven't showered for 3 days.
No, you would get cold.
No. And you haven't changed your clothes. And did you shit in the last 3 days?
Yeah, I'm still doing that.
Probably constantly, because you say, Richard, again, this is a human resources issue now, Howard.
Well, you know what it is.
If I smell this motherfucker, I'm leaving.
I flew back from Vegas. I won't get close to you, Artie.
Yeah, and you've been jerking off, too?
No, that I haven't been feeling well enough to do. But I flew back from Vegas. Literally, everybody in every seat around me was coughing and sneezing. And a guy was sneezing on my shoulder.
Change your clothes and your underwear. It's disgusting.
So why are you bringing that crap in here?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah, Richard, you're doing the same thing to us. You're going to get us sick.
And now he's pussying out of the Sal bit. He doesn't want to put Sal's ball. He doesn't want to put he doesn't want to take Sal's balls in his mouth.
Why not?
Well, why not? Do you want to do it?
You wanted to do it the other day.
You want the Xbox?
I thought about it a little bit. I might have got a little bit excited. And when I thought that it's a $300 used gaming system, I don't know if it's worth it. You know, I got $5,000 just to touch
committed.
my tongue.
I don't know about
balls.
this thinking afterward.
Yeah, but then
we're in the planning stages here.
Yeah, but when Sal started talking about not washing his balls for a month, I mean, that's a health issue.
For this.
Yeah,
but that's what you do.
It's already set.
That's right.
Go
change your clothes. Go home. I'm giving you permission. Go home. It's enough.
You got to change your clothes.
I don't. But see, I was always told like you shouldn't go home until you're puking. Like
no,
I'm not puking.
I'm telling you, go home.
Who told you that?
People in Kansas.
Oh, well.
Kansas.
What are you listening to those squirrel-eating motherfuckers?
They don't go to the dentist.
How would it come up like that you would receive advice about don't go home from work until you're puking?
Well, I worked in construction, and a lot of times they don't want you to leave. Like, you got to have a really legitimate good reason to leave.
Is this construction, Richard?
No, but I have that work ethic.
Do we work with our voices?
Yeah.
We can't be wheezing and sneezing.
Well, I've been staying. Even Gary, I am in him, so I don't have to go in his office.
Goodbye.
Well, you know what about Sal? Sal's in your office. You're going to get him sick. You're being selfish.
I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Go home.
Please shower. This is gross. This is ridiculous.
Do you really want me to go home?
Yeah, I want you to go shower.
Okay.
You should take a nice hot shower. Bathe.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
This ain't an on-air thing, or should I?
It's an on-air thing. You get back there and work.
Okay.
You're going to make the whole office sick.
You don't.
I'll close the door.
Hey, we're already sick. He's been around for 3 days.
I've been staying out of here, though. I wasn't even in the studio yesterday.
Go home if you're sick. Goodbye. Now, get out of here. Make your own decision.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Now I've got to glove up.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now he touches the door handle.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's touching everything. How do I know what he's touched around here?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear Richard on a wrap-up show like 2 days ago voicing his medical concerns about Sal's balls?
No. I want to take a break. We're going to take a little break, Rob, and we'll be back right after these words. Nice. It's a good sex scene between you and Heidi.
Oh, that one? You were saying that one? Always enjoyed that one. I missed it.
I've been having lately. I've been about the things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun.
I can't believe it.
I've been smiling.
You made me start enjoying Cat Stevens.
Yeah, he's good.
I hate him.
And I believe it could be.
Don't do that to me.
It's going to come. Because out on the edge of darkness.
This isn't even one of his best songs.
And this is it.
No.
This is his best song.
It was a big hit, but it wasn't.
This was his best song.
I've been smiling lately, thinking about the things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun.
What is this thing, a live performance, Fred?
Live at Sirius.
Yeah.
Oh,
when he's Yusuf Islam.
Yeah, remember he wouldn't sing these songs for the longest
time? And now he's doing them again.
It's peace train, holy roller. Everyone jump upon the peace train. Come on, peace train. Now get your bags together.
He still sounds good.
Go bring your friends too.
It's an amazing story that this guy was one of the biggest stars. And walked away from it all. Like, I mean, could have been getting all the hot girls, tons of money, everything, and just went off on a religious thing. He was like the Tom Cruise of the 60s.
Yeah. You couldn't get away from this guy.
Yeah, he went kooky religious. Like, giving away his money, the whole thing.
And like I said, wouldn't even sing the songs. You know, it was like, ugh, that song. Blech.
Disgusting.
That's when I was not religious.
Yusuf Islam. And, like, gave tons of money away to...
To what? Where'd
like,
the money go?
To, like, you know, whatever Islam religion is. And it's like, you wonder, like, now that he gave away all his money, like, did they... Like, is he, like, a special envoy for them?
Yeah, do they just give him a place in the temple or wherever they go?
They're probably like, you know what? When he was fucking Cat Stevens, we wanted him, but now he's just like us.
There's Yusuf Islam again.
He's got a big old beard.
Look, girls. He had the 75 virgins.
Yeah. He had heaven on earth. I sang this for my American Idol audition. I don't know if you know that.
With a bongo.
And Simon said, aren't you going to bother learning the words? I like Sad Lisa. Did he do Sad Lisa?
I didn't see that in the profit.
What is Sad Lisa?
Sad Lisa, Lisa.
That's when I get sad.
Did he do Bring Tea for the Tillerman?
I'll take a look.
Bring tea for the Tillerman, steak for the sun.
Oh, I hate it because every time you hear him, you do a concert.
Wine for the woman who made the rain come.
We wind up with a medley of Cat Stevens songs.
Yeah. Cat Stevens with you on the Willie B. Williams Show. Cat Stevens. Speaking of American Idol, so Eric the Midget has his internet show.
Mm-hmm.
We love when Eric the Midget calls in now because we can watch him on that internet connection that Johnny Fratto set up.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's fun, right?
Yeah.
So now, I guess, while American Idol is on, Eric the Midget has live commentary. And he's got a female sidekick.
Wow.
But I don't know. I take it they're on some sort of weird connection because the whole thing, she echoes every time she talks.
So they've got the technology down.
Yeah, she's like, Eric. You know.
And it goes on through the whole show. Nobody ever corrects it.
Yeah, and it's like the show. I haven't heard all these tapes, but the show is in 2 phases. It's one is like where listeners will ask questions and stuff.
While American Idol is going on.
This is all during American Idol. Like, Eric's on the camera. I don't know if the chick's on the camera, but he is definitely on the camera.
And he's watching American Idol.
You watch him watch American Idol, and he makes commentary. And he's got the chick sidekick, who I think is in another location, I'm assuming.
Right.
By this echoing. So I have clips. I had J.D. pull some clips. I mean, I could listen to it all day. If you tell me if it gets boring, all right? Because I'm fascinated.
You have no judgment on this.
All right, here's Eric. You can hear the singing going on in the background. He's watching American Idol, and he's offering his play-by-play.
All right.
And the girl is, too. I don't know the girl's name.
Oh, my God. Do you hear this guy, Eric?
Unfortunately, yes. Some of these contestants make you wish you were deaf.
Some of these contestants, they make you want to slit your wrists. They're really weird. Here's my question. Don't they have anybody around them that likes them and loves them and would be honest enough with them just to say, dude, you can't sing?
Guess not.
Wow, and this Internet Warrior said because her relatives are Riri's too.
Eric doesn't say much.
To give up, don't you think?
He should have gave up before he went in. I think the guy could keep trying, but he's never going to achieve getting better.
No.
Well,
wow. That's ridiculous.
There's a little segment from the Eric the Midget show.
Listen, I'm going to answer that chick by saying, listen, we're Eric's loved ones, and we have to be honest. He sucks at radio. And so do you.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, that's what goes on during the show, but also there are moments where Eric takes questions and discusses stuff with his sidekick.
Eric, do you have any... Who says any other reality... Oh, do you like any other reality shows? And that is from Rushmore.
Well, The Girls Next Door. Let's see, what else? Keeping Up with the Kardashians. That's a pretty good one. Little People, Big World.
Oh, my goodness.
America's Got Talent. There's quite a few that I watch.
Nice. And guys, the reason he sounds so different is because this is the real Eric. So this is what he really sounds like live and raw.
Yeah, none of that
and what they make fun of him on Stern. This is the real Eric. That's why he sounds different.
Yeah, it's called being on air. It's called getting a little nervous.
Yeah, well, that's true. No, people were wondering why you sounded different here than on Stern. Yes.
Yeah.
He does sound different.
Wow. What?
Is this a bit? You think that's really Eric?
Yeah, that's Eric.
It doesn't sound like him at all.
Nothing like his voice. It's like some guy on helium.
No, that's Eric. In fact, the reason it sounds different is because he's not on the phone. We're not used to hearing him in person.
I mean...
No, it's Eric. You can see it's Eric.
Yeah, I never...
The answers are right at the shows he liked and stuff, but...
because it's Eric.
Yeah, no,
He's just not used to hearing him.
He's saying he's nervous, that's why.
No, I'm not just saying the pauses. I'm saying the whole voice is different.
His
Trust
voice
me.
is different.
That's Eric.
I don't know. For some reason, I never thought it was a fake. No, I don't know.
I don't think it's a fake, but he does. He sounds like he's being strangled.
It just sounds different because you're hearing him.
Yeah, he's always on the phone here, right? I mean, this is like the...
You want to hear more Eric the Midget?
Well, I like the question and answer thing.
You want more of that?
Yeah.
I got to say, this is entertaining.
All right. All right, here's Eric the Midget answering more questions.
Okay.
Somebody wants to know if you are following the writer's strike, or are you going to keep writing your script? That came from Sid Jr.
Well, really, right now, Stern is not really earning the script with his behavior lately.
Oh. This guy won't give up, Eric. Listen to him. This guy won't give up. Look, here comes security. I love it. I love it. I love the lunacy. This is great.
It's like, damn, there's less than an hour left of the show. Come on, get this guy out of there.
Yeah, Eric, the room wants to know, too, if you're going to call into the show tomorrow.
I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Okay. Well, tomorrow's Thursday, and you know that, the dare was by Thursday, so...
Right. But Johnny keeps saying that I should not even try to antagonize or anything like that. I'm like, damn, I want to rub it in that idiot's face that he's going to fail.
He's going to fail. So, well, we'll see. We'll call Johnny after the show, and we'll see what's up.
Right.
Wow.
You haven't earned the script.
Wait a minute. Fail at what? Who's going to fail?
The girl was we were supposed to have the girl on the phone, his girlfriend, on Thursday.
I just got a note. Eric is sick, so he is not calling in today. Maybe that's why you don't... He also sounds like he has a cold.
Yeah, I said he sounds like he's strangled or something.
Up.
Is Eric changing his clothes, or is he like Richard?
See, Eric the Midget, idle commentary. Want one more? I mean, I got 20 of them. Hey, JD, which are the best ones?
Why haven't we had the girlfriend on yet?
Yeah, where is that girlfriend? Maybe he's right.
You know, to be honest, the whole show is the same thing over and over.
It is?
Yeah, it's like...
There's no standout moment?
No, I mean, the one I thought the funniest one was he talks about the interns fucking with him. But it's more like the back office fucking with him.
I see.
Just to get his reaction on the webcam.
I'll just play any of these.
Okay,
I don't know.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Listen, Lisa in the room would like to know, what do you think Howard's surprise is for you? Have you even thought about that?
Oh, that's what it was that I was going to tell you.
What's that? Hey, Moggy.
They actually let Johnny in on it.
Oh.
What it was they were going to surprise me that they could get Kendra on the show.
Oh.
No, that isn't the surprise.
No, why would that be the surprise?
That's it?
That's it. That was the extent of their surprise.
No, that's not the surprise, stupid. Now he's annoying me.
That's not the prize, dum-dum.
Oh, this show is the best show I've ever heard. It is absolutely insane.
It's so funny.
Who's the woman? Where'd they find her?
I don't know. She actually sounds like maybe she's had some sort of radio experience.
Oh, look, here comes security. Oh, I love the lunacy.
No, there's no more lunacy than what's going on on that show.
The thing that doesn't work is she's too polished.
Yeah.
They need another American Idol fanatic sitting there talking to Eric.
Here's Eric watching the show and commenting.
What the hell?
That's it?
No, it's
Can't believe this is almost the end of the show. They end with this. Alrighty.
Watch him be like have a really good voice. That would be too funny.
What's going on? That's some connection.
They picked him. Hopefully you wouldn't continue to look like that.
Sounds like our broadcast from Vegas when we worked at K-Rock.
This is what an internet radio show sounds like?
Yeah. Well, that's what Eric's show sounds like. Hey, Frank in Philadelphia, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing, Howard? Hey, listen, you ever see that Lord of the Rings, that Smeagol? That's what he sounds like.
He's Smeagol.
You know what it reminds me of, Howard? I don't know how far you got into the book, but that Confederacy of Dunces, the character Ignatius O'Reilly, he's basically the biggest asshole, pompous, like, obese guy in the world, and he watches, like, an American Bandstand type show, because he sits home all day, and he just yells at the TV because he hates everybody.
Yeah.
That's what Eric sounds like. He's just bitter and mad.
No, Eric does not do any drugs.
Or drink.
Or drink. Eric does nothing.
You know, I find it funny that Stern thinks that these listeners hang on every word of the show, but yet they're still asking questions like that when I've said that many times on air.
I didn't know he didn't drink.
I don't drink or use drugs.
Yeah, but you should know that, Robin.
I'm here and I don't hang on every word.
I want to know why he doesn't drink or do any drugs.
You should.
Yeah, why not? I'd be drinking myself into oblivion.
Maybe that proves that while people are listening to the show, they zone out during his speaking.
No, you know. Some people, I guess, maybe they don't listen all the time, or like you said, maybe they're not listening as closely as you think. Wait, hang on 1 second. Be right back.
Right.
Probably has to take a shit.
She's going to the bathroom.
I have to go find
one word. One word. Geek.
Geek.
Wow.
Eric calling a guy a geek.
Wow.
Aw, well, geeks might be able to sing, too.
That looks like a young Bill Gates.
Yeah, well. Oh, listen to this one.
Doesn't look like a Queen fan, does he?
Not at all, Eric. Not at all.
What a great accompaniment to American Idol.
Wow. Yeah, how did I watch the show last night without this commentary?
Eric, congratulations. What a show.
It was good. It gave me a break. It's only our second night of doing that.
I'm not saying anything negative. I'm saying what a show.
It sucked. It went all the way over to the suck column that it got good.
Yeah. It was so bad.
It sucked so bad it started to be good again.
The suck meter actually went around on a 360.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and
it broke on the good side.
It got the good again.
Hey, Artie, 360, isn't that your weight?
There you go. So, Eric, the show is taking off. Do you have any idea of what your ratings were? Did you...
What do the overnights look like?
I mean, can you... How many people listen to the Eric the Midget, or Eric the Actor show, I should say?
The first night we crashed GoDaddy and Stickum.
Really?
And so many people.
You crashed GoDaddy.
And Stickum.
I see. Now, on the actual show that you do, what do you call yourself? What name do you go by?
Eric the Shithead.
Okay.
No, I go by Eric the Actor.
No, but you just said Eric the Shithead, so I'm not sure. Did you go by Eric the Actor, Eric the Shithead, or did you use another name?
Eric the Jackass.
Oh, okay, all right. Eric, who's that girl that's on the show with you?
That is one of our other JFSC members, Gina.
Yeah, very professional.
What's your name, Meredith?
I said Gina.
Meredith, what's your name?
Clean the shit out of your ears.
Josephine is your name?
What name do you use?
Eric the piece of crap.
All right. No? What name do you use, if not Eric the piece of crack?
Eric the butt fucker.
Wow. That's a good one, Eric.
Meredith sounded...
well, Meredith did a great job.
She sounded professional.
She sounds a little too good.
Yeah.
It's Gina.
She did a good job.
You should know that.
Yeah, I know her name is Gina, but what name do you use?
Eric the disrespectful piece of crap. Nope.
No. What name did you use?
Eric the idiot.
Oh. All right. Now I know. So, what are the plans for the show? Do you plan to get some advertisers?
Possibly, if we can.
Yeah. And by the way, your special surprise that I had for you, which I don't have for you yet, which I don't even know if I'll be able to get, but that had nothing to do with that shit calling in.
Interesting, since I have an inside source, but whatever.
Well, your inside source is wrong. All right, anyway, hey, Penn Jillette's here. I got to go get ready for that. I just wanted to know what was going on with you.
Okay.
All right, Art.
Bye.
And,
badass.
Yeah, keep doing that shitty show.
You keep doing that shitty show that you're on right now.
Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, yeah, like you're on a better show than me. And I guess you're the one who fucking graduated from the Connecticut School of Broadcasting.
All right, Eric. And by the way, what do you want me to call you?
Eric the asswipe.
I like that one.
Eric the asswipe?
That's pretty...
I didn't say that.
Well, if you didn't say it, who said it?
An audio clip that you punched in.
No. All right. Well, do me a favor then. Tell me what you want me to call you.
Eric the asshole.
What did you say?
Eric the bastard.
All right. I don't think those are respectful names, but... Eric, I don't know. I just don't know. Are you still there?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Eric, anyway, congratulations on your show. And if you want to watch Eric, he's on... What is that website you're on?
www.jfsc.tv.
All right.
Hey, Eric, how do you and Meredith prepare for the show every day? Do you suck at something for 4 hours and then go on? Like, do you practice by sucking at something else and then...
You mean he practices sucking?
Right. Like,
he's gotten so good at it.
Like, you pick something else that he sucks at, which would be like anything, like singing or something, and then you suck at it for 4 hours, and then you guys go right on the air and suck. You're in the middle of prime time.
You're at top sucking
right.
level.
Hey, let me ask you a real question. Eric, were you surprised that the kid who looked like Bill Gates actually had a good voice?
Yeah, a bit surprised.
See, there's a real question.
Wow.
Boy, that elicited such emotion.
I've never been so bored.
You've never been so fat either.
You're right. I got to work on it.
Eric, who will win, the New York Giants or Green Bay?
Well, since you guys are New York fans, I'll go with New York.
All right.
Oh, wow, thank you. Very nice of you.
I don't know. You know, I'm not hopeful. I want to see the Giants win. I'm a Giant fan, but I really would.
Fuck, yeah.
I would really be shocked if they won.
The smart money ain't on the Giants, that's for sure. But I'll tell you, Eric, please suck on your own show. Don't make this show suck.
By the way, Ralph...
Don't worry, you guys already handle that yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, Ralph wants to give you advice on your show.
Oh, no.
Yes, Ralph, if you have some constructive criticism for... Eric, what is the name you want us to call you?
Eric the Boozer.
All right.
Well, my first piece of advice would be to go with Eric the Shithead. That one I love.
Yeah, right.
That has a ring to it.
That flows off the tongue.
Eric, you need some color commentary on it a little bit. Like when somebody walks out, describe them a little bit. Say what people are looking at.
Well, they're watching the TV show.
Well,
yeah, it's the purpose is to watch with.
Wait. Maybe I can't watch the TV show. Maybe I just want to hear Eric.
No.
What pathetic soul's doing that?
I don't think there's anybody just listening to Eric.
I don't think there's anybody listening to Eric.
You know being pathetic, don't you, Artie?
Listen, dude, I'm just saying, what I heard was unbelievably awful radio.
Eric was pretty bad.
But it's funny bad, you know.
Do you realize it's funny bad, or you just think it's good, or what's the next step in this whole thing?
Yeah, suppose it gets better and it's just bad.
I think Meredith's going to commit suicide.
Well, JFSC is actually going to start, hopefully, getting celebrity interviews.
All right.
You moron.
Eric plans on doing those badly, too.
So, on the show, what do you call yourself?
Eric the Shithead.
All right.
That's a clear winner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What do you call yourself?
Eric the worthless sack of shit.
Okay.
I like that.
All right.
Eric, you're a boob.
Well, Eric...
You've got man boobs.
He's a boob and you have man boobs.
Listen, I could lose weight. You're never going to get taller.
How about that, Eric the boob?
No, all right. Listen, Eric, good luck with the show. We'll speak to you next time. And, Ralph, thank you for the criticism. All right. And Eric is on his way. He's got a little something going. It sounds like a lot of jealous people out there.
3.
All right. But nevertheless, he's got something going on. He's got his own radio show. Thank you, Eric.
Okay.
All right. Bye for now.
Bye.
Ow. Shut up, Ralph.
Who's a hater of Eric, like a player hater? Who's got it worse than Eric? Like,
What do you mean?
I mean, like, you said there's people jealous, but I'm wondering who it would be.
I'm thinking maybe you are.
Oh, okay.
The way you're attacking him.
Actually, you're right, because I don't have my own show.
Right.
He's got his own show.
He watches TV all day and hangs out. What do you...
Well, he's turning it into a career. Look at him. Right, Eric?
Now he's asking people to watch TV with him.
You know, Eric, I was thinking you needed a catchy name for your show. Do you have any ideas?
Eric the retard.
Okay.
I don't like that one. That's overused.
Yeah, I don't like that, Eric. Eric?
That's fine. I didn't say it.
Any other ideas, Eric?
Do you have any other ideas for a name?
Eric the piece of crap.
How about,
That's good.
How about, this is a good name for a show. How about the mind-numbingly dull hour?
All right, listen, I got to get the pen. Eric, whatever you call it, they're just jealous. You've got something going on and they don't. And feel better. What is wrong with you?
It was 2 hours, Artie.
What do you,
get through that.
Eric, what do you have wrong with you? What is going on?
I either have a cold or a flu.
All right, well, take care
You
of
don't
yourself.
leave the house. How'd you get sick?
Listen, it happens.
What?
You don't leave the house either, Ralph. All right, thank you.
And Ralph ain't
Yeah, we're talking to another shut-in.
Ralph the shithead. All right, thank you, Eric, and thank you, Ralph.
Goodbye, shithead.
Boy, Eric, I tell you what, it's got to be annoying that Ralph gets in on every one of your phone calls.
Yes, I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I like when you put Eric. I'm a big fan of Eric after like 8 o'clock when I get up.
Okay. Thank you.
Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Please put me on earlier. Not up.
Well, okay. And for the record, what do you want to be called on your when you're on the show?
Eric the butt fucker.
Eric, make a final decision on this now.
Final decision right now.
Eric the disrespectful piece of crap.
All right.
All right,
Final
that's
decision.
He's
All right.
seesawing.
All right, Eric. Thank you. And good luck with the show, seriously.
All right.
And I'm going to try and get this thing together for you, and I'll tell you what it is next week. Bye.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Hi, Ralph the idiot.
Ralph the idiot. All right, Ralph the idiot and Eric the disrespectful piece of shit.
I don't know, the show, you know, it needs a little work. It's going to start humming, I think.
You sound a little bit jealous.
I am jealous. When I called it mind-numbingly dull, I was clearly jealous.
You could see the kid sounds like he's onto something, and you're getting a little envious.
No, because you're right, because every thought in my head is negative. Like I was going to say, you could call it the show that'll make you shove needles in your ears hour.
Yes, Mike, in White Plains.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, now.
It sounded like the first lunar landing, that show.
Yeah, like, one small step for man. Like the lunar landing. It's like they haven't perfected the phone yet with that show.
All the echo and everything.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
One tiny man for man.
Eric, what do you think of the show?
Yeah, the echo was wild.
And this guy sucked.
This guy should have gave up before he started.
That's some show.
As people are, like, smashing their head into a dashboard.
What if everyone died and he was the only guy who had a show?
I love that Ralph thought there was someone not watching American Idol in that.
And wanting to just hear it from Eric.
I hate these kids who come in and think they're like, what's his name, that Ryan kid and all that. Ugh.
That's a song by Little Big Town.
Ugh.
Little Big Town.
He's doing pretty good because this song is originally done by a quartet. 2 guys, 2 girls.
Wow.
But he needs to do something with the eyebrows. Wow, they're really fucked up eyebrows.
It's a lunar landing.
I mean, yeah, it really is like, it sounds like technology got sent back 50 years.
This is the first phone.
One small step for mankind. Look at that guy. His eyebrows are
weird. This is the only show broadcast with 2 cans and a string. Over.
You know what it's like? It's like Edison's first recording after he invented the phone.
Yeah,
like, Mary had a little lamb.
Mr. Watson. Are you there?
Yes.
What did Watson say to the...
I thought Edison said Mary had a little lamb.
Watson, come here, I need you.
Oh.
Watson. Come here, I need you.
It's great.
You know what? I want to get tapes of that show. I want to listen to it all the time.
It's good. I'm going to tune in next week.
You're right. I am jealous.
Yeah, you are. I see. He's got something going on.
Yeah, see? It's become parody already.
Don't forget, you have stuff going on, too. There's room enough for everyone in show business.
Like obesity.
I got to put that kid in a movie. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with Penn Jillette, a man you used to date, Robin. Right after these words.
Swish it all around.
Ah, yes. Larry, what's Larry's last name? Pierce, right. Hey, Penn Jillette is here. Penn has done our show 1,000,000 times. Haven't spoken to him in years.
He says it's every 8 years he's here.
Every 8 years. He's letting his hair down, even.
I see.
He rarely
letting
does.
his locks flow like Samson.
He's like Samson. And still has one red fingernail.
Hello, sir.
Always.
Good to see you. Good
to see you.
Demarks his devil work.
I think I saw everybody else in the... Do I sit here? Is that what I do?
Where else would you sit?
I don't know. I don't know all the rules here. Every 8 years. 8 years and I've been on the show.
Now, are you dyeing your hair black?
Yes, of course, yeah. My hair's way gray. Isn't yours?
No, this is it. I don't dye my hair.
Not at all?
No. No, I do not.
Not a bit?
Not a bit.
No. How old are you?
I'm 54.
Yeah, I'm 52.
52.
But my hair is, I think, back to here, pretty gray, and then in the back.
Most people go gray in their 50s, at least by their 50s, but I am a genetic freak.
When you go gray, you're going to dye it?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, because you got face surgery, right, a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Was that a good idea?
You know, it hardly made a difference. It wasn't dramatic enough for me. I expected to come out looking like Brad Pitt.
Backfired on.
It backfired.
I disagree. I think it did wonders for it.
I did some wonders.
That's why he has a job.
That's right. Well, thank you.
Exactly.
That would be the job description, right? Yeah. I think you look great, Howard. And boy, that surgery, man.
I'm paid to look ugly.
You're a piece of ass, Howard.
The act Penn and Teller has been around.
The little magic act.
How many years have you guys been together?
Not that anybody cared in the first few years, but it's over 30 years, like 33 years now.
Okay.
34.
And
now you're permanently in Vegas?
Permanently in show business doesn't mean much, but we're contracted at the Rio Harrah's through 2010, which, did you ever think you were going to live to 2010?
No, not at all. So what you're saying to me in terms of show business, that you guys, and tell me if I'm wrong, it's very expensive to put on your show at these different theaters. I used to appear, let's say, on Broadway all the time. I remember I saw you on Broadway. It was a great show. Why don't you do that anymore? Why Vegas?
It's very simple. Freedom and finances.
What do you mean freedom?
Well, at Broadway, our contract at Broadway said we could do whatever the fuck we wanted. Right. I mean, it just said Penn and Teller, it's their show. But you've got investors, and the investors have put up, $10 million.
Yeah. Right.
And so they're really nice to you. They like going, okay, you sure that bit's going to work? I like the water tank, but it's really... And
so they give input.
But they don't. Involved. They're terrified not to give input, but their very presence is input, because you go, he wants to make money on this, and I don't want to fuck up. In Vegas, I really believe that my bosses, Gary Loveman, those guys that run Harrah's, don't even know we're there.
You have your own theater. It's called
the Penn and Teller Theater, and I mean this, absolutely seriously, with no exaggeration. Once a year, one of our bosses comes in with, his kids, watches the show, comes back, says hi, and splits. And other than that, they do not know what's going on.
So what are you able
to
do now at the Penn and Teller Theater that you couldn't, let's say, on Broadway?
Absolutely nothing. There's no difference at all. It's psychological that you don't have to worry that you're letting someone down. As long as we have, you know, 250,000 people a year come to that theater, no one's going to even pay attention to it.
Do you think that you have gotten lazy, or do you continue to update the show?
No, it's amazing. You know, in New York, when we wanted to put something new in the show, there were crew calls. I don't want to get into union shit, of course. There were big crew calls, and we had to do our rehearsal out in Hoboken and move stuff in. Now we have a huge shop because of money.
It's dedicated to you.
Yeah,
you don't have to change the theater around.
So we've got 40 minutes of new shit going in our show in just like the next 4 months.
Wow.
It's stuff, and we work on it any length of time we want because we never advertise it. You know, in New York, we'd have to say 37% new stuff to try to, but it's always different people coming in, and people pick up the vibe that if they come each year, there's enough new that they're cool with it. Because we might write 20 minutes of new stuff, but then we have to change other stuff so we can hide stuff in our pockets and stuff.
Now explain something to me, because I'm always fascinated by your rivalries. David Copperfield has, I guess he got into some trouble recently, right?
All I know is what I read in the papers.
All right.
You don't talk to that guy?
I used to talk to him once in a while, but I did the Aristocrats. I invited him over to my house to see that, which you so should have been in. I so wish I could have gotten through to you then.
But wait a second.
And he came over for that. We hang out a little bit, but most of the time he's touring. And now that there's this weirdness, I don't think he wants to talk to anyone about it until it's over.
It says here, as of 2005, Penn had a long-running feud with illusionist David Copperfield. After Copperfield announced that he was going to make a girl pregnant on stage without having sex with her, Penn responded, the only way Copperfield can reproduce is with a cheesy magic act. So you guys had that. So how do you guys become friends after such an intense, bitter rivalry?
Well, you know, here's what it was. I was always, and I think you, of all people, should understand this, I was always just fucking around, you know, having a good time.
Yeah.
And David, and I think just because of different personalities, not because of insanity, took it differently. And then he finally wrote me this letter that said, you know, dear fucking scumbag, died, just like this letter. And I wasn't sure it was really from him. I thought it was someone, you know, fucking with me. It came FedEx, and it was really just, I mean, aristocratic. It was just this pouring out.
So you called him and you found out it really was him.
I called up and I said, I got this note that I don't think's from you, but it's pretty funny. You know, it just said, you know, you're like a fucking crack addict. You tell me you're not going to say something, and then, you know, the shit you've said on Stern, the shit you've said, you know, everywhere. And this thing that I said here was I was being interviewed about a whole other project.
Right.
And they were doing one of those, you know, phone gangbangs where like 20 guys interview you.
So he was mad at you.
Well, he was mad at me, but when he used to kind of say, you really shouldn't be doing this. When he finally said, like, you know, fuck you, you scumbag, and made me laugh.
Right.
I called him up and said, was this really you? And he said, yeah. And I wrote back a letter that just said, you are 100% right. It is true. I promise you I won't say shit about you, and then I do. And
in fact, David Copperfield said, he said this publicly, Penn invokes my name whenever he needs publicity, which is often.
Yeah, well.
We're actually pals. Privately, he treats me like a king. In fact, his nose is blacker than his fingernails from being up my ass for 20 years.
That is funny.
That's right. If his reputation were as big as his gut, he wouldn't need to include me in this press release. And then Copperfield went on to call you two guys, Penn and Teller, the Beavis and Butthead of magic.
Yeah, he did that a lot.
Yeah. So it's funny. You got your rivalries. You got to live with it. So now you're not in touch with him at all since these charges of him, the sex charges.
That's not, those are coincidental. I don't think they're cause and effect.
Okay.
As a rule, I see David twice a year. We saw him, he was honored. He was given, you know, Vegas Entertainer of All Time.
Okay.
And we were at that honoring ceremony and did a little trick and stuff. And that was, 6 months ago.
Right.
And very cordial and very pleasant. We get along very well.
And Teller still does not talk publicly? He will not speak?
No, and the reason I'm here, not on your television show, but in New York, is Teller has directed a production of Macbeth in Red Bank, New Jersey. And I came out to see that last night.
Oh, so he's directing.
Not since Siegfried and Roy did Two Gentlemen of Verona. Not since David Blade's Hamlet has Teller's Macbeth bursted across the stage.
Was it good or was it boring?
It was, Teller, you know, since he was 16 years old,
Right.
you know, has been obsessed with Macbeth and always wanted to direct it. So it had this really cool vibe of everything Teller ever wanted to do on
Right.
stage. I mean, even the gates that are there for the gates of hell to open and stuff are like stuff out of his house. You know, for me,
But how do you?
I couldn't watch it.
How does he have the time to direct if you have to be in Vegas all the time doing your show?
We do 46 weeks a year.
Okay.
And we have been planning all our breaks for the past year so Teller can fly back. And he's directing with a guy named Aaron Posner.
How many shows a week do you do
We
in
do
Vegas?
6 shows a week. It's a nice, easy schedule. I play jazz for an hour before the show, so I'm on about 3.5 hours. It's a similar.
What instrument do you play?
I started right when my mom died. For a lot of complicated reasons, I started playing upright jazz bass. And
You play for the audience ahead of time?
But not, there's a wonderful piano player named Mike Jones.
So before you come out as Penn and Teller, you come out as Penn.
Is there a different look?
I come out over to the side just playing bass without being introduced.
Oh, wow.
Now,
And,
are you dressed as
No, I'm not
Penn,
dressed
or
like
you're-
Penn, but I'm not like how are you going to disguise this? You know, oh, it's fucking Sasquatch. Although one guy did say to me, came up to me while I was playing bass and said, "Are you like Penn's brother?" Like there's another
That's
guy
good.
that looks like this.
I like that.
And but I love I wanted to know about jazz. I knew about other
So when
music
I
about
walk into
jazz.
the Penn and Teller Theater, I see Penn, as I'm taking my seat, playing the bass with another guy. All right.
With a fabulous piano player. And the
see.
piano player is so good you might not notice. Well, you might not notice the bass player anyway.
One last David Copperfield question. When you were friendly with him at that point, did you ever witness him raping a woman?
He used to invite us over for big rape time.
So you would go there to rape people?
Oh, sure.
You
would,
rape people
would.
as well?
You bring yeah, the thing, it was always bring your own cunt. You know,
I
it
see.
was BYOC, so you had to bring. So it was always pulling up in the van to the 7-Eleven and finding the whore and giving her a Slurpee and saying, pretend you're being raped.
Bring your own victim.
I've met David Copperfield. It's hard for me to believe the guy's an attractive guy. You wouldn't believe
He was
that.
supposed to be a woman, you know, like a
Ladies' man.
Well, there's no doubt that Copperfield got laid all he wanted. And I don't think we know anything about this case yet. And I'm the, you know, Copperfield never tried to rape me. And that most of the time I was around
Never gave
him.
you roofies,
It was
never drank with him, nothing.
No, well, I'm a tough person to give roofies to. Although
you have the long
tried,
hair
bitch.
from the back. You can look like a woman.
And I have a nice ass. There's no doubt about it.
You know, I've heard Teller speak.
Yeah.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. You've never heard him speak?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he came on the show. He talked to me.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He just sat there like a lummox.
I saw a documentary
He's
about...
too small for a lummox.
A documentary about Houdini.
Yeah.
And they interview him, and he speaks, because I guess, you know, Houdini obviously...
He knows a lot of the Houdinis.
You guys have worked together so long. Is it true that you were once in clown college? Was that your history?
That's where he went to college?
Yeah, you went to and you were on the football team.
Football team at clown college. Yeah.
Right.
The huddles were wonderful.
What clown college did you go to?
Well, Ringley Brothers Barn and Bailey, greatest show on earth, clown college, sir.
So things weren't going great for you, but when you
That's
met
like
Teller...
the Harvard of clown college.
Right.
He played wacky tight end.
What clown did you... What was your makeup like?
I had to go to remedial makeup. I wasn't good.
Right.
I really wasn't good. I was brought on because I was a really good juggler.
Right.
So I was the juggling clown. And I don't know how much you know about the clown makeup, but my makeup type was called Auguste, which is the kind that has essentially the 3 white spots covered with a red around it. Lou Jacobs, who was the only living human being to ever be in a postage stamp, the clown, that was his style.
That was his style. So
although mine was horrible. I mean, I had to go...
You were a scary clown. I've never found a clown to be funny, actually.
You know what's really funny? They actually have, they've created their own language about
Of course you have to have that. You have to.
Silly.
Of course it's silly, but it's
what is that makeup called again?
It's called Auguste.
Auguste. Yeah,
There's white face.
It's like radio. Get the carts and blah, blah, blah. We have our own language.
It's
Get the hot clock.
Auguste, white face, and character. So the Tramp, like Emmett Kelly Jr. or Edge in U2, are called the Tramp characters. And then the white face with a little hat is the smart clown, and the Auguste takes the fall and does the stupid shit.
I see.
So it's all all very laid out. I learned this. They were classes and
they released a study that said that children, for the most part, universally hate clowns?
Yeah.
100%. They don't like them. They're scared of them.
I went. I was not living anywhere. I'd left home and I was just hitchhiking around.
How old were you?
I was 18. And I was the youngest one there, and I got in, I think, by the skin of my teeth.
Can you get laid as a clown, or was it very difficult?
I think, well, there's an expression in the circus that clowns and elephants will put anything in their mouth.
Right. Can a clown make a lot of money?
A clown can make no money. The money that's given at Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show. And notice, they always say Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show on Earth, because the one class they had in media relations gave us that you were fined if you said the circus or the Ringling Show. Right. You had to say Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show on Earth. And if you said, where are you going? I had to say Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show on Earth. So when we're playing out in Vegas, I always say the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, featuring Penn Jillette and the Penatella Theater.
Old habits are hard to get rid of.
Well, it was really important to
That's
them.
your WNBC. How we say WNBC.
Yeah, exactly. Right way. Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show on Earth.
So when you were a clown, were there hot girl clowns?
There were, but not for me, and not particularly hot. You just have to say girl clowns. Clowns are a profession like magicians and like hairdressers and like interior decorators that are associated with being gay. Right. There are many, many gay clowns.
Clowns are gay? Oh, I didn't know that.
Clowns and elephants put anything in their mouth.
A lot of clowns are gay.
Many, many.
Right.
But it is a stereotype. Within the circus,
so you were a straight clown and
as
women
straight as you could be with makeup all over your face.
Like my mom always told me I should take ballet lessons because I'd meet girls. Only girls take ballet lessons and gay dudes.
Right.
Maybe being a clown's a good idea if you're straight.
I have a friend, and I guess I shouldn't say his name because I think his wife gets upset about this, but he toured the Ringling Show.
Then don't say his name. Yeah.
He toured the Ringling Show for 3 years, which now automatically means she knows because she listened to the show. He toured the Ringling Show for 3 years, and he said there are women, and I never came across these, but boy, do I want to know more about them. There were these women who wanted to have, the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Greatest Show on Earth show, they do, I think, 12 shows a week. Right. So there's 3 shows on Saturday, and the show's 3.5 hours. So you're in makeup from morning to night. And there were women who liked to have sex with clowns in the clown makeup, and it was a real, heavy-duty sub-dom trip.
Right, never happened for you.
So they would go, no, I never toured with a show.
Right.
So, I mean, not that was the reason. I'm just saying that's one of there may be a whole bunch of reasons.
Right.
I didn't have the right flowers squirting water out of my hat. But they would go out to the chain-link fence in the parking lots.
And have sex.
And put their cocks through the chain-link fence.
Really?
And these women looking up at their clown faces would suck them off.
Wow.
Which I imagine is probably the hottest thing in the world.
That's got to be great.
To realize it,
it's very perverse.
Very perverse. You've crossed the line.
I don't know
if you're ever fucking a clown, you've crossed the line, Robin. That's the line. It doesn't matter wrapping your shit in electric blankets and stuff. Fucking a clown, you've crossed the line.
On this side of that line.
With or without makeup.
How much does the average clown make a year?
My information is useless because I went in 74. But in 74, it was about $300 a week, and you had to pay to live on the train and for your food.
Wow, that's not a good living.
Live on the train? Oh my God!
Well, you have to pay to live on the train.
So my point is,
and where you live in the bunks. It's 6'3" length and 3 feet wide, and you store all your shit there and sleep there.
Wow. My point about this clown college in your early years.
How can you have a point about clown?
I have a point.
How much of a loser can you be?
You meet Teller. Your act becomes world-renowned. You become very successful.
Yeah, that period of act becomes world-renowned was very, very long.
But would you say that you're in love with Teller in the sense that not physically, but I mean, do you love him like a brother? Do you love this guy? I mean, he is.
There's nobody, other than my wife and children that I'm closer to in the world. He's been there for everything, but there's nothing to talk about. Remember, everything that happened to him happened to me.
Yeah, but wait a second. When you look at Teller and the experiences you've shared together, I'll give you a hypothetical. If you and Teller and your wife
were on
a boat, the boat is sinking.
Shoot Bush twice. Is that the punchline?
Who do you kill? Do you kill your wife? Do you let her die? Or do you let Teller die? How do you choose?
You can only save one.
I think there's a genetic once you have children, there's a genetic thing that happens.
Save the mother.
You have to save the mother.
I don't know. One makes you money, one costs you money.
Exactly. But I think Teller dies. And
when
I also
did you get
think
married?
Teller would agree.
That's how long I haven't seen you. You were such a bachelor.
About 3.5 years ago.
Finally gave up on Robin.
Gave up on Robin.
Right.
Which wasn't hard to do.
And it was a very, very fast. You know, everybody told me that my mom, before she died, said, because after she died, she didn't say anything.
She probably still talks to you. But
said, you know, that I was getting too old and too picky, and I'd never find anybody. And I did not want to get married till I met someone who was perfect. And everybody thought that was folly. And then I did. And then by the time I met perfect, you know, I wanted atheist, libertarian, teetotaler. I wanted someone that was all the faults I had.
Checklist.
I had a checklist, a very important checklist.
Are you very much in love?
Very much.
Really? And you say she's a libertarian like you? She does not believe in God like you?
No. And all that stuff is really important.
You are also
pro-psychics?
Is she pro-guns?
Yeah.
She is?
Yeah.
Is she against global warming cockamamie theories?
Oh, I don't know enough about that. She's kind of in the same boat, but she's not buying it hook, line, and sinker.
And you're monogamous?
Yeah.
Sex
and
only
does she run around the world looking at different things in the sky, you know, that happen, you know, whenever those stars fall or whatever?
What are you talking about?
You know, you have those scientist friends.
Oh, yeah. I sometimes go. She likes the scientist friends.
I want to meet her. I know she's here with you. I do want to meet her.
Yeah, well,
Would she come in and say hello, or is she afraid to come in?
I think she's a little afraid to come in. We actually addressed that. She said, can I go with you? Will Howard make me come in? And I said, I'd like you to come with me, but you don't have to go in if you don't.
I would love to meet her.
I would love to meet her. Are you one of those couples now that has to do everything together? Are you constantly together?
I would like to be more of that.
Yeah.
But we have children.
I see.
So there's a certain kind of child.
You're into naming the kids the strange name thing. You almost have to do that when
you have to have celebrity children.
Well, you know, this is I will address that directly.
I mean, let me give you
your daughter's name is Moxie.
Moxie what?
Her middle name is Crime Fighter, and I will tell you why.
Stop it.
Her middle name is Crime Fighter because my wife does not have a middle name. She thought middle names were bullshit, and she said, we're just going to do Moxie, Gillette, fuck the middle name. And somebody said, well, why don't you just give her a middle name that means nothing? And I'd written a novel.
Right.
Called Sock, and in it I say, from now on, call me Crime Fighter. And our piano player said, call her Crime Fighter. And I said, it'll be great, because no one will know her middle name when she's a kid, but when she's pulled over, when she's 17 driving,
she'll be Crime Fighter.
The cop comes over and she goes, my middle name is Crime Fighter, sir. We're on the same side. And it already worked. My wife already got pulled over with Moxie in the car. Yeah. The cop came over and she said, this is my daughter, Moxie Crime Fighter. And he went, her middle name's Crime Fighter? I heard about this. And he goes, oh, fine, just keep going.
So I've always had a theory that celebrities want their children, in a sense, to be so special like that.
No, you're absolutely wrong. My name is Penn, okay?
Right.
I have always gone through, I met one other Penn so far in the past 10 years. I met one Penn.
That's
met
true.
one before that. The one Penn I met is one of the Bang Brothers, the porno guys.
Yes.
One of the founders. His name Penn something.
Legitimately his name.
Legitimately his name, and two N's. And
what is your son's name?
My son's name is Zoltan, which is my wife's maiden name.
Zoltan.
T-E-N.
He's like
my
a superhero.
Zoltan.
Well, it's my wife's maiden name.
That sounds like a super criminal.
My wife's name was Emily Zoltan.
All right.
And
Zoltan.
My father-in-law had all daughters, and now he has a chance of having the name there, at least it's a first name. And his middle name is Penn.
So his name is Zoltan?
Zoltan Penn, but he's called Z. It's called Z.
Z.
Yeah.
All right. And how old is he now?
He's 1.5 years, and he's the size of Robin. He's the biggest fucking kid. A lot of times...
Will you teach him magic?
You can tell. Yeah, 1.5 of teaching him magic, yeah.
Are you going to teach him magic?
Now there's no shit in your pants. Now there is.
Will you teach him magic at a certain age?
If he wants to know, I will teach him.
You will teach him your secrets, even when you make the flower bleed in the shadow and the whole thing like that.
What about fire eating?
I think that's all up to what kind of kids they are.
What if he's not a weird kid? Like you want a weird kid. You want a special kind of awkward kid.
Doesn't everybody? I mean, not awkward, but I think you want. You know, I think the cruelest thing you can do to a kid is name him Dave. You know, saying to your kid, I want you to be in a class where there's 4 other kids with the same name.
Kids want to be the same.
I don't think so. Everybody I know that has a nutty name was very happy with it. No one complains. Yet the Mikes that I know, I was out to lunch in Vegas. 5 guys named Mike. There were 6 of us out to lunch.
You do have a
5 of them named Mike.
When I was on the air...
I mean, it's stupid to have to say, oh, Mike Jones. Oh, no, Mike Close.
I would have disagreed with
Moxie,
you.
We're okay.
I would have disagreed with you, but 1981, 1981, Frank Zappa was on my show, and Frank said to me, how you doing? I said, yeah, great. I'm about to have a baby, my first kid, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be a girl. I said, Frank, you're so great at naming kids. What would you name my daughter? He didn't miss a beat, and he said, Moldred. That's a name. And I looked at him, and I said, what the fuck? What kind of weird thing is that? And you know something? My daughter now is going to be 25 years old.
Holy jeez.
And she turned to me, and she said, why didn't you name me? Emily said this. Why didn't you name me Moldred? I would have loved that name.
I
said,
just
you always change it now.
I said, what, are you kidding me?
I just think that... when someone named Bob names their kid a wacky name, it's very different than someone named Penn. I had essentially a girl's name. I was called Penny and ridiculed for that. And I
still call you Penny and ridicule you. Right.
And I absolutely loved it. I loved knowing that I could write my first name anywhere and I knew what it was. I loved that when I go to any sort of set, if there's 100 people around, no one else is named Penn. I have to wait. Once in a while a kid comes to the show that someone liked hearing my name on a TV show and named the kid that. There's a few out there. But Moxie is a name that means guts, and it's a truly American word. It was invented for a soft drink.
Sure.
And Zoltan, I think it's a weird name unless you know it's my wife's maiden name, and there's a respect there that I like.
I should plug you. I have a million questions for you, but check out Penn Jillette's Penn Says video clips on Crackle.com. See Penn and Teller's every night. They have their show at the Rio in Las Vegas, and you can get tickets by going to pennandteller.com. How did you like doing radio?
Well, at K-Rock.
How long did you... after we left the radio station, they went to a free FM format.
Yeah, they did.
And David Lee Roth was the morning man. Well, you were on for an hour after David Lee Roth.
Well, I don't think it was directly after, but yes, I was after. And
then you were syndicated to a bunch of other stations.
A bunch, meaning like 5, not huge.
Okay.
And I really, really enjoyed it. But I was very spread out because I was doing it from my studio, my home in Vegas.
That's a kiss of death.
3 hours time difference.
It's very hard to do a show from your home, I think.
And, well, that wasn't the problem. The problem was getting off work at 1 a.m. and starting the show at 9.
Was it too much, too many hours?
It was a lot of hours, but I really enjoyed... There's an intimacy in radio that you... Well, I'm talking to the person that knows more about that than
I love it. I like it better. I like it better than doing television. I think it's just my thing.
But it was really the free FM vibe was they were trying to, and this drives me nuts. It's like trying to find who's the magician that replaces Houdini. Well, there isn't one, stupid, because Houdini was this special thing. And I think no matter how talented someone thinks you are, and I'm on the group that thinks phenomenally, still, that hunk of time that made you what radio was at that time, other things were helping you. Let's say you're 100% talented, and let's say your whole crew worked together perfectly. The timing was right. Everything else was working.
That's right. It's all got to be aligned.
Even if someone exactly like you, with everything else going, tried to come in after you, they wouldn't have done that well because radio doesn't do that well.
So what happened? Why did you... did they fire you? Or
Free FM kind of fell apart.
Right.
And they
Did
were
you stay
for
the whole ride, or were you out early?
I was out earlier than I was supposed to be out, but I stayed for the whole ride of Free FM. And I really did. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was really interesting to learn to be yourself for long periods of time because you can create a slight character difference, just a little bit off.
You understand what Penn is saying?
Yes.
That even I couldn't replace me right now.
Well, that's what he's saying,
exactly.
but I think that's ridiculous.
No, I understand.
understand what he's saying.
I understand what he's saying, but Howard is Howard. Exactly. And there is, there's a certain personal charisma that carries through for him.
I'm saying
that defies the time.
But without the name Howard Stern.
Were you controversial on the radio? Did you say things that got people angry? Now, there was one guy, one of your co-workers at one of the stations said he would pay one of the listeners to have you killed.
Yeah.
And he got fired.
He got fired.
That's not cool.
I believe it's I believe it's exactly like a hitman saying that. I never heard what he said. I knew
John London was the guy.
You made him disappear.
I had nothing to do with making him disappear, but they did. Was
there a prize involved if someone was to kill you?
I think it was a few $1,000s if you killed me, and a little more if you made it hurt. But
no, he's right, man. There's people listening to the radio.
What prompted the guy to do that? Were you having a feud with him?
I didn't know he existed.
Right.
But he knew I existed. He followed me at a small station.
I see.
And I would do my show, and then from reports, I've never heard him. He did his next 4 hours, he would pull clips from my show
and blast you
and talk about it.
Talk about ripping off Howard.
And that was all fine, you know.
Right.
And he was a Catholic, and of course we disagree on that. And he went into this riff, which I think he thought was, I'm being a shock jock.
Right.
Probably your fault if you dig in.
Yeah,
you know?
but you got to know the line. You can't go on the air and say, I want someone to kill this guy, because there are nut jobs who will do it.
And I will also say that had I been still single, I probably would have done it head on and done TV shows and made press out of it, and also maybe even press charges or whatever, and just done it out. We had one toddler, and my wife was pregnant,
and that's when you get scared.
Her father called up and said, someone's threatening the life of my son-in-law. What happens to you and my grandchildren?
He didn't care about you.
Well, of course he did. But you know how that hits you like a fucking baseball bat? Because all of a sudden you go, oh, man, I'm a grown-up.
Right.
And what do I do?
Yeah, you have
responsibilities. All of a sudden, I just said, we're going to put security around. Yeah. Because,
Did you ever talk to this guy since?
No, I don't want anything.
Did you threaten to sue him?
Do you know what happened to him?
No, I wanted.
You did not. You just wanted it to go away.
I want to go away. And now Howard Stern's talking about it.
There you go.
But you know what I mean?
I was curious.
I like very much you putting I like you making it clear that it's wrong to kill you? That this is not the kind of gag you would do.
No, absolutely not.
And I mean, that's important, because I don't want...
no, that's bullshit what the guy did to you. That's a real bullshit thing.
But
because
that's often what Howard Stern imitators do.
Right.
I know.
They go a place that we would never go.
You understand completely that I don't mind him saying he's completely wrong and he has no talent and any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You could even defend that as true in a court of law. But I think there are lines to be crossed, and it has nothing to do with freedom of speech.
I always wondered, I thought that you and David Lee Roth and a couple of other people, after I left the radio, I said, those guys must have been offered a bunch of dough. They were really panicked, ready to pay anyone they felt who had a name.
Yeah, I believe.
Were you overpaid?
I believe they offered. I was certainly overpaid.
Okay.
But that's only because I had next to no experience.
Right.
Of course, David Lee Roth had no experience.
David Lee Roth made $8 million.
Yeah.
He got a
I wasn't paid that. The deal that I got that was astonishing was they let me do an hour a day, which is a bad idea.
Right.
It's just not the right length for a show.
For a
radio show. Generate loyalty.
I really couldn't do longer. And
was it $1 million contract?
Me very well. Oh, no, less.
Less money than $1 million.
Yeah. I think altogether it was about $500,000, and then they picked up a lot of studio stuff, which I don't think is grotesquely overpaid.
Did you have an on-air partner, or was it just you?
I had Michael Goudot, who writes bullshit with us, sat across from me, and a couple of the shows I did totally alone. And motherfucker, thank these people again.
I'm very grateful.
I heard the show a couple of times, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Thanks. Thanks. It was putting a nut on the radio.
And now you are married. Yes, go ahead.
The thing that surprised me was I had no intention of ever taking phone calls. Like, I thought that's kind of jive, and who gives a fuck. And then I took phone calls, and man, I really like talking to people. I had never in my life talked to people before. Talked to strangers in kind of an honest way. And I had never, the first few calls I took was just like, yes, thank you for calling, and very polite and very New England. And then after a week, I started talking to them. I mean, there's no doubt who we're learning this from, of course.
But you said on your radio show that Mother Teresa... I've blasted...
he hates Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa's horrible.
Me too. I never thought she was a good person. I don't know what you don't like, but I know I didn't like the fact that she would go and advocate, not using contraception in countries that are overloaded with people.
Yeah, well, what's really wrong with her is people seem to think she set up hospitals, and she didn't. She set up places for the dying. And she says in interviews that she feels closest to God when witnessing human suffering. So to me, that sounded like a kink. Like she's going to these places, and we did for bullshit. And, of course, all of the information on this is a book by Christopher Hitchens called Missionary Position, where he covers everything. He did all the research. I don't want to take any credit for it. Right. But she just was into giving them a place to pray and die and not into saving them. And in my morality, giving people a place to pray and die is better than leaving them on the street. But there was a huge amount of money that would be given to her that would then be channeled into the Vatican. And I found that not to be the kind of compassion I like. So the joke that I made was someone had done it was a ephemeral news story that Paris Hilton was going to be asked to play Mother Teresa in a movie. And I said Paris Hilton is too moral to play Mother Teresa. She has never said, I like to watch people suffer. And liking to watch, saying I feel closest to God when watching people suffer is a level of creepy that even someone like me, and if you want to check my history on my web browsing, I go a lot of places.
Let me tell you something. A lot of people don't know this, and I think even Penn never brought it up. Mother Teresa used to host midget tossing parties. You know that's true, right?
I do know.
Yeah.
I do know.
So, well, you should be a fan of hers now that their books are coming out, that she questioned her faith completely.
It's really astonishing, and I got to tell you, and I know you said that jokingly, but the fact that she did question it made me respect the Catholic Church and her more. I always respect the Catholic Church, those who absolutely ascribe to it. The people that make me crazy are the people that call themselves Catholic and then don't follow it any more than I do.
Right.
You know, if I were a Catholic, you wouldn't catch me breaking any of the rules.
Let me ask you something. Sure. Now that you have children,
yeah.
Are you more normal? Like you used to wear a bracelet of human teeth?
Yeah, that cut my wrist is why I stopped that.
Yes.
I believe I will be more normal in a few years. My children
as
are
they
now...
get to be able to notice what you're up to?
Well, I think
as Zoltan gets normal?
Yes. When did your kids have a vote on what you did?
It happened very early on. I remember I came home with blue hair, and they began crying and screaming at me, and that was the end of that.
I remember when you said you wrote your book, and, you couldn't even, display it. You couldn't even put it out.
That's when you write your own book, and you're hiding
when
it from the kids.
When did you have blue hair?
He did for
I
a
went
moment.
nuts. I said, I'm going to put some little blue highlights in. I thought it would look cool.
I had to have heard about this.
So I go down to this drag queen who decides to dye my hair. I said, just give me these little blue streaks. I get out of the chair after hours, and my entire head is blue, like a thick blue, like bright blue. Yeah, and I came home, and my kids start crying and screaming.
Well, there will be a point when Mox and Z will be able to say, boy, you were stupid on that show. We felt embarrassed. And then I'll have to make a decision how much that weighs in. I mean, you can do the...
Now, what about the woman who met you and you fell in love with, who is so perfect for you? How do you meet a woman like this?
Artie's wondering.
Because Artie's trying to find
I
Miss
need
Perfect.
an atheist, too.
I found Miss Perfect. Robin found Mr. Perfect.
I did?
It's really, I did not find her in any way, shape, or form.
Were you worried that she wanted you for your fame?
No, she said magic words. She had...
Abracadabra?
Very close.
I don't want you for your fame?
She came to our show. She waited around after the show to chat and said, I was just having dinner with Richard Dawkins and Amazing Randy, and they said I should meet you. And I'd never met at that time. I'd never met Richard Dawkins, and he was the biggest hero I had.
Right. You're talking about Amazing Randy, who exposes charlatans and fakes who say that they're psychics and they're not.
And Richard Dawkins, who is the Darwin Chair at Oxford and wrote the book The God Delusion, and is a very heavy evolutionary biologist.
So she walks up and says that to you. That turned you on mentally.
Those were the magic magic word?
Turned me on in that it got my attention. I wanted to talk to her
Physically
more.
attractive?
She's physically attractive, she had.
Right.
That's the easy part.
How long does it take you to get a girl like this in bed? Did it take you a long time?
No, her initials, her name is Emily Zoltan. I call her Easy, which is her initial.
Right. So there's no problem getting her.
No, she was a grown-up.
And how long did you wait to ask her to marry you?
Oh, we waited until Moxie is a test tube baby, IVF.
Is that true?
Because
you could not produce?
Well, we could, because Z is not.
Oh,
Z is from fucking, and the very first time we fucked after having Moxie, the very first time, because once you do that, but she was 40. And I was 50, and we very much wanted kids, and the window was closing fast.
And
so
you didn't have to put on your clown makeup and put your penis through a fence? You didn't have to do that with her?
I didn't have to, but I still did.
By the way, Yucko the Clown is on the phone. He wants to know where this fence is. Just give me 1 second. Yucko, you want to put your
penis... Give me the fucking address. I'm ready right now.
I believe the story he told was just, outside one of the train yards where Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, Greatest Show on Earth played.
Let me ask something, because now Penn...
Okay, got it.
Got it.
Penn had to go, I guess, jerk off into a cup.
Yes. Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. I will tell you.
You jerked off into a cup?
Unsuccessfully. I will tell you the truth. They sent me into the jerk-off room to jerk off into a cup, and they had posters on the wall of, very vanilla posters of who you're supposed to jerk off to. Yes. And every woman in the room I had a horrible fight with. Pamela Anderson was on the wall. She hated me. Elle McPherson was on the wall. In Chicago radio, she went off the show crying because of the stuff I said to her. And then Gina Lee Nolan, who was on Fear Factor, hated me. So there I am trying to jack off, and there's all women who I've seen cry and say, "Shut up, you asshole." And I said to my wife, all these women hate me. And she said, "There's posters on the wall." I go, "But they hate me." And
you don't understand. I've met all these women and they dislike me. It's unbelievable.
So it was horrible. So we finally did it at home and brought in the sample.
That's right.
And then Mox was IVF.
And you will tell Mox she was IVF?
Oh, sure. She's a test tube baby. I mean, how can you be more wanted than that? Right. As a matter of fact, Moxie gets $35,000 less throughout her life than Z, because Z costs nothing.
Right. Moxie was $35,000 to produce.
$35,000 for Mox.
So where is she? If I called her in, would she come in and say hello to us, or would she just run out of the door?
She said no.
She says absolutely no.
Are you going to beat her up? You're going to embarrass her?
No, I would be very nice. I would like to know how she fell in love with you and how she still feels about you. Maybe she's not in love with you.
She loves to talk. Yeah, and I just don't want. I don't want you, because you're familiar with being on the radio. You can hurt her, and I don't want you to.
I would not hurt her.
If I have your word on that, you can say hi to her.
But
do you want my word?
If she's not comfortable, Artie might screw up.
I won't say a thing.
But if she's not comfortable, it's fine.
It's up to you at this. Emily, if you want to come in easy, you can come in. No kidding. It's fine. It's cool. I think Howard will be nice to you.
Safe.
I think I would be nice. And if I'm not, Penn can punch me.
That's not going to happen.
He's a big guy.
That could hurt. He's a big guy.
There's Easy. Where is Easy? I want to meet her. A very attractive woman. Hi, Easy.
Emily, this is Howard
Emily,
Stern.
Nice to see you. I'm just fascinated that you won his heart. I thought he was a confirmed bachelor.
And this is Robin.
Hi there. We just sort of saw each other. How are you?
That's right. Me too. You have to thank Robin because...
And this used to be Jackie.
You have to younger. Easy. You have to thank Robin because she passed on Penn.
Yeah.
So I heard.
She could have had him.
Thank you.
He was taken with her a little bit.
Very much so. Yes. Very much so. I've told you how much I like Robin.
That's right. Easy. Did you give yourself to Penn?
If it gets bad, you run away.
No. Give me a sign. I'll cut it right.
Run away.
Cut it down.
Does Penn let you get a word in edgewise ever at home?
Absolutely.
He does.
Yeah. He's pretty much a good husband, father,
good to the kids. Do you feel he'll allow the kids to be normal if they want to be, or is he going to insist on them being little weird kids?
Well, I guess normal means common, and I don't think they're going to be common. They certainly have different thoughts.
He wouldn't stand for that.
No, I don't think he's going to make them be that way. I think they're going to be that way, being around us.
Are there any rules, like, are they watching the same things that most of the kids do in their play dates, and, do they play with the same toys? Are they hot for the hot toy, that kind of thing?
Yeah, we've tried to steer clear of TV and stuff like that, but Dora and Elma have snuck into our home.
Easy, what do you do if the kids come to you one day and say, look, never mind you two, I want religious training. I want to learn. I want to join the church or a temple or something like that.
I'm changing my name to...
What do you do?
Ahmed.
We want to be Hasidim. What do you do?
Well, let me first say I think that's highly unusual and highly unlikely that you can... You know, you're born atheist. You have to be taught that kind of stuff. So to be exposed to it even in school...
So you tell the kids there's no God. That's it. This is the way we view it.
Has God come up? I mean, I don't know.
They're 2.5. You know, we're not reading Spinoza. Jesus.
Not an issue yet.
Not 2.5. We're trying to get through, 10 monkeys jumping on the bed.
Pam, would you like to see your son or daughter take over your act, like work with Teller? I mean, you retired.
Yeah. I have nothing. I will also say that you know this, and you don't really ask the question from your heart, because if my daughter becomes a drunken, born-again Christian evangelist, I will love her with every cell in my body.
Your wife won't. She's not. We'll reject that child.
That'll make money. I see that. Moxie and Teller.
How long did it take you to fall in love with Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller?
About a month.
About a month.
Yeah.
At first it was like, he's all right, but I'm not in love.
He was fascinating and charismatic, but
He claims your name is easy because you made love to him rapidly.
I didn't hear that.
Was it the first night you met him, or how long did you hold out?
3.5 weeks, I suppose.
3.5 weeks.
Because you're in a different zip code.
Yeah.
Guys always have to say that. He could have got. It technically was the second day.
You were there.
So you did hold out for a while.
Well, I don't think hold out's the right word. It was just the right time. Everything was perfect.
And when you made love to Penn the first time, was it what you expected? I mean, the man...
See, this is where you can leave if you want. What do you think this fucking was? You're on with Larry King all of a sudden? You think you're on with some Bush League?
No,
this is the fucking pro. Next comes, when did you first take it up the ass?
Right.
And then comes, who else have you fucked? And then he brings someone in the room that you fucked, and then says, blow them, and then brings in 3 strippers, and then puts it up pay-per-view. Look at him, for Christ's sake. He's on the billboard. It's Howard fucking cunt-laughing Stern. What the fuck? You think he's going to ask you what toys they play with? Robin does that to make you comfortable. Then he comes in and punches you in the cunt. That's why you shouldn't have come in the room. Go ahead, Howard. Have your best shot.
All right, here comes the part where I punch you in the cunt. Now, listen. Wow. You're right. Maybe I should stop.
Howard Stern?
Yes,
Have you changed on Sirius?
Robin, scratch the toss salad question.
That's not going to come up.
It's so true. You're absolutely right. No, but seriously, when he... Was he the lover you expected? Was he the best you ever had?
Yes.
He is. All right, we'll leave it at that.
Now we're going to bring in the black guy who said he had sex with you.
How many black guys did you have sex with?
Simultaneously, and here they are. We got them on the phone.
My question really is, are you fearful of having a showbiz kid? I mean, here you are, you're raising your...
That wasn't my question.
I know that.
That's actually the scary one.
Yeah.
Very much so. You know, I was raised... lower middle class, and we have a lot of money, and I'm always afraid. I was raised lower middle class.
How much money do you have?
On me?
Yeah.
About $800.
You're a multimillionaire, is that correct?
Barely.
Yes, all right.
And
nothing like a successful man. Am I right, Easy? I mean, it's
Easy.
great.
You're calling her Easy.
Well, that's her name.
Her name's Emily.
That's right.
I am hopeful that because we live in Vegas in a neighborhood that isn't all show busy, and there isn't, like, the Dalton School and that kind of stuff,
that they might grow up normal.
At least have the idea that money means something. Good
luck.
I know. Well, you could tell me that. How was it for you? Because you have hundreds of millions.
No, I don't.
No, not on you.
Not on me. But no, you try.
I mean, was it hard?
Well, yeah, you try to keep the kids grounded and level-headed.
And they said, did you ever say we can't afford that to anything?
And they laugh at me.
Yeah, right. You can't get away with that.
It was in the papers.
No, we do. We actually do.
Because they pay you hundreds of dollars for doing this.
I know.
Hundreds.
I'm making $100 right now.
You're just saying that.
No, but you do have to. You have to.
What do you do? Talk to me.
You say, listen, we do not spend money on that. If you want something like that, you'd have to go out and earn that. Yeah, sure.
Are you like Kathy Lee Gifford? Do they have to give away their toys or any of that?
Please. Come on, you think I'm that well thought out? Come on.
They're 25. It's a different kind of toy now.
I just meant as they grow up.
On Hanukkah, they're only allowed no gifts over $1 million.
Yeah, and they're like, what job?
That's drawing a line.
What part-time job is going to get me enough money for a G4?
Are my kids fucked up? I don't think so. You know them, Robin.
They're beautiful kids. They're really
nice
wonderful.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's
easy to be with adults.
However bad I am, he's much worse. He's got at least 50 times the money.
Right.
He's got a much higher profile.
And I have a horrible reputation.
Sure. So if you can get through, can I?
Probably.
The thing is that is not the issue. It's not how much. It's the fact that you're famous and there is money.
Sure, but
because you see lesser stars' children becoming big stars just for showing up at parties and they're now walking down runways just to be photographed making sex tapes.
I got nervous once. The kids asked me for their birthday if I would buy them Vermont.
No. But then, wasn't your daughter going to do a topless thing or something?
No. She was in a show, and she was trying her career as an actress.
But she's an actress.
She wasn't uptight about it, but then it got very heavily promoted.
And you said shit like that would turn into a whole different thing, and that must have been a tough thing.
That was
tough.
And you got through it. Yes, I got through it.
And I think being a parent is a tough thing, and the thing I have that you don't have is I'm way old. I was 50 when Moxie was born.
That's probably better.
And my mom was 45.
What do you mean? He's just too old to care? What?
No, it means he's a little wiser and probably a little less, self-absorbed and probably understands that it can't be all about him and his relationship or with his kids.
Was I was just sick of thinking about myself. I mean, my job was thinking about myself. It's fuck it. You need someone to take care of.
Really?
Right. And I'm really enjoying that. Yeah, do you?
Yeah. She didn't go as far as the kids.
Well, no, now you also have a road comedian.
That's right. Well, listen, you two are a lovely couple. I like to see you married.
Well, you just did a Groucho thing? You're a lovely couple, but now it's time to play the game.
All right, now, say the secret word.
We need Gilbert here to do his Groucho.
Check out Penn Jillette's Penn Says video clips on Crackle.com. What am I checking out exactly?
I just, the radio show was fine. It took too much time. This is just the radio show, 24 hours. I turn up a video whenever I get an idea.
It's a website.
Yeah, it's
your website.
Whenever you have a thought or want to say something,
I just say it.
I should take a blog, a video blog.
Sure.
Okay, Crackle.com for that. Also, go see Penn and Teller every night at the Rio in Las Vegas. And for tickets, go to pennandteller.com.
And I'm going to see you in 8 years. I'll be right back. Is that the cycle I'm on now?
You are invited.
Is that what rotation?
That's right. You're on the 8-year rotation. It's unbelievable. You're going to be sitting in the green room with Dee Snider. You're going to love it. That's right. And good luck with the kids.
Thank you, man.
And it's a pleasure to meet you.
Come back when Zoltan is dating Shiloh Pitt.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's right. And we'll grade you on how good a parent you've been.
I also want to ask you sometime, maybe off the air, but I want to talk to you about Tiny Tim. Because your interviews with Tiny Tim, I've now listened to all of them several times.
I love Tiny Tim.
And it's one of the most fascinating things. When all of your cynicism goes away and you're sitting there with him, it's the most fascinating time in radio I've ever heard.
I think that Tiny Tim was, I'm not making a joke, the best talk show guest that I've ever interviewed. People say, who's the greatest person you ever interviewed in terms of like a sheerly fascinating person? It was Tiny Tim.
And there's a moment when you back down to him that is one of the most beautiful moments when you make the decision that he should win on the when you said goddamn.
The Jesus.
Right.
Jesus
thing. Well, you have to back off at some point with him.
But I know but you did, and I really liked that kind of shell of purity can't be beaten by show business skill, and you knew that.
Well,
and there was the politeness.
The guy was broken, mentally ill,
sure he was.
And you had to back off at some point.
Out of his, I mean, you've got incredible quotes. You know, Bob Dylan, the only real person I ever met. He was who Lenny Bruce was hanging out with the last few weeks of his life.
Right.
You know, everybody. Johnny Carson, the interviews that Johnny Carson has, it's a similar thing. The guard comes down and Johnny talks to him. But because you did longer, And because you were doing it when you were really on a rocket ship in terms of fame and had like the biggest swinging dick and all the power, and chose not to use that to beat him up, which is not just you, it's also Tiny. It's an amazing moment in radio.
You make me feel good about myself. Thank you.
It's an amazing moment.
Thank you for saying
He's
that.
going to go back now and listen.
Oh, they're really great.
Listen, easy. Put your top back on. If you don't mind. I mean, this is outrageous. You came in here all demure, and now you're whipping it off. All right. Penn, thank you for saying that. And great seeing you, and you two make a great couple. Check out Penn Jillette's Penn Says video clips on Crackle.com. See Penn and Teller, of course, every night at the Rio in Las Vegas.
Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And Ralph has a quick question. That's a good one. Go ahead. What is it? Go ahead.
Quick question. I think Penn's a really smart guy. I like that bullshit show a lot, too.
Thank you.
Who do you support for president?
All right, you got to make a choice, Penn. Come on. Don't cop out and say, oh, I can't follow this thing. Who is the person you're supporting? Don't give us a kooky answer.
Well, Huckabee is a bass player. We've never had that
I
before.
don't care what he is.
Either Hillary or Obama give us history. That's
Right.
great. But I've got to say, even with the newsletters that are so horrible, I've got to go with the biggest nut you can have, give you in the choice, which is Ron Paul.
Ron Paul. Well, I've been listening to a lot of stuff he says, and it's pretty intriguing.
He's not nutty.
He claims he didn't write those letters.
He did not write them. We know that for a fact. But still, if I had stuff back a while ago that had my name on it with racist stuff in it, I'd have to answer to that. And as much as I love Ron Paul and what he says, you know, if Al Sharpton ran for president, the stuff he said in the past comes up. It's got to go that way.
All right,
but I love
him. I didn't even think about him. I saw him on TV about 2 weeks ago, and everything he said I agreed.
Why is it always the unelectable guy?
But know. He's not unelectable if we all vote for him, Robin.
Let's go right now. All right.
It's revolution love.
We'll be back right after these words. Mike Walker's on the phone for the Gossip Game. Mike, where the hell you been? We haven't heard from you in a couple of weeks.
I forgot.
I've been taking a little vacation, Howard.
I thought we didn't do this anymore.
Yeah.
What?
I figured we ended this feature.
Thought you were done with us.
Done?
Thought you bagged out on us.
Well, I'm not allowed to take a vacation.
No, you're not, sir.
Not?
Did we take
realized that was in my contract. Oh, wait, I don't have a contract.
You know the show depends on you.
Oh, yeah, right.
How do we get through our Thursdays?
All right, here he is, Mike Walker. Of course, you know him from the National Enquirer. Everybody reads his 2 pages of brilliant gossip. To play the gossip game with Mike online, you can go to nationalenquirer.com. All right, Mike, he's going to give us 4 stories. Artie, you're particularly good at this. Artie,
yeah, I am.
Artie missed you, Mike.
Artie on a roll?
I was just outside talking football with the guys, so to get ready for this, I want to look through Us Weekly and put on a skirt.
There you go. Why don't you just put on the skirt, Artie?
Mike, where you been, man? I've been making fucking big gossip news.
Well, I heard you were getting a lap dance at, but really, that's not news.
I predicted the Spade thing with this Jillian 4 years ago. I'm all over TMZ. Do your fucking job.
Oh, I didn't realize you were the predictor.
Artie was.
I was, man.
He's really good at it.
What was it, 2004?
Well, all right, here we are. 4 stories. One of them is fake. Pick out the fake story. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, here we go. Looks like Eddie Murphy's so-called marriage was jinxed from the start, just hours after the star's romantic New Year's Day wedding to Tracy Edmonds on the Pacific Isle of Bora Bora. He and his quote-unquote bride faced a firestorm when they finally revealed to attending family and friends that, surprise, the ceremony had been symbolic only, and anyone who wanted to see them get legally married could see them do it in the good old USA.
Is he cracking? Hey, Mike, is he cracking up or something? I'm worried about Eddie Murphy. I mean, he's doing weird things.
Yeah, he is doing weird things. He's being very, very eccentric, and you know, the whole Posh Spice thing was very strange, or Mel Spice.
Scary, yeah.
So, and he's never commented on that. But anyway, these people were very upset because they said, look, we flew all around the world for thousands of dollars because we thought that missing your wedding day would be unthinkable. Now you tell us, and you should have announced in advance, that they could attend the real wedding instead, closer and cheaper. Well, Eddie was embarrassed. He hadn't intended to mislead anyone, but he quickly offered to reimburse those grumbling guests with what amounted to a 6-figure sum.
Wow. Number 2.
Harrison Ford showed up in front of Warner Brothers studio to support picketing writers and told the guys, I'm too old to march, but I have something for you. The Indiana Jones star popped the back of his SUV and pulled out boxes containing what he called survival gear, packets of those hand-/feet warmers to shake hard You shake them hard to make chemicals inside heat up. The Grateful Strikers have been shivering in L.A.'s January cold wave, stuffed the warmers into boots, sneakers, and gloves, then waved and yelled, "Thanks, Indy," as the old geezer sped off.
All right, number 3.
Number 3 is Brad Pitt, please note. Even though they interacted at first like dad and doting daughter while filming the movie The Changeling, pouty Angelina Jolie finally butted heads with director Clint Eastwood, blowing off his pointers on how to play a scene. As Hubba Hubba Huffily vamoosed to her trailer, try saying that correctly, as Hubba Hubba Huffily vamoosed to her trailer, flinty-eyed Dirty Harry made his move. He sat calmly in his director chair and simply waited, not uttering a word. It took a while, said my spy witness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. But sure enough, Angie baby blinked first. Clint knew they'd end up doing it his way, and she just wanted to give Angelina the space to accept that he's the boss, said the insider. Sure enough, she returned to the set, resolved to giving in to Eastwood, and she said, he must know what he's doing. He's Clint Eastwood, after all. Strong and silent, Brad. Get it?
All right, number 4.
And number 4. Talk about the final straw. Golden Globes winner Queen Latifah, jetting from New York to L.A. to promote her new movie, Mad Money, nearly gagged when she took the last sip of a cocktail straw aboard an L.A. to New York flight, pulled the straw from her glass, and discovered someone had chewed the end of it. The Queen groaned to pals, "I felt like I was going to heave."
All right, look, there's 4 stories. Eddie Murphy returning a certain amount of money to guests who were burned by his wedding. Harrison Ford warmed people up. Brad Pitt, his Angelina Jolie was in a movie with Clint Eastwood directing, and Clint Eastwood won out in a battle of egos. And Queen Latifah's straw was pre-used on a plane. The fake story, Robin, is the Eddie Murphy story. There is no way that anyone who knows Eddie Murphy is going to complain to Eddie that they want their money back because Eddie isn't married. Eddie would cut them out of his life. He would consider them shitheads. There is no way they would say to him, "Oh, gee, Eddie, your marriage wasn't real. I want the money back."
I think that's absolutely true.
That's fake.
These people don't make Eddie Murphy-type money, and to be told you're going to a wedding, flying halfway around the world,
they don't care
to see it.
They're happy,
and then
Eddie.
All that money and still having to go to another wedding.
They're happy Eddie invited them, and they want to be invited to the next wedding and the wedding after that. That's their one claim to fame.
Sir.
I think if Charlie Murphy didn't get on the Chappelle show, he'd be one of the guys asking for the money back.
Right.
All right, so what's the fake story, Robin?
The fake story is the Angelina Jolie story.
All right.
That's right.
All right, why?
Clint Eastwood never says anything on the set.
All right, let's go to Artie.
They never argue.
Listen, I lived in L.A. for the better part of 6 years, and how big of a fucking pussy does one of those writers have to be to need fucking warmers in L.A. in January? I mean, give me a break. It does not get that cold. Tell that to the fucking auto workers in Detroit when they're fucking striking in February. That's bullshit.
L.A. is cold. L.A. is cold in January. In fact,
I live there. It's not that.
Sometimes I have to wear a winter coat.
I was there in December. I never took off my winter coat.
There you go, Fred. What's
you guys
the fake
are
story?
showbiz froofies.
I think number 3 is absolutely true. Clint Eastwood's probably the coolest director alive. It's between Queen Latifah and Eddie Murphy. The Latifah story almost sounds like a recycled another celebrity story, but I'm going with Howard on this.
All right,
the marriage rebate story is a phony.
Well, then be prepared to win. Howard and Fred say Eddie Murphy. Artie says Harrison Ford. Robin says Brad Pitt. Tell me I'm right, and we'll move on.
It's not a Brad Pitt story. It's an Angelina.
Well, I wish I could tell somebody they were right, but unfortunately nobody is right.
It's the Harrison Ford?
No, Queen Latifah.
Well, Queen Latifah.
Oh.
Shit. And I don't know what you're going on about. There was a terrible cold snap in January.
For you, Mike.
Windy,
For you.
Nasty. No, not for me, my friend.
Right.
Nasty, windy. It was in all the papers.
You used to Hawaiian tropic shit.
They were doing Storm Center Watch 4 on the TV set.
That's true. They were having storms out there.
To play the gossip game with Mike Walker online, go to nationalenquirer.com. Read him in the pages of the National Enquirer. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
See you next week.
None of us won.
L.A. is like that, man. If they're expecting it to drizzle, there's like they bust into shows.
Steve Langford's here with the Howard 100 News. Steve, what do you have for us in Howard 100 Newsland? Here
Steve Langford has a huge penis.
What do you have?
Just some of the stories we're working on in the Howard 100 newsroom. Is this an all-out whack-pack crime wave? Howard 100 News reporters fanning out across the New York tri-state area, chasing Angry Black and High Pitch Eric in various states of legal jeopardy. This Howard 100 News reporter there in Paramus Municipal Court as Angry Black pleads guilty to harassment by pushing and shoving, getting off with a $250 fine plus court costs. This a downgraded charge from the original assault complaint. The apparent victim in the case, 25-year-old Doris Fitzpatrick, telling us she's not happy with Angry Black's deal, saying he threw her onto a concrete floor where she suffered head and back injuries.
It doesn't sound too good, but go ahead.
Meantime, High Pitch Eric sweating bullets in a lawyer's office in Spring Valley, New York. High Pitch there to surrender to New York State Police in the matter of those blood-curdling phone messages he left for a woman. High Pitch visibly shaken when he sees Howard 100 News reporter Shuley there to cover the story. But High Pitch Eric dodging a sweaty bullet yet again. The woman apparently dropping the charges. The New York State Police saying they've closed the investigation.
All right, Eric, very lucky. I hope he learned his lesson, Steve.
Also today, sign of the apocalypse. National Lampoon has bought the rights to Stuttering John's new film called One to Marry. This film scheduled to be released or make a great escape April 10th.
All right, congratulations to John.
That is great.
That's right. That's a big deal, right, Art?
Lampoon? Yeah.
Yep.
And finally, Howard 100 News getting an email from Jackie Martling, or someone identifying himself as the joke man, asking
I didn't realize Artie was eating. I interrupted him.
Yeah,
sorry, Art. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm contributing.
Jackie.
Jokey.
Hokey dokey.
Jokey to Jack, man.
Eat some more. Asking, why aren't you all over Fred Norris?
Here's
trying to find out.
Get another tie, you jerk off.
Why aren't you all the way you're dressed?
Why aren't you all over Fred Norris? What is this?
Well, yeah. Is it okay to go ahead, Art?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm higher than you here, Steve, but remember that.
Higher is the operative word. Asking, why aren't you all over Fred Norris? Trying to find out what his problem is with Jackie. The joke man saying he gets hundreds of emails from listeners asking him about this. Jackie saying he honestly has no idea what Fred's upset about.
Fred has said 1,000,000 times why he doesn't like Jackie. Repeat it one more time, Fred.
He's an idiot.
All right, there it is.
As simple as that.
That's simple.
What is there to discuss? Anything else, Steve?
And Jackie knows. Jackie is basically using this as a ploy to get himself some publicity for his show. And I commend him for that, but Jackie knows.
All right, let's go back to Steve Langford. Anything else?
Stern News you know to the Howard 100 News tip line 877-33-SIRIUS. Choose channel 100 or email us at howard100news@sirius-radio.com.
All right, thanks, John Hein. What are you going to be doing on the wrap-up show at 11 o'clock?
Penn Jillette came in for the first time in 8 years to chat with Howard and explain to his wife, Easy, exactly how things work around here.
Right.
We'll discuss Penn's interview, his Copperfield rivalry, crazy clown college stories, his wife checklist that Robin failed to pass, tips on how to name your kids, and the respect he has for Howard's radio success.
Robin flunked everything on Penn's list.
Oh.
Flunked. What else?
Richard Christie has been sick for the past...
Lucky you.
Richard's been sick for the past 3 days, but that hasn't stopped him from coming to work or changing his clothes. We'll try to figure out what Richard is thinking, if he realizes the effect he's having on everybody here, and see if he's backing out of his offer to swallow Sal's balls. Plus, the latest on Jillian Grace's baby, my love for fast food and dislike of Burger King. Gary's gaining weight, but Artie's catching the flack. Everybody thinks Robin's looking great. Howard sings some Cat Stevens. Eric the Midget's American Idol Internet Extravaganza. The return of Mike Walker, and anything else that happened on today's show, we cover on the wrap-up show.
That sounds like a full agenda. Thank you very much, John Hein. Robin, I'm going over to Mutt for a preview of Superfan Roundtable. Yes, Mutt.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm disappointed to find out my calls are causing problems between Will and Jason.
Oh.
But so we're going to talk about the back office feuds and see if the fans are into them, or does it not matter because they're not really you guys, the main.
What about you? Do you like it or not?
I do. I mean, I feel bad for Jason in this one, but I love the feuds. I love hearing the fights, and a lot of the great fights on the show have wound up being from the office people. I mean, Tracy versus Gorilla. Incredible fight.
I hadn't been on the website of yours, the, what is it called again?
Stern Fan Network.
Stern Fan Network, but I went on after my Letterman appearance to see what the fans had to say, and I have to say I was quite pleasantly surprised that there was not much negative on there.
I'm glad that they were nice to you.
Yes.
You must have gotten rid of a lot of people.
Yeah.
Try. They keep coming back.
Delete them. What else?
But speaking of the site, since Eric the Midget is boycotting the site, we're going to talk about him, his new girlfriend, his internet radio show. We'll talk about that. We're also going to do a quickie with Howard TV. They're doing a new brackets thing, so they're going to come on and explain to us what the hell that is.
All right, real good, Mutt. Thank you. Listen to the Superfan Roundtable tonight at 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
On Howard 101. Thank you. Robin, it's time for news.
till they're sore. Robin's Jones, I want to twist and tease those big round memories some more. Yeah. Big black titties, 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 big black titties.
All right, wow, I never heard that
I'm
part.
not very much of a fan of that one.
I was cabbage patching, too.
Holy shit. Benji was
I
dancing.
really don't like that.
Artie goes nuts during this. He started throwing, like, used napkins at
I
Benji. And what were you doing over there?
What's going berserk? You know what I'm doing over here, Howard? I'm enjoying my job.
Should I play it again?
I loved it. Let's
don't start it again. He's throwing things.
All right. Could be dangerous.
Robin, what is
not in anger?
Maybe you want to get back into the club scene, Howard, because Lifestyle Condom Company is poised to bring New York nightclubs the Makeout booth. It's an updated version of the photo booth. Condom dispensing machines have always been a nightlife feature, according to Lifestyle. But this essentially is combining the concept of condom distribution with a black and white photo booth as a playful means to promote safe sex. So you get in there, make out a little bit, get your picture taken, get a condom, and I guess you continue your festivities elsewhere.
No, it sounds silly to me, but okay.
Well, it's one way to get closer to a girl while you're at the club. Don't get your condom without making out.
All right. Sounds good.
O.J. Simpson in court yesterday, he did get his bail set so that he could make the bail by putting up, I guess, his house or something and, getting another chance to walk free. But the judge was not really happy with O.J. And somehow or other, O.J. has drawn a female judge in this case.
I got to tell you something. This O.J. really is amazing. He is a prognosticator. He went and said to the press ahead of time, in his daring way, he said, "Don't worry about me." He goes, "The judge can't keep me in here. I'll be out." And sure enough, he's out.
Yeah, well, they don't usually keep people locked up on non-capital cases like this. So, I mean, yes, he was going to get out, but his bail is much higher, and yes, he had to put up his house. O.J. keeps, he doesn't have a lot to show in terms of money or assets, and now he's had to put his house on the line. So here's the judge telling O.J. Simpson that he is in jail due to his arrogance or his ignorance. 2-1.
All right. This is Judge Judy, I take it?
Judge Jackie Glass.
Judge Jackie.
You've been locked up at the Clark County Detention Center since Friday because of either arrogance or ignorance or both.
What does O.J. do? He says,
right, he probably doesn't even listen to her. She's a woman.
I would love to listen to you, Your Honor, but I have on my iPod.
Oh, this is Judge Jackie.
I got an iPod Nano from Tim Sabian.
I've killed hotter women than you.
What's the matter? Am I doing something wrong?
Yeah, she says O.J. wasn't thinking.
I don't know, Mr. Simpson, what the heck you were thinking, or maybe that's just the problem. You weren't.
I guess this woman is vying for a TV position.
You know how O.J. feels about women, and especially women that talk back. He's got to be filled with murderous rage right now with this broad. If I was her, I'd be careful.
No bitch talks to me like that.
All he could do to stay behind the defendant's desk.
Your Honor, I don't care if you are Your Honor. I'm a man and you're a woman, and you will shut your trap.
Women and waiters. Anything with a W.
You don't happen to be dating a waiter, do you?
Kill him, too.
I forgot about that great old joke someone with O.J. in the news. Did you ever hear that one? What did Ron Goldman say to Nicole Brown Simpson in heaven?
What?
Here's your fucking glasses.
I would love to tell that joke to Your Honor.
That's O.J.'s favorite joke.
Did you hear that one?
I'll entertain the jury with that one.
Here's Simpson attorney Yale Galanter, who says Simpson is getting another chance.
He certainly appreciates the fact that Judge Glass has given him another chance.
There you go.
So
one more
O.J.
chance.
appreciates this.
Give O.J. a chance.
For it.
Give your chance.
Give O.J. a chance.
Give O.J. a chance. most insulting accent ever.
At the kitchen.
At the kitchen. What is it?
I want to ask the kitchen. The kitchen.
The kitchen.
Was 9 times 5.
Oh, my goodness. You know, we were talking about David Spade and Jillian Grace earlier. They are anticipating parenthood, allegedly. And I see in a headline in the USA Today that overall abortion rates continue to drop, according to new data. The abortion rate in the U.S. fell to its lowest point in more than 30 years, and the actual number of abortions also continues a steady decline, according to the first new comprehensive data on abortion in 5 years. So, yeah, abortions aren't the go-to solution to pregnancy that they once were.
Boy, it's my solution.
You're holding on. You're like old school on that issue.
You bet.
I have another prediction about the Spade thing.
Yeah.
I was right before. I think my man will be vindicated, and this broad...
Exonerated.
This broad and her mother will be exposed.
Wait a second. Why are you putting down the mother? What did
because
she do?
Again,
and why are you putting down the broad?
I'm not basing it on anything I know except for what I assume... With
what?
the mother,
he slept with...
As a simple spectator, this is your opinion?
Yeah, sure, of course. I don't
think this is any kind of weird thing.
No.
I mean, I think he banged her, and there's a good chance he's the dad. That's it.
They set up a web like a spider.
And
joke. That's
emphasis
ridiculous.
on simple
no
spectator.
There's webs in your head.
Simple.
What else you got there, Robin?
This is kind of crazy.
IQ of
For
180,
years, we have heard what? Cholesterol is bad for you.
Right.
And you must do everything to lower your cholesterol.
Scared the shit out of Artie.
Don't tell me that's bullshit. I got to rethink my whole life.
Some prominent cardiologists say the results of 2 recent clinical trials have raised serious questions about that theory and the value of 2 widely used cholesterol-lowering medications.
Wow, cock and balls.
Other new cholesterol-fighting drugs, including one that Merck hopes to begin selling this year, may also require closer scrutiny, they say. The idea that you're just going to lower LDL and people are going to get better, that's too simplistic. Much too simplistic, according to these doctors. So just lowering your cholesterol, they think, doesn't do much.
Wow. Anything else, Robin?
Plenty. Do you remember the hula hoop?
I sure do. Whammo.
Brought to you by Whammo. And toy maker Richard Nur is dead at the age of 82.
Richard Nur.
He was the co-founder of the toy company that popularized the hula hoop, the frisbee, and other fads that became classics.
I'll tell you what, the hula hoop, frisbee, Super Bowl was Whammo.
Yeah, but
Everybody
Super
remember
Bowl
Super
came
Bowl?
and went.
Not in my house. Not in my house.
Super Bowl?
I got 2 of them.
Spade came and went as well.
2 Super Bowls.
I think...
let me see. Super Bowl,
in the 70s.
Hula hoop. Let me think what else they had Whammo. They had a good run.
They started with the slingshot.
Slingshot. It's a very difficult business, the toy business. I knew a guy in it.
Boomerangs, crossbows.
Singing condom. They
Slip and slide. String.
Silly string was theirs. That's right. Whammo on the can. Let me tell you something. The toy industry is very difficult. To be an adult and try to predict what kids will like is so difficult, and to come out with the next big thing. And the next big thing, as Robin points out, like with Super Bowl, and then it disappears. So you've got to jump on it while it's hot and have enough of them made. Sometimes they make too many.
Right.
It's a very tough... I admire anybody who can make a living in that business. So my hat's off to Whammo and Ron...
Popeil.
No. What's the guy's name?
What was his name?
Well, Ron Popeil, too, but...
Arthur
Schmelman?
Mellon.
Arthur Mellon. Okay. That's the guy who died?
Yeah.
Arthur Mellon.
No. It
Richard
was
Nur?
Nur who died.
Nur.
His partner was Arthur Spud Mellon.
What's the guy who died? Arthur Spud Mellman?
Bud Mellon.
Bud Mellon. Bud Mellman.
Spud Mellon.
Spud Mellon?
Yeah, Richard Nur is the one who died.
Richard Nur. Okay,
yeah.
Richard.
But, yeah, they came up with a bunch of those different things. And remember what the original name of the Frisbee was?
Yes, I do. The Fredsby.
The N-word chaser?
I think I know.
No, that was a...
that was a firecracker.
Oh, nigga chaser.
That was my favorite. When John said that on the air, thinking nobody would be offended.
He thought that was the actual name.
No, that's the name of it. That's the name of it. That's what it's called. It says it right on the label. Really? It was in stores. Tonight on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, the inventor of the nigger chaser.
What is the name of that firework? I can't think of the real name of it.
Of the N-word chaser?
Yeah.
Now I can't think of it.
Bottle rocket, right?
No.
Bottle rocket or a whistler.
It's a whistler, yeah.
You know, political correctness is showering the country. Illegal fireworks dealers now call those African-American chasers.
How come John on The Tonight Show knows not to say nigger chaser? But here
Didn't know it here.
Right.
Well, does he get to say anything on The Tonight Show?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Robin's...
Hi, Jay!
Robin's right. It's getting... John Melendez, say hi. Nigger chaser.
You would never get that in.
So, John...
The original name of the Frisbee was the Pluto Platter.
Pluto Platter. I didn't know that.
Platter.
And when...
now that's when a Disney character shits on a hooker or something.
Whammo bought the rights from the original maker, Walter Fred Morrison. They renamed it the Frisbee.
Pluto Platter. I like the Pluto Platter and a Cleveland steamer.
Mellon died in 2002 at the age of 77, near dying the other day after having a stroke.
All right.
Yeah, the Super Bowl was still around in the 70s because I remember having the Super Bowl and whipping those down a school hallway.
That was some ball.
Oh, it was great. They would bounce on the lockers and shit. Maybe take an eye out or two.
Bounce crazy. Anything else?
Now, do you worry about things like the recession? You've heard recession, recession. All the experts are saying we're sinking into a recession.
Absolutely. I mean, you know.
Yes.
Listen, that's scary stuff when they talk about that, because the world of finance is nuts. You see what's going on in the stock market. It just goes down and down and down, and it just freaks people out.
But it doesn't affect you anymore. You'll still be fine, won't you? I don't have to worry about you, do I?
Sure you do. You have to worry about everybody.
You know what it is? Like, I don't really have a lot of financial concerns right now, but this shit means I'll get more deadbeat friends coming out of the fucking woodwork.
See, that you have to worry about.
Oh, the deadbeats I fucking know, please. This Christmas season was awful.
Really? People asked you for money?
Just outright asked for money.
Like, I don't want names, but I mean, like, what kind of relationships?
They call up and they go, friends. Nobody in my family.
And what do they say to you?
Nobody in my family, thank the Lord. Nobody blood related to me.
What do you say to them when they ask for? How do they do it? How do they say?
Well, it's startling. They'll go, look, man, first of all, that fucking Playboy article didn't do me any favors.
Right.
They started talking about the checks you lay around and don't even cash.
Genius Teddy hands me my check right in front of a reporter.
Right.
Another deadbeat Teddy. But they just call up and they go, listen, I'm hitting hard times, man. Can you loan me,
So what do you do?
They give me the WAS story, and I'm just a sucker.
You're a soft touch?
Do you give them a loan or a gift?
Well, I tell them it's a loan. I said, no, but sometimes I tell this one kid, I said, look, try to have a little dignity, all right? I go, look, I've given you over the years, $35,000, right?
He's never paid back a dime.
Since I started making money, I was about 27. He was like 22 making money, and he bought me a couple of shots of tequila in the late 80s, so I owe him my fucking life. And I said, try to at least pay me this back. Forget about all it. Just why don't you give yourself a life goal and go, I'm going to do the decent thing here, and I'm going to pay Artie at least this, 5 G's back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, I'm telling you, I'm going to do that. And then I just never hear from them.
Wow.
Until they need something else?
Yeah.
We learn to say no.
No, but you're right. It's over now.
All
it's
right,
over. Because
just say I'm overextended. I have too many people asking me for money.
I know people. How about this? You want to talk about a dirtbag? A level of dirtbag that is just astonishing to me.
Yeah.
Is they'll borrow a big sum of money from me.
Right.
And owe it for years.
Right.
And then tell me, oh, yeah, I went to Miami for Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, you see, I've had a lot of people ask me for money, and then I hear about their vacations.
The great vacation.
And that's why I won't lend it. Because I get crazy. Then all of a sudden now I'm involved in what they did and their finances.
Right, and evaluating whether they should do it or not.
No, that's crazy. Robin, go ahead. You were saying.
Yes, well, I was just asking if because everybody's predicting that we're either in a recession and we just haven't felt the results of that recession yet, or we're sliding into one. Mm-hmm. And I just wondered how you were feeling about that.
Phil Ben, how can we not be in a recession? I mean, look at what's going on in the world. We're shelling out billions of dollars in war. The housing industry is in the shitter. The The stock market doesn't know what to make about any of the news that's going out about the housing industry.
They don't even know who should be president. They don't know who to root for. They don't know anything.
Retail sales were down. It's very depressing. It's very depressing.
But do you personally worry about, my lifestyle might change? This is beyond you at this point, isn't it?
No, not at all. Absolutely. Just the other day, I decided not to buy a private jet.
Wow.
There you go.
Well, I guess the recession hits us all.
You're kicking it old school.
No, in all seriousness, of course, everybody worries about that stuff. It's awful. It's awful. What else you got, Robin?
Well, one of the reasons they say, Citicorp just announced that, they had terrible losses, and that was a major deal to the stock market. And it was because of these risky housing loans, a number of them that they put out there, and people can't repay these loans now, and they're defaulting, and houses are going into foreclosure. Well, there's a woman in the New York Post today, who's, talking about the election. And she says, in terms of a presidential candidate, she needs a man who can be a man and stop rejecting this big nanny government. She doesn't want to hear about any bailing out of these people who took these risky loans and bought McMansions and now can't afford them.
Right.
That's basically what she's saying, that you should just suffer and the government shouldn't be bailing anybody out.
Fuck you, my bitch own catch-up.
I think that's kind of a hard-hearted attitude about things. She's saying, the consumers aren't all that innocent. They took these loans knowing they'd never be able to pay them back, and nobody should be bailing them out.
Fuck you!
Eddie Murphy. What is going on with Eddie Murphy? He used to be one of the funniest men in America. He was cool. He was hip. He had Bubble Hill, the bitches.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's just a guy.
Yeah.
I heard stories used to line strippers up at Bubble Hill and just make them all bend over, and then boom, 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 right down the line.
No.
Story I heard.
Wow. That's nice.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the People magazine staff editor David Kaplan, who says that after this, what is now being called a symbolic ceremony, Eddie Murphy and his new bride, Tracy Edmonds, bickered and fought. 1-8.
Sources tell People that the two of them, their honeymoon got off to a very rocky start, and they were fighting and squabbling from the moment their honeymoon started, and that bickering continued throughout the week.
What are they fighting
about? After that, they realized it just wasn't working.
What could they fight about on their honeymoon?
Yeah, I don't know, right? Walking out of the ceremony, what could have gone wrong?
Oh, you guys must have had nice relationships. I have a million things you can
I don't know. I don't know what there is to fight about even. What do you fight about?
I might not be compatible.
Like what?
I don't know. I get into arguments with a chick an hour into
Like about what, though?
An hour into
I don't know.
What don't they like?
Oh, they give me a look. Like, what the fuck?
Wow,
what
it's just not that sensitive. Anything else, Rob?
That look,
well, here's the People staff editor saying that the split was easy because the marriage wasn't legal.
The fact that the wedding wasn't, legally binding made it a lot easier, of course, to sever ties because they had nothing really connecting them in terms of the law, at least. So you can bet that perhaps had there been a legally binding wedding, we maybe would have seen an effort to keep the marriage going.
So what is this now? Is the relationship over?
Yes.
Because they're acting as if it was just a fake wedding.
You can't get married.
It's over, Johnny.
And then be back together.
No. How many kids does Eddie Murphy have? You read it.
He's got 4 with the first wife, I think. And then he's got 1 he knocked up to Mel Spice. But there was one. No, I read about another one outside.
Really?
I think I read about something else, too.
I've never heard of that.
Well, this David Kaplan says that now Eddie Murphy has become tabloid fodder.
Eddie Murphy, we usually like to see him getting headlines for his comedic films that he does, and that's what he's sort of known for. But this past year, it's been, all scandal around him from the baby issues with Mel B, from the not getting an Oscar, and now this wedding that he's become really tabloid fodder.
So, yeah, Eddie Murphy's sliding into some weird place there. He's almost Britney Spears.
Yeah, he's odd. I mean, that's just odd behavior.
Too much downtime. Howard, I think one of the things that keeps you grounded is you have a schedule, and it's
so true.
These guys make a movie, and they got 3 months off with nothing to do and all the money in the world.
And they go berserk.
Yeah.
What else, Robin?
A Florida woman has dropped a bombshell on Randy Moss.
Who's that?
Good. He's a wide receiver.
I don't even know him.
No,
New England Patriot.
He's New England, too, which makes me more sickening.
Rochelle Washington filed a temporary restraining order against the Gridiron star, saying that he abused her and that he's a substance abuser.
Wow.
He supposedly roughed her up. Moss says that this was a friend who has turned on him and that she's trying to extort money out of him. His lawyers have told him, he says, not to be too specific, but he is definitely fighting those charges and says that never in his life has he once raised his hand to a woman in anger.
When he was fighting with this woman, did she give him a look? Just curious.
Johnny, they give you a look.
All right.
And then it's like, well, yeah, I'm fat. What the fuck? Yeah. It's your choice.
John Mellencamp in page 6 is an advocate of the Dalai Lama, apparently. He says that his two heroes are the Dalai Lama and Bob Dylan.
What a boob.
He says the Dalai Lama held his hand for 5 minutes, man. It was weird.
Did that to Howard. He's going right for the Purell.
Yeah. Don't hold my hand.
Touch him, he thought. And he says, well, I kind of felt like his girlfriend when he was standing there holding my hand that long.
You got a problem.
A high moment of the Stern Show history is when John asked him in front of Richard Gere, do a lot of people say, hello, Dolly?
It's true. That was a great one.
Great.
Alicia Lane, you know that name.
I sure do.
Yes.
Who's she?
She is the girlfriend of Chris Booker, who lost her job on a Philly TV station. They say that she is now putting her luxury Philadelphia condo on the market. They don't know where she's going from here, but since she lost her job and she has legal bills to pay, they say they think that's a good move for her.
Alicia Lane coming up on the cover of the Jenna Dewan magazine.
Also in the news, the writer's strike continuing to baffle. 11 weeks long now.
Yes.
And I'm reading that the Directors Guild is actually about to come to an agreement with the producers.
Really?
So they're saying that that's going to put pressure on the Writers Guild to accept the same terms, and that maybe some of the writers will bolt. They'll revolt against the union if they continue this hard line and don't come to an agreement with the producers so that they can get back to work. Already, some of the major networks have started canceling the contracts of writers, putting more pressure on the people on the line.
Well, you know, who's smiling? I believe producers and executives, that was their plan the whole time, to try to break the union. And you know what? If directors start falling in line, they could break the union if it lasts long enough, which, you know, sucks, but people got to go back to work.
Here's the creator of Oz. Remember that TV show from HBO?
Sure
His name
do.
is Tom Fontana. He says the writer's strike could last into the summer. 2-4.
If it's a fair deal, I think the Writers Guild, would seriously look at it. If it's a retread of what they offered us, then I think we'll stay out, and I think it's very, very likely that SAG and AFTRA will go out in June, and the strike could go on through the summer.
Wow.
That's what they're hoping to do, last until they can link up with the actors and walk out. But I don't know what this Directors Guild agreement might mean. Here's Michael Winship of the WGA. He says writers won't work for the Oscars.
We will tell them that the writers will not be working on the Oscar telecast.
So the Oscars could be in jeopardy. Might not have that great show. Who was supposed to host this year? Jon Stewart again?
Was he?
I don't know.
Well.
I can't remember. Vincent D'Onofrio was out there supporting the writers, 2-6.
It's a difficult position for everybody to be in. I think that we did the right thing when it came to the Golden Globes, and I think that the actors and the writers will keep doing the right thing to support each other's union.
All right.
I saw it with the orange juice plan. I worked Port Newark. They broke the union. This is going to happen again.
Also in the news, of course, the election continues. They're moving to South Carolina. All speculation and attention going to that race at this point. A new survey says that Barack Obama has completely erased his deficit against Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side, and that there is no clear front-runner on the Republican side. But John McCain now very strong. Rudy Giuliani lagging.
Jeez. The hell happened there?
I don't know, but he continued while everybody was in South Carolina to walk around Florida. So,
hey, he's a rebel, Robin.
Here is Mitt Romney. He says it's time for Americans to come together.
We need to come together to strengthen our military. We need to come together to strengthen our families and the values that keep us the land that we are. We need to come together to strengthen our economy, to fight for every good job.
All right.
That's how he feels about it, and he thinks that'll get him some votes. Here's Senator John McCain predicting a win in South Carolina.
I'll win here in South Carolina, and that's all there is to it.
I got to say, he was impressive to me the other day. Somebody stood up in one of those rallies and said, how dare you? You sided with the people who wanted us to take the Confederate flag off of our state flag. What do you have to say to that? And John McCain said, you know what? I am really proud of my stand.
There you go.
And, he just stood up for his opinion there. He didn't cater to the guy just to get his vote. He said, I don't want to live in a country like that.
That's right.
Put the symbol in its right place and get it off the State House.
There you go.
Senator Hillary Clinton is, I guess, renaming her plane Hill Force One. Here's the senator talking about the in-flight entertainment on Hill Force 115.
Once we've reached cruising altitude, we'll be offering in-flight entertainment, my stump speech, in its many variations.
So she's making fun of herself up there as they hopscotch around the country.
That's nice to see that she's got a sense of humor.
American Idol, as you said, still popular, but maybe not as popular as it once was. Here's a couple of the contestants from the auditions last night. Here's Ronaldo singing We're Brothers Forever, 2-9.
All right, Ronaldo, Robin.
I am your brother, your best friend forever, singing the songs, the music that you love.
I like that.
They're brothers till the end of time.
Nice.
And here's a clip from the show where they're saying Tammy is not as good as Celine Dion.
If you ask me to, I just might change my mind and let you in my life forever.
Man.
I think she's as good as Celine Dion.
I like her version.
That's from the most popular show in 50 years, that clip.
Right.
Andrew Morton is the man who has written a new unauthorized biography of Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Here he is talking about it, 2-7.
I asked Tom for an interview, and he declined.
Yeah, no shit.
I also thought as well that, the Church of Scientology has got a very controversial reputation. That's what he's linked with. And an authorized
I can't believe Tom Cruise didn't want to do an interview with the guy.
He didn't want to sit down with you?
Yeah, he's going to just smash him in a book.
Would essentially be a compromise. And this is an important book, I think, and I'm very proud of what I've written. And I wanted to investigate it without any fetters.
Without any fetters?
Makes me wonder if the guy has even got a brain in it. Gee, Tom Cruise declined an interview.
He sounds like an English guy.
Well, I think it's one of those things where you always have to say you tried to get to the person you're writing about.
You mean he didn't want to cooperate with an unauthorized book? Can't imagine you just want to waste time with that.
Tom, I'd like you to answer the question of why is the baby not yours? And L. Ron Hubbard.
Is the baby L. Ron Hubbard's? Ike Turner, the results are in from his autopsy, and guess what? He died of a cocaine overdose.
I'm shocked. I thought he had that behind him.
No, the family does say that they were kind of shocked because they didn't think his cocaine use reached that level.
You know what? You know the irony there, Robin?
What?
He was beaten by the white lady.
That's true.
Right.
That is true.
The man who had beaten so many ladies was beaten by a white lady.
They say his...
Good.
Mr. Crowley!
They do say his musical career was overshadowed by those reports that he was a heavy drug user and abused Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Freddie,
what a shame.
Freddie played Mr. Crowley before I was digging it outside. It was great.
Mr. Crowley.
27 Dresses, a new Katherine Heigl movie, will be in theaters.
Back at the moon.
Katherine talks about romantic comedies. 3-1.
All right.
Probably the coolest thing I've got to do so far is
that ain't her. That's Jessica Lucas.
Does anyone really go to a romantic comedy and believe that their life could turn out that way? I don't.
I do.
The whole point is to escape from your...
I'm telling you to shut up.
You don't blow it for us, Heigl.
Yeah, I thought it could be like that.
She's way full of herself. A little too much success.
Miss Cynical over there.
Yeah. Anything else, Robin?
Yes, Cloverfield, the new J.J. Abrams movie everybody's talking about.
Everyone here has seen it. Looking forward to you seeing it. Everyone loved it.
What do you mean everyone here has seen it?
Richard Christie saw it, loved it.
Yeah?
J.D. saw it, loved it. Jason loved it. I loved it. There's so many people who loved it.
You saw it?
That's right.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but we purposely didn't let you see it.
Where did you see it? How did I not get to see it?
I saw it in a secret location.
And nobody's disclosing these things to me, okay.
Yeah, actually, J.J. was going to call in, but he never did. But
here's Jessica Lucas, who was one of the people in the film. Here she talks about her favorite scene.
Probably the coolest thing I've got to do so far is we shot a scene the other night where I get taken away in a helicopter, and we have to run up to helicopters that are going full black.
You know what? Please.
Wow.
I don't even know who she... Wow, she gets to go up to a helicopter.
What is she, 6?
January 25th.
There you go.
That's the day the new Rambo movie hits there.
Right.
Rambo Balboa?
Gumbo. I'm looking forward to that, believe it or not.
Please, Howard.
Well, let me tell you something.
I want to see it. I think he fights in Iraq.
It's over, Johnny.
So what? He's 100 years old.
I like it. So what? I'm 100 years old.
We need a 100-year-old man to go over and kick butt in Iraq. We're in trouble.
Come on.
He figured out an angle to make Rocky Balboa, I thought, way better than I thought it would be.
That doesn't mean it was good.
Well, and maybe he'll do a Rambo.
Anything else, Robin?
I've seen the posters. He doesn't even look like Rambo. Here's Sylvester Stallone discussing his directing style.
I try to think about the mind of the character and use that style to move.
All right. Is that it?
He directs in the mindset of Rambo.
The Celebrity Apprentice is on now. Here's Vincent Pastore, who was Big Pussy on The Sopranos. He discusses his keys to victory this season. 3-4.
I think the only way I'm going to get ahead in this competition is to probably be a good bad guy. A good guy.
Okay, I don't know. For some reason, my tolerance is down.
Very low today for these.
Very low, yeah.
And finally this
I'm
morning,
loving them.
This was interesting to me because I didn't know you could get high from poppy seeds.
Oh,
poppies.
What rock you been living under?
They say if you take a whole bunch of poppy seeds and brew them up in a tea, it can get you high.
It's like heroin.
That's why I get an extra Big Mac.
You knew that? Howard.
I'm on them right now.
Yeah, you could do that.
That's why even in a bagel, they don't let you eat poppy seeds sometimes.
A couple of kids, my prom
Blow
weekend,
your mind. Yeah, poppy seeds.
And they would brew up that and what they called angel dust tea. They would take the wrappers angel dust came in and use them as tea bags with the poppy seeds, and it was quite good, actually.
Well, they say that now the poppy seeds are disappearing from store shelves. The thieves could be using large quantities of the seeds to brew poppy seed tea, a drink that, when brewed under certain conditions, can offer a narcotic, possibly hallucinogenic high.
That's right.
Wow. There's an account on the Internet of a family who says their son died from drinking poppy seed tea. And they actually approved of it because he had some anxiety, and the tea seemed to help. They thought it was a natural, herbal alternative to drugs, and so they sort of approved of it. And on the day of September 12th, 2003, that was the last time they saw their son drinking the tea. The next morning, when they entered their son's bedroom, they found him unresponsive with a yellowish fluid oozing from his mouth. By the time The paramedics arrived. He was already dead. He died from pulmonary edema, a buildup of fluid in his lungs consistent with an overdose of
all
opiates.
This getting high. I mean, drinking is such a nice buzz, such a nice high. That's enough. You don't need all these other things. I mean, it's crazy. It's drinking tea. It's insane. Is that what's happening? Thank you. Bubba's on the phone. He wanted to say a quick hello, but I got to go. So, Bubba, hi.
I didn't mean to call this late, guys.
I actually have an appointment, believe it or not.
I just wanted to say thank you for the CD and thanks to Artie and the guys for a good time in Vegas. I didn't mean to call.
And how's the schedule holding up?
I'm going home to take a nap now. It's all right. It's what I got to do. It's cool.
It's hard. Yeah,
he sounds a little upset.
I saw Bubba. I got my first lawsuit terrestrially today.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. He what?
Come on. First lawsuit terrestrially.
What happened?
The guy across the street that I've been poking fun with, MJ, he's a little short guy. It's, Radio 101. You come in, you know how to do it.
Right.
And he's trying to sue me for libel slander right now.
What'd you say about him?
Oh, nothing. I just said that he was short. He's got pubic hair on top of his head. Just, nothing, nothing bad.
Right.
Well, I mean, nothing that's not the truth. But anyway. His lawyer called my attorney today and wants like the last 6 days of tapes and
well, send it to him. That's all.
What's that?
Send it to him.
Oh, I am. We're going to provide it for him. Absolutely.
I saw that picture.
Listen, I didn't mean to call you guys.
I saw that picture of your wife at the Adult Video News Awards.
Smoking.
Very nice.
Yeah, boy, I need to hit the brakes on my deal, don't I, boy? I need to lose some weight.
Yeah, you got to lose weight.
Yeah, he didn't see Heather in the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, talk about a mismatch of
no, you got it
with me, huh? Wow.
You got to lose weight.
What was that suit you were wearing?
I don't know what I was thinking. I think I was doing like a fat 10-man kind of deal.
10-man, you can pick up radio stations with that suit.
Yeah,
terrestrially, Sirius said they needed a repeater in Vegas.
Yeah, you can repeat right off that suit.
Man, is she hot. What's it like when you take off that top and those fucking
her
fun
titties
bags?
Look great in that dress.
Look at that. I tell you, man, as much of a wine ass as I am and as much as I bitch, I got the hottest wife. I'm so fortunate.
You do.
She's a beautiful girl.
And she appears to love you. Yes, that's amazing.
And she liked me for me. I mean,
we have that picture of Bubba and his wife on the website.
Yeah.
He wants to screw more than I want to screw.
Unbelievable.
So, I don't know. There is a God above. Listen, Artie, I hope to see you tomorrow. Talk
all right,
tomorrow.
Bubba.
Howard, thank you.
Take care.
I am.
Bye, Bubba.
Yeah, I am, by the way, I don't know if the promo cares. I'm calling into Bubba's show tomorrow at 3, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw that suit Bubba was wearing. I thought he was dressed as the Sirius satellite.
Maybe he's the new one we're launching.
But his wife looks spectacular.
And that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. The dude knows what he's doing when it comes to the ladies. Your headphones are in my garbage pail.
No, your garbage pail
I'm sorry.
captured my headphone.
Saturday night, get ready for King Norris, January 19th at the Dugout Pub, 1614 Forest Avenue, Staten Island, New York. DugoutPub.com, the place to go for info. See the Killers of Comedy, January 19th in Levittown, Pennsylvania, February 1st in New York City, and February 2nd in Milford, Connecticut. Go to RevBobLevy.com for complete information. Check out Levy's Comedy Club at the Ramada Inn, Levittown, Pennsylvania. Call 215-945-LEVY for upcoming shows or go to RevBobLevy.com. To book Benji and his naked lesbian bachelor party strippers for all your party needs, go to DialaDancer.com. And join Benji this Friday at Grand Central Station, spinning against teenage obesity. For more info, go to NYSC.com.